What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal Merrick Show. Host Rob Knorr. Back, baby. Great to be back debating again tonight. Now, as you know, my preference is the one-on-one debates, but I'll do the panel debate if it's something that I'm feeling for, and happens to be a topic that I actually am excited to talk about tonight, the election. Trump versus Harris. I have a lot to say, so I'm excited for the topic. Wish it was a one-on-one, maybe a two-on-two, whatever. We'll do a four-on-four. That's all right. My partners could all take a back seat if they like. It'll be just fine. Don't worry about it. We'll handle it well. But that's fine. I got some good partners tonight. I think it'll be a fun debate. And, yeah, back-to-back debating for the Rob Meister. Wouldn't have it any other way. What a way to enter the weekend. Now, for me, this is the weekend because I go to work tomorrow morning. So this is my last hurrah before I go into work until Wednesday. So Friday the 13th. Yeah, we did it. We hit another one, right? Nothing spooky tonight except I'm going to be the Jason Voorhees to these lefties tonight. They'll run and run and run from me and bam, I'll be right in front of them when they turn around again. So it'll be good stuff. Happy to be here, though. If you missed the debate last night, I think it was a good one. I got some things to say about it before we get into here. Then I'll talk about what my strategy and expectations are for the debate this evening. I believe the debate's supposed to start at 8:30, seeing as how we have four lefties on the panel. I would be shocked if this debate gets started by 8:45. But who knows? Perhaps I'll be proven wrong. It is Friday the 13th. Anything could happen. In all seriousness, though, it's the more people you have, the harder it is to start on time because all it takes is one person with tech issues or one person running a little late. So, I did a little enjoy your two viewers. You're a traitor to my country. It's your country now. No shit. And I will enjoy my two viewers. Thanks for being one of them. Also, I have people watching on a litany of other platforms as well. How many viewers do you have, Ice Savior? Which country is it that I'm a traitor to that's yours? If you can inform me, that would be wonderful. So I did a little math. So you figure 8 people, 120 minutes. So you're talking 15 minutes per person. But you got intros and outros, and you got, just general running behind, reading super chats, that sort of stuff. I mean, on average, it's like each person gets 8 minutes to talk about the topic. Now, usually I spend more than that 8 minutes, but just 8-person debates too much. It just is. And I'm not saying that it disadvantages me. That's not what I'm saying. I think it's a disservice to all 8 people. Just not a big, for me, the panel, the maximum size is 6 people. And then, but whatever. We'll make the most of it. I understand. I agreed to it. I'm not going to, you agree to the panel, you know what you're getting into. So it'll be perfectly fine. They're still going on about me and ChatGPT. It's because they have nothing to say. It's fine. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. I love it. Every time they say Rob GPT or something like that, it's just a badge of honor that I wear. Proof that they have nothing to say against me. So they have to repeat a bigger streamer's cope, which is all it is. We'll talk a little drinky poo about what I want to. It was Claude, not ChatGPT. You're right. But Rob Claude. I don't know. Does that sound better? Rob Claude, Claude Rob, or Rob GPT? I think Rob GPT gets the point home. Hey, what's up, Feed McSneed? Sneed McFeed. Yeah, talk a little about the debate last night. I thought I did very well. Enjoyed it. I know a lot of my audience not necessarily in agreement with me on my feelings that we should have women voting, which is insane to say. But I hope that I made the case that not only should morally women have the right to vote, because we shouldn't exclude people from having a voice in their country based on an immutable characteristic, but even if I can't persuade you of that, which hopefully I'd be able to persuade you of that, I think that also it is really stupid 50 days outside of an election to be talking about topics like that causes division within our own party and all but ensures anyone who's a woman that would hear that message and take it seriously won't vote for the side that you're on. That's was the gist of what I was arguing last night. But Good moderation with Andrew Wilson. JimBob was a good opponent. He's someone that I respect and like. I thought it was a fun debate. The call-ins were all fun. They were all directed against me. Super chats were all directed against me, except maybe one. So it was fun. I enjoyed it. Had a good time with it. But what I do want to bring up about it is I obviously didn't watch the debate, seeing as how I was debating it. But my wife was bored and decided to tune in, probably to yell at me if I was saying women shouldn't vote. But she was watching on the Crucible, and she had some hilarious comments that I was getting. Crucible audience, not a big fan of Rob Noor last night. So the gist of what they're generally saying is, because I think that women should have the right to vote, that probably means, I won't be very graphic here, I'll just say that certain acts are performed on me by my wife that would put her in a more dominant position and be designed to humiliate me in a sexual manner, is the implication for apparently many of the people on the Crucible. So you hear it that way. You heard it here first. Apparently, if you take the position that you think women should have the right to vote, you are a sellout feminist that's clearly emasculated in your everyday life. She thought it was funny. She was laughing about it. So good for them. Good for that audience. I didn't say that, Skylar. Yeah, of course, Jared. I'm not upset about it at all. I think it's fun. I thought the one comment that said, how big was my labia or something, I laughed at that. I thought it was funny. But, look at this. Don't you love these lefties who come in? You know what, country? You know you're a traitor. Your only hopes to get reach one day is to get a deal with Russia. You hate America and everything it's founded on. I love it. I love these people. Do you think Ice Savior's a real NPC or a programmed NPC, like a computerized one? I should be punished for wrong thing. You got it. I do. Low testosterone. That'd be a way of putting it as well. I think it's great. But I enjoyed it. Shout out to Rob Noor Jr. He's doing great. Little Hank had a great day today. Went over to the brother-in-law's place, did a little swimming, played with their dogs. They got big dogs. My dogs are smaller dogs. My brother-in-law's got big dogs, like lab mixes that are big labs. And Hank enjoys throwing the ball and then running it back. They're really good dogs with kids, too. So it was a lot of fun. So yeah, that was last night's debate. Check it out. You can both check the live stream, which is like this, which contains the entirety of the debate plus my feelings before and slightly afterwards. Or my great editor, Black Elk, which shout out to Black Elk as always. He edited it down. So if you go to my YouTube channel, it's literally there with the thumbnail, just the full debate, so you could watch it. Thanks, Josh, for the Prez. Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, I have no problem. Like I said, to me, you will never find someone that you agree with completely, ever. If you're a free-thinking person, it doesn't matter if you, I really love Thomas Sowell. I really love the thoughts of Ron Paul. I'm going to have different opinions on them on certain things, which is the way it is. So you should certainly be able to watch someone disagree with some of the points they make and still say, I enjoy their thoughts. So I hope that comes across well. Yeah, I thought JimBob did well as well. I thought I won. But I'm biased because I was making the arguments that clearly I thought were good because I'm me, and so I'm going to make arguments that I like. So it's hard to sometimes judge it. Sometimes it's easy to just be like, yeah, I think I see no way objectively that I lost that debate or no way objectively that I won that debate. But most of the time, if it's two competent debaters, each debater is going to think they won because they're biased towards the arguments that they're making. So, that's usually the way it goes. Now, with lefties like tonight, trust me, I'll just crush them. It won't be in any doubt. So maybe the Crucible audience will like me again today, particularly those that didn't see me debate last night. Now, I didn't really have any odd happenings today for Friday the 13th. Well, there you go, Flim Talk. You have a pit bull? I do not have a pit bull. I have a little Boston Terrier Beagle mix and then a mutt. Compendium. Yeah, I was trying to keep it a little PG-13 because I'm a soy eating blah blah blah. I don't know. Anyway, so tonight's debate should be starting roughly a half an hour. It's supposed to start at 8:30 p.m., so it gives us about a half hour. Let me double check that just to make sure. (8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, September 13th. The topic for the debate: who is better positioned to lead the United States into the future, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Post-presidential debate, I guess, is part of that. Okay, whatever. Let me read that again. Who is better positioned to lead the United States into the future, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Post-presidential debate. I'm just taking that to mean who should win the election. Who do we think would be a better president, Harris or Trump? If someone wants to try some sort of rhetorical trick and say, no, that's not what this means, fine. Clearly, I'm going to say Trump. It's supposedly a 4-on-4 debate. The 4 people on my side that presumably will say Trump will be the Turk, Admiral Gibbs, Andrew Wilson, who was the moderator in last night's debate, and me. The 4 people on the other side of that will be Pisco, Not So Erudite, I'm Really Important, and Hutch. It'll be a 4-on-4 debate. Jeremiah's voting Kamala. You have the right to do that. It's a big mistake, but you have the right. Maybe I'll convince you otherwise tonight. So, I think it'll be a good debate. Oh, excuse me. You can see I'm a little tired. So, should be fun, though. The future is female. What is my strategy going into the debate? Well, my strategy is going to be very similar to the debates I had with Destiny, with Noah Smith, with a bunch of other characters on who should we prefer, Biden or Trump, going into the election. And that is quite simply to look at the record of Donald Trump versus the record of this current Biden-Harris administration. The only little twist into it is having to connect Kamala Harris to being responsible for things that occurred in the Biden administration, which I don't think will be difficult to do. She's basically running as the incumbent. And so it's pretty simple to ask on the issues that most people care about most and that are the most important issues, such as the economy, the border, not getting into World War III and having wars all over the world. The world was a much better place, or the country was a much better place in the majority of the Trump administration than during the Harris-Biden administration. The only possible exception you could say is during the height of the pandemic, which I don't mind criticizing Trump for some of the decisions he made, in particular that he signed huge stimulus check bills and other things like that. He allowed lockdowns to happen and paid lip service to them. So I sort of have the opposite criticisms of him the left does. But the problem is that's not going to do the left any good, the Democrats any good, because they wanted to do all of that and worse. So if we're just evaluating the Trump presidency versus the Harris-Biden presidency without looking at the worst of the pandemic months, it is clear that by almost every metric, the Trump presidency was more of a success. In addition to that, my issue happens to be fighting back against corruption. I think Kamala Harris is not going to be the actual person in charge, just like Joe Biden isn't the actual person in charge. She was installed. She lied about Joe Biden's mental competency so that they could push Biden through the primary, then remove him and install him without any say from any voter, including the Democratic voters. She is going to run a presidency by committee, just like Joe Biden is, and it'll basically just be an extension of Biden's term. However, to the degree where she may have some input, she is a radical Marxist that co-sponsored Green New Deal legislation. She wanted to end private insurance. She wants to tax unrealized gains. She wants to have mandatory gun buybacks. She wants to ban fracking. Only she now says, no, I don't, but trust me, my values remain the same. She is someone that will say anything necessary to get elected. So the best we could do is say she would be a continuation of the Biden administration, or she would go back to the impulses of the things she ran on in 2020 Green New Deal type stuff and be markedly worse. Given that Trump was better, his term was better than Biden's, the choice seems clear. And the people behind the scenes in the establishment that are going to be the actual people that are running the show under a Biden and a Harris administration want to do things like use lawfare to go after their opponents, censor free speech on the internet, drive us into these everlasting wars, which is why there's been a reshift, and former good liberals that cared about sort of left-wing liberal values like RFK are now shifting to more of the populist movement with Donald Trump, and former neocons that urged us to fuel the military-industrial complex and invade foreign countries like Dick Cheney are now going to the Democratic Party. It seems clear that that's the direction we should go. Again, once more, I'll only Imaginarium for you, I'll say it again, but I've kind of gone over who the characters are in the debate twice already. But on my side of the debate will be me, the Turk, Admiral Gibbs, and Andrew Wilson. On the other side of the debate will be Pisco, not so erudite, Hutch, and I'm really important. So that's the 4-on-4. What do I expect from the debate? Well, I think Andrew will be very good on my side. I think he will hammer home on 1 or 2 points. Particularly, I think he'll probably focus hard on immigration. My strategy is to, for once, not be the sole dominant performer on my side of the debate, though I bet that'll quickly go out the window. I know I at least have one very competent partner in Andrew Wilson, so I definitely want to make sure that I'm allowing him to get his stuff in. I also think the Turk's pretty good too, so I want to make sure the Turk gets his thoughts in. And Gibbs I like, and I think's funny, and I hope that he memes about like eating cats and things like that. I think it'd be a good contribution to him in here. What do I expect from the characters on the left? I think Pisco is a good debater, so he will definitely be the central voice on their side, but he's better when it comes to legal issues and not as good when it comes to policy issues and political issues. And so he will talk heavily on legal issues. So he will focus heavily, their whole side will focus heavily on Trump being a threat to democracy and being a traitor that engaged in an insurrection. That's where they're going to want to take the debate, and they're going to want to spend a lot of time on that. Additionally, when it comes to the other 3 people in the debate, I think I'm really important. Look, I'll try to be as charitable as possible to everyone on the other side as well. I'm really important, I think, debate isn't his strong suit. He is a background character most of the time when he's in these panel debates, and he'll try to have some like little memes or edgy jokes or something like that and won't have much of substance. I think I'm really important is better when he's doing his own show and he's like going over things like on C-SPAN and stuff like that. So I don't think he's necessarily a strong debater. Not so erudite. I've only debated one time. She seemed like someone who probably isn't well versed in a litany of topics, a range of topics. So I would think her strategy will be to focus in on one issue that she thinks offensive against Trump. That could be the abortion issue. That could be like he's a threat to democracy. He's a criminal issue, or he's been held liable for sexual assault, something like that. I think she'll heavily focus in on one of those issues. Hutch, I think, is okay as a debater, but he is will debate somewhat like pondering, which is like, it's okay. There'll be certain minutia topics that'll be okay with it, but he will be inferior to Pisco in almost everything that he says, skill-wise. So I look for him to understand that and to allow Pisco to be the spearhead on their side. That's in general what I expect. I think that they will talk a lot about the debate, and they'll try to say Trump's a crazy man, he's unhinged, he's too old, and they'll try to hyper-focus on the things that they think were lies that Trump said. Their goal in this debate is going to be similar to Harris's goal in the debate with Trump, which is to avoid talking about the record of Harris and the Biden administration. So they're going to want to take it to the lawfare against Trump, or Trump's debate performance. But they'll try their best to skillfully deflect from the arguments we make that talk about, like, look, here is the economic situation that we're in, and most Americans don't believe it. When they're forced to actually defend the policies of the Biden-Harris administration and then the potential Harris policies going forward, they will deflect in similar ways that we see people do, where they'll talk about statistics that ultimately usually get reformed or rescinded back, such as the Bureau of Labor Statistics and things like that. And they'll imply that we have a far rosier outlook than is actually the case. And then when it comes to immigration, they'll say things are getting better now, and it's all Trump's fault because he pushed back against this bipartisan bill that would have solved all of the woes of immigration. And they'll say that they'll want to focus on the fact that immigration is about eating dogs and cats, and there's not definitive proof that there was dogs and cats eaten, and they'll try to make the debate about that. My editor Black Elk set it up so you could now become a member on my YouTube channel. So thank you so much, Black Elk, for that. Memberships are live, and I'm going to try to get some exclusive membership content out at some point here. We'll give it a month or so to get people in there. The numbers say the economy's good. We shall see. We shall see. So yeah, that's my prediction for how the debate will go. How would I fix the border? Completely stop all asylum seekers, boot out illegal immigrants with some exceptions, build a wall, punish employers in the United States that intentionally hire illegals. Things of that nature. There's no videos of people eating cat. There was a video of someone eating a cat, but I don't think they were an immigrant. Now, debate starts in 25 minutes, I believe. So, but that's my anticipation for what I see in the debate. Also, I'm almost thoroughly convinced that the other side, IRI, Hutch, Pisco, and Erudite, to some degree will have coordinated. That a lot of times that's what happens, particularly on the left. I did not coordinate with anyone. The only coordination I did was asking Andrew Wilson what the topic was. That's it. So other than that, I have not coordinated with anyone. I have not done research on the crime rates in Springfield, Ohio. Now, I will admit a lot of like the economic data and stuff I have. The last time I did a thorough amount of research in it was when I debated economist Noah Smith. And that was some months ago. So much of my economic data is going to be a few months old, but the changes haven't been that stark. They could argue that there's been a directional shift, but why do I need to coordinate? About what? I know what I'm going to say. So I don't need to coordinate. Andrew's taking a nap to prepare. Nice. You know what I did? You know what my preparation was right before I came up here? I was watching some of the old ESPN 30 for 30s, and I watched the one. Growing up, my favorite basketball player was Reggie Miller, so I watched the documentary on Reggie Miller versus the Knicks, like when he's telling Spike Lee he choked and all that stuff. That's what I did to prepare for this debate. Me and my wife watched that. My wife... She likes sports, don't get me... Like, I used to be really into sports. Now I'm just super casual. I'm over it. I got more important things going on in life. But I'll still watch casually. I just don't get super into it. So, you know, a lot of the clients I work with, sort of at my job, the adults with disabilities, a lot of them love sports. So I try my best to... sort of take interest in what the people I work with are interested in. So, you know, I don't want to go to work and be like, oh, the playoff game's on, we have to watch that. That's not my job. I'm supposed to be at work. So, but if my client's interested in watching playoff games, so be it. Or this, you know, the baseball game, football game, whatever. But my wife does really like documentaries, particularly documentaries about sports. And there's a lot of really interesting sports stories and documentaries that have came out. I think are just phenomenal. So we sometimes, if we're bored and we just got time to kill and we don't feel like watching a movie or something like that, we'll just put like a sports documentary on, some interesting sports situation. I think she was watching the one about Allen Iverson when I was coming upstairs here. For those that don't know, Allen Iverson was this phenomenal player for the Philadelphia 76ers. But when he was in high school, he lived in like a peninsula in Virginia, and there was this brawl where a bunch of black kids got in a brawl with a bunch of white kids at a bowling alley. And Allen Iverson was involved in that and as a high school student, and allegedly picked up a chair and was wielding it as a weapon and hit a woman who wasn't involved in the fight in the head, and she had to get stitches. So there was a trial, and it was like a big racial thing. So I think that that's what my wife was watching when I came up here. So that was me. Practice? Talking practice? That's what preparation? You talking preparation? I'm here smoking lefties on these debates, and you're talking preparation? That's what you're talking about? Oh, please. I do say, though, knowing what I once was when I was in college debate, and even at the onset of my channel when I used to do a lot more research, sometimes I do lament the fact that I'm so busy now being a father, working so many hours, etc., that I don't get to put as much research in as I used to when I was doing debates. In some ways, I think I'm a better debater now than I was back then because I'm older and wiser. But certainly the level of research and preparation has diminished spectacularly. And so I can't help but wonder if this was my full-time job and I was streaming 8 hours a day, or I was doing research 4 hours a day and streaming 4 hours a day, how much more prepared I would be on so many of these topics. But that's okay. That's okay. Preparation, you better win. Ooh. I like that too. I like the fact that there are people out there that look to me like, he's my man. He'll win this argument for me. I like that. Sucks when you lose. Sucks to let people down. But that's okay. That's what I want to be. If I was good at basketball, I'd want to be the guy taking the final shot. How much more would I hate doing this if it was my job? Depends. I think there would certainly be days that you would hate. Anytime something's your job, that means that you have to do it even if you don't want. Right now, when it's not my job, if I don't feel like streaming, then I don't stream. So there's certainly some level that you would dislike it more. I think the same's probably true of people that are like, hey, I like streaming video games on Twitch as a hobby. Then all of a sudden they get bigger and they're like, hey, this could be my job. They probably start to dislike it a little more when they have to do it for their income. So there's certainly some truth to that. But in many ways, I think I would like it more because the worst thing about streaming for me is taking time away from my family. So if I work 80 hours a week plus then stream 8 to 10 hours a week, that's 90 hours a week away from my family. But if this was my full-time job and I streamed 40 hours a week, that's an extra 50 hours a week with my family. So I think even though the actual rigors of like preparing to do a show and doing it for 8 hours a day or 4 hours a day or whatever would probably be slightly less fun at times, it would be offset by the fact that I would be far happier because I would have more free time in my regular life. Yeah, I'll win, of course. Of course I will. Never in doubt. No tax on overtime is a great idea. One, it personally benefits me. I work on average 80 hours a week, so I'm for that. It's absurd right now that overtime is taxed at such a higher rate than regular time. So I think that's a good idea. Second, it should encourage people that are capable of working and want to work extra to provide for their family. I think providing additional incentive for that is a good thing. There is such a cultural shift that's occurred for so many people in this country to sort of not want to work, to find reasons not to work and excuses not to work. So I think any incentive you could have, not just for people to work, but for people that are working extra hard or extra time, to have some provided additional incentive that they won't be taxed on that. I hear you. 80 hours a week, that's amateur stuff. There's some people I know that do work more than that. So how many hours a day do I sleep? I usually get 6 hours of sleep, 5 to 6. So I think it's a great idea, but even not just for benefiting me, I think it's just the right direction to go. I agree with that, Captain Ray. Far too much income taxes, bogus. So hey, it's a step in the right direction. Stop taxing overtime. So. Thanks, Conservative Carnage. I appreciate it. I could be even better if I prepped. Now, the truth is, a debate like this, oftentimes deep preparation's not really necessary, because when you're talking a 4-on-4 debate, it's probably not going to be a heavily data-driven debate. So, when I debated Noah Smith, who was an economist, I did a lot of research. I probably did 4 hours, when I say a lot, for me a lot, 4 hours of research on economic data from that month. Because as an economist, I thought he was really going to bring the goods, and he didn't. He was not very good. Another instance where this occurred, I did a lot of research on vaccine mandates back in the day, in like 2002. When this Elder Drazi character wanted to debate me a month or so ago on vaccines and vaccine mandates, he was saying that he'd read everything. Like, he'd read almost everything, and he was billing himself as like this expert on the topic. It was a blowout. Anyone who watched that debate, like, I was kind of worried, because if you remember, I had this weird situation where I got called into work. So all of my on my desktop that I'm on now, I have like saved folders with certain things that I've written up or research that I've compiled. I didn't have any of that. I had to go into work, and I didn't have any of it. And I was like, oh man, this guy's going to have all this research, and I'm going to have to argue through it. And it was brutally bad. So one thing I could say about Pisco is, at least when it comes to legal matters, he is, in his free time, reading these briefs a lot. He's reading like things like court decisions or research papers from law students or lawyers on, things surrounding these court decisions. Or he's reading IG reports and things like that. Most people aren't doing that stuff. And so in those topics, that could be very effective when you're talking about a specific court case or something like that. But when you're talking a panel of 4-on-4, that's more of a general question, like which candidate is better to be president, oftentimes deep dives into specific topics aren't as important as outlining a general theme. My goal tonight, my challenge will be to not get distracted like Trump did on specific things and specific attacks by allowing them to control the narrative but what about this, blah, 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 and leaving them control the direction of the debate. It's okay to let them get their shit in, but I have to be forceful enough to remember that I have to get in what I think's important. And it's very simple. What are their track records? That's it. It's very simple. And I want to do well in this debate, especially in lieu of my criticisms of Trump and his debate and taking the bait. So I'm really, really, really trying to be on my best behavior and not take the bait. Thanks, AB. I appreciate it, man. So let's see if we got 3 more minutes, then we'll hoof her on there. Well, being a good debater doesn't mean you're good faith. That's certainly true. Can I defend the eating cats thing? What do you mean by can I defend people eating cats? I could if I wanted, but no, I'm against people eating cats. Can I defend Trump's statement about eating cats? Sure. Yeah, I can. We'll see if it comes up in the debate. It will come up in the debate. It's a non-issue. Can't wait for Pisco to destroy me in a debate again. Damn you, Crisco. You make these glib comments like this, Crisco, and you have no idea that I'm up all night crying as I'm after I leave these streams, I go to work on my feminist blog before my wife orders me what to do. So says the Crucible crowd last night. And then I cry myself to sleep thinking of the insults Crisco tells me. Yeah, I could defend Trump's statement. I don't even get damn tarot what you're talking about there. But Crisco and Pisco, yeah. That's funny. Never put that together, but now that you say it, Sneed. Got it. There you go. Crisco's. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Crisco. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Thaddeus. It's fun. I like being the heel. See, that's the thing. I would have been even more of a heel last night. But here's the thing. Like, the Crucible, Andrew Wilson and JimBob, they really, really wanted that debate. Like, that's a topic that they really want to talk about. So they didn't want me making light of it. Because I was going to, like, come at the audience with all sorts of jokes. Like, the only reason that the Crucible audience doesn't want women to vote is because none of them know how to please a woman in the first place, and they're tired of being told so by women, so they just want them silent on everything. You know, things like that, going at the audience. Do I think Pisco knows he's wrong about the Christmas stuff? I think that Pisco, at this point, my best guess of what's going on with Pisco is that he has bought the propaganda about Trump being a unique evil so much that he has an unconscious bias, which he filters everything through. Black Jaden, thanks so much for the super chat for $5. Rob, how do you deal with Pisco's smugness? He always thinks he's 100% right about anything while stepping over the facts that would disprove him. There's several ways to deal with smugness, right? The first is that you could try to match their energy. The second is you could be sort of aloof, or you could be humorous and deal with it. The hardest thing that Pisco does for me is that this is going to sound like such a shitty, like, backhanded compliment of myself. If you've watched me, I think a legitimate criticism of me is I am so interested in actually giving a fair shake to people that disagree with me that I do it to a fault. And so I could have 1,000 people in my chat saying, yeah, that's a really good point, Rob, and one person saying no. And the next 2 hours of my video will be me arguing with that one person. So one of the things Pisco, I don't know if he's learned to do it or if it's just organic what he does with me, is he will constantly interrupt and go, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Nope, you're wrong about that. Nope, that's not true. Because then most of the time I go, what about that's not true? And so then he'll say, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then I'll start answering that, be like, no, you're wrong because blah, blah, blah. And he'll go, that's not true. And I'll say, what part of that's not true? And then he'll go, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then we end up arguing for 30 minutes about this tangential point off a point, off a point, off a point, off a point. And I never get to say the original 2-minute point that I was going to say in the first place. So I think that is more of an issue for me than his smugness. The smugness doesn't bother me at all. You found me because of the Crucible. Maybe I shouldn't slag off their audience. Define that. Are you saying that they're so fragile that I can't mock them? Fuck that. They mocked me and I thought it was funny. We're men. I assume if you're a fan of the Crucible, you could take someone ripping you. If you're going to say my wife pegs me and I could say you don't know how to please a woman and you say, whoa, Rob, that's over the line. I'm slagging the audience because I like them. Yeah, I told Pisco to his face, I don't mind him being hyper-aggressive to me. That's fine. I can reciprocate it. But one of the weaknesses of Pisco is I think he's a good enough debater that he could actually do well on platforms with people that would be bigger than me. Like, he theoretically could get on a Piers Morgan show. Why not? The problem is his interactions, particularly on X, are so fucking condescending and smug that no human's ever going to want to deal with him unless they have reason to. And that reason would be, well, he's someone like Destiny with a massive audience. But Pisco's not that. And so it's one thing for him to be like, Rob, you're a fucking idiot, blah, blah, blah. I don't mind that. That's cool. I don't mind it at all. But you can't do that to, like, Dave Smith or Glenn Greenwald or Jimmy Dore or Dave Portnoy. Like, these are people that are way bigger, and they're not going to deal with someone who's just being a prick. And I've told Pisco that. I'm like, I think if you approach that differently, and I'm not saying that because I need Pisco to treat me with kid gloves. He could continue to tell me to go fuck myself and this, that, and the other. Doesn't bother me in the least bit. But you can't do that to strangers. I know, Pisco, we've argued for hours and hours and hours, so it doesn't bother me. You can't start a conversation with someone like that. And it just... I don't think he gets it. I don't. I've told him that, and he's like, oh, I'll take that into consideration. He still does it. Okay. I think he's shooting himself in the foot. Yeah, I'm not trying to offend. Yeah, Richard, I'm not trying to. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here like the Crucible audience is below me. I'm saying they were picking on me, and I was going to be like the, Hollywood Hogan, like, you people all used to love me, but now you realize I'm better than you all, so fuck you all. All your wives are ugly, shit like that. I was just going to ham it up. But I think that they wanted more of a serious debate. I would have still seriously debated, but I figured it would make it more of a spectacle than focused on the topic at hand. So I decided to leave that part go. But it was not because of animosity. All right, let's see if I can join here. I think this is I don't know. No one's in the room yet, so I guess we aren't started yet. Which is a little worrying. You would think that at least the moderators would be here. Though I will say I'm pretty sure that there was a debate going on previous to this. So maybe they're busy doing that. So, well, we'll see when they get on. Sorry, I'm just reading the messages here to make sure I didn't. Oh, it looks like, that's funny. A good development here. Erudite, it looks like, is not going to be here, and instead it's going to be the intrepid Joe Lewis. So we'll get to talk about race in addition to everything else. Nick Six, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Says, that was a fun debate last night. JimBob was trying to bait and switch you a lot, and you kept up. Thank you. It was funny. One of the criticisms I saw someone was saying was that, like, I was being smug when I would say to JimBob, like, look, I want to get to what I want to talk about. Again, I thought that you have to understand my entire opening statement I eschewed because JimBob wanted to talk about this syllogism that he created. So 3/4 of the debate last night was literally working on approaching it from the direction that JimBob wanted, which I was more than happy to do. And I thought the debate was worthwhile on that. So I'm not complaining, but I just think it's so funny then when I say, like, listen, you have to leave me have a chance to talk about some of the stuff I wanted to talk about too. And of course there's going to be audience people who are like, how dare he? How smug of him? Like, what are you talking about? I would say even JimBob would probably agree. Yeah, I thought that we talked majoritarily about what the area that I wanted to talk about. So I know that you can never please everyone, but I try to pride myself, especially with people I respect, of making sure that I'm not, what's up, deflecting from what they want to talk about. Who, me? Yeah, I was talking. I didn't know that everyone was going to pop in at the exact same time. Was fucking Gibbs. Are you drunk yet? Okay, I figure. No, I'm weak, man. I can't drink anymore like I used to. So, That bodes well for our side. Prepping. I was just watching this documentary on Allen Iverson. So I was telling my aunt, like, preparation? We talking about preparation? I'm in here smoking these lefties and we're talking about preparation? I love that. It's one of my favorite things are like sports interview blow-ups. I love that shit. You know, Jim Mora, playoffs? That's great. It's good shit. Yeah. Oh, my audience can't. Hey, just so everyone knows, I'm streaming, so TOS and all that good stuff.
Rob, you sound good.
Here's to you, Rob. Here you go.
Have you already done mic check?
I don't know that anyone's done a mic check, really.
Check. Can you hear me okay? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Is that the wrong mic?
Good on your end, IRA?
What? Am I on the wrong mic?
No, is your volume good on your end? Because we can always turn you up on ours.
Oh, I hear you guys
Yep,
fine, yeah.
You're good. Joe Lewis.
Okay, cool.
I can't hear you at all,
muted.
Joe. You're muted. Maybe he can't hear us. Maybe he's...
Oh yeah, I can hear y'all fine. I
There
was
you
just
go.
gonna be on this end. I'm trying to figure out where I dragged you screen-wise.
Yo, what up? What up?
And who are we
Can
missing?
you turn your mic up, Pisco?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Can you drag people on Discord? Like their
Yeah,
camera?
if you're an admin, yeah.
Oh.
Turk's got admin.
Well, I didn't drag anybody up.
Joe, your hair looks fucking awesome. I sincerely mean that. That's great.
Yeah, bro, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Hope the kids
Well,
doing well as well.
I've lost
listen-
some hair, so I'm on that front not doing the best. But no, I'm doing very good other than that.
Hey, listen, I was over
Have you thought
your-
about sea salt
So
spray?
you can have some of mine. I'm growing hair places I don't want to grow hair.
Yeah,
Let me
me
tell you
too.
that.
Was that Hutch?
You got to get sea salt spray to give your hair volume. And then you do a matte clay and you do a strategic. I can teach you about it if you want.
Dude, I don't even trim
You
my
want
eye.
to take care of Andrew?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him. I assume he'll be here. Dude, I'm married. I don't give a shit.
It's
As
not
long as my
kick him.
wife's okay with how I look, I don't
My
give two
man.
shits at all. You know.
I've been getting into the waxing of the nose. It's so much better than shaving it. Oh, it's
That
the
was
best.
great.
Testing,
When
testing.
you
Can you hear me?
You got the 3 stripes? Hold on. Wait. We got to be fucking. Hold on.
Twinsies? You're gonna be twinsies?
What's
There he is.
what is
That
we
was
go.
great.
Sparky's in this debate?
No.
Sparky's just in the waiting room.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I got kicked out of the general deal because I told Dylan he needs to not be hosting dimwits on his show like Doghouse.
Well, shit, we got a
Oh,
whole
no.
panel of dimwits here, so we're fucked on that occurrence.
Oh, well, I'm here.
Well,
then.
no. There's some midwits here. There's some midwits and
I'll call
some
myself
high
a
IQ
midwit,
people.
yeah.
You know, there's some high IQ people. I can't name any of them yet, but hey, there's some high IQ people around here.
Hey guys, real quick, can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we
Turn
hear you.
Okay.
your volume up, though.
You got
I'm
your
ready,
camera
I'm ready
to
for
focus.
I'm ready for
Yeah.
more Spanish today, Pisco. I'm ready.
Yeah,
for
we can do that. Hang on a second. I'm not. So is my volume low? You guys can't hear me that well?
You're
No,
just
no,
a
you
little
can.
quiet.
You hear you fine.
Oh, you're
We,
fine.
we
You're
can
fine.
always
No,
turn
we hear
up
you
on the
too
end.
well, Pisco.
Oh right, yeah. Well, that's
You could
Yeah.
actually turn
Oh,
yourself
my bad. I've
down
been
a
calling you the
little bit.
wrong names the whole time. That's my
Damn.
bad. I didn't mean to do that to you.
You're good. You're good.
There we go. The
How's
balance
everyone
is
doing?
restored.
Oh, what
Oh,
up,
that's true.
Joe?
I do have Pisco
I
turned
saw
down.
you striped up, and I'm
Yeah,
like, damn,
alright,
I got my
alright.
stripes. Shit.
Oh,
That was-
damn.
that was,
Y'all are going into
admin
Eastern
bias on
European
my part.
tuxedos? Are y'all going to start
No.
trafficking children too? Are y'all joining the Tate fan club?
I don't got my.
That's what you
AK,
look
that's
like
the
right
problem.
now. You're either gay corn fans or Andrew Tate fans. Which one is it?
I actually had this is a deep cut. I don't know how many are into like fashion and culture like that. I used to have the Limp Bizkit jumpsuit, the purple one with the sequins.
I believe it, man. I believe
yeah,
it.
but like after it was just like a bunch of like home and just moving and stuff like that, I totally forgot it. I wish I kept that though, because that shit was fire.
It looks
No
like
doubt.
it looks like Joe and Pisco coordinated outfits and Hutch and IRI coordinated. That's what it looks like,
Yeah,
which is
that was
fine.
the whole plan.
Well, IRI's keeping it safe.
Look,
He's got
Hutch,
that-
Hutch is bringing that fobbit energy though, with the Hawaiian shirt, man.
Now, what energy?
The
The
fobbit
Hawaiian
energy.
shirt.
You're talking about
Yeah.
Gibbs.
I remember that.
You talking about me, Papa? Listen, listen, I'm in Texas. I got the official Boogaloo uniform. We got the body armor right next to the Hawaiian shirt.
Wrong
We got,
color
you
body
know-
armor though, bro. It's got
Hey,
to be
listen.
Lord
tan.
have mercy.
Yeah, don't worry about that. The tan.
Listen, I did Tim Pool's show, so we're probably on a FISA 2-hop warrant right now. So
All right.
cool it with
Is
the
everyone
Boogaloo
ready?
Boy comments, right?
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
You all
Ready
ready?
to
All
go.
right. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Have a good show. I'll speak to you in a bit. Thank you.
Oh, we're getting pulled.
I'm gonna get
Have
pulled
fun.
last. Oh,
Just waiting to get dragged in.
He's the best.
you're in. You just
We're
gotta go.
in, we're
You
in.
gotta go back
Yeah,
IRI
yeah.
to live on air. You're probably still under the waiting room thing.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It feels like it's 3 years ago, doesn't it?
What's up, Dylan?
How you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good. Thank you all for coming on the Hippy Dippy. And some of you returning guests that have been on before, of course. I know Turk, old veteran of Hippy Dippy Pisco. He's been on a few times. Ira has been on a few times. Rob, of course. Always the heel. Always the conservative bad guy. I appreciate him being on. Joe, of course, was one of the old veterans. Andrew, is this the first time I've had you on this show?
Muted, bud.
You are muted.
He's so confident he's
I
gonna.
said
do
I
the-
was on. I said I was on when Bosch was moderating once.
Oh, you were? Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot. Well, I've hosted a lot of these.
Yeah, don't worry, man. You're forgettable too. It's
Thank you.
fair.
I appreciate it. Gibbs, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Awesome. Gibbs was recruited from Hippie Recruitment, and so we got a great guest, a great list today. Let's just
I
get
remember
straight
what it
into
was. I remember what it was. You did not have the requisite clout in order to book me, unless Bosch was. That was what it was. My bad. My bad, Dylan.
I believe that I checked in, and you said I only had like 50 of necessary 75 clout points. And
Yes.
you were like,
Yeah,
I
you needed to up the clout game
I
a
either
little
needed to
bit.
sign up with your credit card program to get points, or had to wait, and so I waited. Okay, so let's get started. Today we're going to be debating the debate. So this debate's going to be good on the debate, and it's the presidential debate, debateception. Kamala versus Trump, Harris versus Trump. I just want to get straight into it, but first we go around, simple introductions. Keep it under 20 seconds. We don't need to know your life story. Let's start with Gibbs.
Hey, yeah, my name is Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere doing as Admiral Gibbs on every platform. I do gaming. We do politics several nights a week, and we do a lot of Halo-focused stuff and other sci-fi genres like Halo, and Star Wars, and 40K, and college football.
Thank you very much. He's also a pick from the Hippy Dippy Recruitment, so we're building it back up again. Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of the Crucible. It is, to my knowledge, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and blood sport debater.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Hutch.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/Hutch. We're doing daily uploads now on twitch.tv/Hutch. Started off in gaming, been doing politics for like 8 years.
Fantastic. I'm going to throw it now over to IRI.
I'm really important. I talk politics, stream Monday through Friday. That's about it.
Perfect. You also watch a lot of C-SPAN. Joe.
Yeah, my name is Joe Lewis, JOOELEWIS. Once again, thanks again for having me. I'm an alternate for somebody who dropped out, so I very much appreciate the last-minute throw-in, but I'm very glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Erudite could not join us today due to sickness. Hopefully we can get her at another time. We're going to throw it over to Pisco.
Thank you, Dylan. Really appreciate being here. Thank you for the invite. I'm Pisco. I talk about law on Twitter a lot and occasional debate politics or legal issues on Twitch or on YouTube, that kind of thing. You can follow me on Pisco Liddy on Twitter.
Okay. Rob Noor.
Rob Noor, populist conservative. My YouTube channel is Normal America with Rob Noor, probably the best place to find me. All other platforms, just Rob Noor. Happy to be here.
And Turk.
I go by The Turk. I can be found on YouTube at The Turk as well as Twitter. I do a lot of PCs, computer gaming, and I'm a resident master, knowledgeable expert of the console wars. So PC Master Race is the best race.
Fantastic. If you could turn up your mic volume just slightly, that would be fantastic. Okay? So we're going to go through the rule set quick before I pose the question, just so nobody can say they did not know. Number one, any use of slurs will not be tolerated. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so please do not get my channel banned. I was already just, demonetized for 10 months. I'd like money. Violations will lead to immediate consequences. We will ban you so we can try to keep our channel. If all participants are expected to adhere to the terms of service, you get the idea. Behave, don't do toss violations. When I'm speaking, you guys must remain silent. I'm not trying to give my opinion. I don't give my opinion during these. I am simply just trying to moderate or possibly ask a follow-up question if there's just too much noise and no one can hear it. I will be semi-aggressive. We have a lot of aggressive personalities and people who don't like each other, okay? And I know that. So I will be slightly aggressive with some youths today. I'm not picking on you. I just want the viewers to hear what is being said. If they're not hearing what's being said, it's not a show. It's for you. It's for the audience.
I like everybody, Dylan. What do you mean?
I never said anything about that.
Yeah, they're all my besties, bro.
Of course, you go way back with all of them, all back to college. When the opening and closing statements are to be delivered without interruption. So if you hear somebody say something mean about you, even though personal attacks are not allowed, you gotta wait and respond in point during your time to speak during introductions. Try to keep them to 2 minutes. Anything over that will eventually be interrupted because we got a show to run. Brevity and clarity are key. Okay, and that's it. Everybody understand the polls?
Good.
Fantastic. Most of you have done this before, so I don't think it's that confusing. We're going to open with the presidential debate. What is your reaction to what we just saw between Harris and Trump? Do you think Trump won? Do you think Harris won? How do you think it went? And how does it reflect on the race? We're going to start with Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe like on points, Harris won. But I think Trump asked some key questions, especially in his closing. I think the things he said are going to stick with the populace, especially when some of them ended up being true. I know everybody's going to want to talk about the dogs thing, which is hyperbolic. But, whenever one of these crazy, insane statements like the transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prisons actually turned out to be a true thing that she was advocating for, I heard the left be real silent and kind of ignore that. So I think that there's going to be some questions. I think asking why she hasn't done anything in the 3.5 years she's been there is a pretty good question, good way to close. I think it was very strategic. But I think she was very good in the debate and maybe caught Trump a little off guard, especially in that middle section.
Okay, got to throw it over to Andrew.
Yeah, so this was a subpar debate on both ends. I think that Trump barely got the best of it, and the reason that he barely got the best of it is Harris really needed to have a decent showing, and she really didn't. She didn't really outline any kind of new ideas for America whatsoever. There was nothing that wasn't just kind of a typified progressive policy. Trump, on the other hand, didn't have his kind of normal zingers, but he got a couple of good shots in there. Ultimately, I don't think the debate changed anybody's mind, and I don't think that that either one of them are eager to have another one. I saw today that Trump did not want to have another debate. So, yeah, I would say that the edge went to Trump. Harris also had the disadvantage of being a woman, and she I think that she handled that better than most by not being kind of like a shrill brat. But ultimately, she needed to have a better performance day, and she really didn't.
Hutch.
Well, I think the polls across the board have demonstrated that it's somewhere around 50% of the people thought she won the debate, 25% of the people thought that Trump won the debate, and 25% were undecided. So the public at large surely seems to believe that she got the better of it by pretty much a landslide. Trump seemed like he was phoning it in the entire time. It was pretty low energy. If you compare his debate performance from 2016, it's quite obvious that he is not the same man that he was back then. Not quite as bad as Biden in the last debate, obviously, but definitely low energy. I think Kamala went in there with a game plan to get under his skin and rattle him. And I think she was obviously successful in doing that. He spent far less time attacking her than she spent attacking him because he was spending most of his time defending himself. She would throw a little bit of bait into each answer, and he took the bait every single time. I think she went into it clearly prepared, and she executed on that plan. So I don't think there's any question who won this debate.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over now to Irai.
Yeah, I think Trump reminded a lot of people about why we don't want him back in the White House. He shined a racist spotlight on Springfield, Ohio, spreading this nonsense about Haitian immigrants are abducting people's pets and eating them. And he looked like a fool. TikTok is tearing him up. right now over it. He's also hanging out with this clown, Laura Loomer, another racist who calls Kamala Shaniqua. So I don't think Donald Trump had a great debate. He looked like a fool. And Kamala outlined some policy. Let's give new families $6,000 tax credit so they can buy a crib, they can take care of expenses in that first year. Let's give first-time home buyers a $25,000 credit so they can get assistance with a down payment. So I think Kamala rocked it. She had a great debate, and I think she did what she had to do. She didn't have to hit a home run. She just had to hit a single or a double, and she outperformed what a lot of people thought she would do.
Okay, I'm not going just one after the other. I'm trying to do like two conservatives, two left, two, and going back and forth. So next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Okay, first off, not the topic that I was told. I was told that the topic was going to be who is positioned to better lead the country, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I hope that we get to that, but I don't mind. I don't mind talking about.
I thought it was the debate.
No, the topic that I was given.
Yeah, that wasn't the topic I was given either.
But that's fine. I don't mind. I'm flexible, so hopefully we get to that. And I think it'll further illustrate the point that I have on this debate in the first place.
Wow, sounds like a classic bait and switch, Rob.
Because now I'm because
bamboozled, bro, bamboozled.
Now listen. I am going to take the position that I think Kamala Harris won the debate. So it oddly puts me now like maybe on the panel with the lefties to some degree, but I don't think it'll move the needle in any way. The reason is because Kamala Harris is running from all adversarial sort of questioning of her positions whatsoever. She is literally just running her campaign like the Biden administration did in 2020, which is a campaign from a basement that's running on things like vibes and leaving her surrogates do everything. She literally has so few policy positions that she's pretending to be Trump and crib his policy positions because the left always has to pretend to be Republicans when it comes to elections because their positions are so unpopular. So she's trying to do that. She's literally copying and pasting her positions from the Biden administration that the metadata shows it was just directly from Biden. And so she throws out a couple, so yeah, $20,000 family's bubble, let's throw money out. But she didn't really ever define who she is. This was Trump's chance to do so. He took the bait, didn't do a good job of defining her. So I give him a C minus, maybe a D plus. I give Kamala Harris a C, maybe C plus, because she didn't do anything for people that are undecided to be more comfortable with voting for. In fact, a lot of the polling shows that on the key questions such as the economy, actually people are less impressed with her after her debate performance than before the debate performance because she didn't do anything to really inform the American people of what she would do or why she hasn't done it. She is trying to run a campaign as if she's an agent of change when she is the de facto incumbent. She hasn't answered for the fact that she covered up for the mental decline, just like every lefty on this panel, for the mental decline of Joe Biden. And she claims that she was the last person in the room in many of these topics. That means she has directly adhered to the Biden administration, their failed policies. And as you'll see in this panel, we'll have to talk about things like Trump talking about cats or vibes or JD Vance is weird because everyone on this panel knows, despite what they'll try to gaslight you to believing, that the Trump administration was more effective for the majority of Americans than the Harris-Biden administration. And so they'll do everything possible to not talk about the disastrous record and the fact they gaslit the American people for 4 years saying the economy's great, the border's great, foreign policy's great, when it's all disaster under the Harris-Biden administration.
So I just checked. The question was, who is better to lead the United States into the future, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Parentheses, post-presidential debate. We can open with the presidential debate, then we'll go to that question in it. Because I think we start with the debate, then we'll move into those topics. Or, it'll be an outgrowth anyway. We're going to throw it over to Turk.
Yeah, so is that louder now? Is that good enough, Dylan?
This is perfect.
Cool. So I largely agree with some of the things Hutch said and resonate more with what Rob and Andrew said. I think that Kamala performed better during the debate. She was able to articulate some of the platitudes that she's been putting out throughout her different adventures and her presentations she's been doing at the rallies and stuff. But I do believe that things were really stacked against Trump in many different avenues. Being fact-checked multiple times, whereas there were plenty of obvious things that have been debunked that Kamala was able to put out a lot of times that no one was able to push her on except for Trump. Never got to flesh those out. But when it comes to policy positions, I could debate with IRI on some of what Kamala presented. I think what Trump presented could have been presented better, but I do believe that Trump's platform is a little more sound, a little more rounded and more defined, and I would have to give Trump that edge on that during the debate.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I want to make something pretty clear because I'm definitely in confrontation to the other more liberal people on this panel as somebody who voted uncommitted within my primary and somebody who also plans to vote green for this election. So I want to make it very clear that I have no stretch of the imagination in support of Kamala Harris, nor will I want to support the Democratic Party moving forward. With that being said, in the confines of the debate itself, I do believe that Kamala did what she had to do in towards of poking Donald Trump, but I'm not exactly convinced that seems to be something that's a very big challenge to do, since he pretty much took every single bait that she lobbied, even the small things. So that was very frustrating to watch. My concern moving forward are a few clear things. I think it's in the best interest of the American people for them to debate as often as possible moving forward. I think that has to be in some capacity in a more diverse environment. That means that you need to have something within the DNC and RNC apparatus, and then something also within the Fox News apparatus. I think what would be beneficial, if I am somebody within Trump's camp, is to keep the debates concentrated. So having it focus on a particular policy. Something that was very frustrating for me is that education wasn't really a topic of the debate. Housing wasn't a topic of this debate. Voter expansion or lack thereof wasn't a conversation. They were talking about, Kamala was talking about gun ownership, and there was a school shooting less than 7 days prior. That's embarrassing and really rough to watch. And with that being said, I do strongly support moving forward that they have more debates. I think it's in the best interest of the American people. So I really hope Trump and Kamala can figure that out. I do think she did a great job, or the best as she could. But if we're talking about grades, it's like a B- for Kamala, and then a D+, if not C- for Trump. But again, they're not talking to those who are on this panel. They're talking to the undecided voters, the moderates, the more people closer to the center, to try to move them one way or another. So that's going to be the hard part for both of them.
And we're going to throw it to Pisco to wrap us up.
Thank you. So I don't really think it's up for debate that Kamala won the debate. I think practically, 3 out of 4 conservatives here either say that she clearly won or it was a wash. And so, and polls suggested as well, in terms of optics, it was a no-brainer. Kamala Harris was clearly more polished, more prepared. On the point about taking the bait, I don't think, for example, people talking about the crowd size thing or the cats and dogs thing, that is just a optic point. It actually is a substantive point. And let me give you an example. Right now in my opening, I could take the bait of what Andrew said about shrill women and start talking about that and acting all offended. But I have a strategy going into this discussion. I have a strategy because I want to talk about certain things, and I don't want to talk about other things and drag down discussions into points that are not what I care to argue about at the moment. And Trump showed that he is unable to control his urges, unable to control what he wants to discuss and what he wants to, and what he would be advantageous for him to discuss. I don't think that would be policy. If you started listening to the debate about any kind of specific policy prescription, I challenge you to bring something up other than, a destructive 10% tariff across the board. And that shows to me a lack of leadership, a lack of preparedness for the office of presidency. And the other thing that shows a complete, to the American people, lack of preparation and fitness for the office is his continued lie about the 2020 election. This is a man who tried to steal the presidential election in 2020 and undo and upend our constitutional process. The people saw it once again that he has no respect for the dignity of this country, its founding principles whatsoever. He continues to promote the lie that he won when he lost. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, put a dignified performance, absolutely obliterated him on multiple policy issues, and especially that one. The notion that this is a man who's all about himself and will do anything, even destroy this country and its constitution for his own benefit.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the debate, but halfway through, you can only debate a debate so much. We're probably gonna shift away totally from it. I think the debate conversation will probably move us towards policy and the differences between the candidates anyway. But I'm gonna start with Andrew because Andrew's the one that disagrees the most, so it makes sense to throw it to him first. Andrew, would you like to expand at all about why you think Trump might have edged out on the debate?
Yeah, well, he just had he had kind of better zingers. The thing is that Harris didn't present any kind of new vision for America. It's just a continuation of Biden policies. There was nothing extravagant that she said which stood out. There was no kind of great reforms that she's promoting. Even when I looked at her plan, I was looking at her plan this morning in preparation for the debate. She's not really doing much. She's adding 4% to the corporate tax rate. And that's about it. I mean, there's not really much in the way of deviation. She wants the same type of assault weapons ban. She wants all the kind of same progressive tripe that we've been hearing about nonstop for years. So there's just really nothing that makes her stand out. There's nothing that makes her exceptional in this race. She looks like exactly what she is, somebody who was swept in there in order to be the candidate for the Democrat because Joe Biden lost his fucking minds, and Democrats hid that for well over a year, knowing that he was in cognitive decline, and would have pushed him out there as being completely fit for office, even knowing he was in cognitive decline. And other Democrats came to the rescue of him and said, well, it's okay to go ahead and elect this guy who has the mental capacity of an infant because he'll have good staff around him and he'll be a nice puppet president for the Democrats. So I thought that was bullshit, but she looks like exactly what she is, a hasty replacement where nobody else was available, who she was there. And so they're using her. But there was absolutely nothing which made her stand out. I'd love to hear any policy from any of these liberal scumbags on this panel, any policy that makes Kamala Harris stand out. They won't be able to name a single one, not one.
So
$25,000 for first home buyers.
Just so I'm clear in terms of talking about because you mentioned a concern about distinction, right? Which I would agree with you that she didn't really do too much in terms of establishing that distinction. But it seems like what I'm sure Hutch and I, and especially Pisco, are going to argue is that there was a distinction there. So if you were to be charitable, what do you think would be the response of certain things of distinction? Or were there any points of distinction in your eyes in the debate?
Distinction between who? Trump and Kamala?
I got one.
I
Moderators. So go ahead.
I was just saying, I already went over the distinction in performance, but when you get to the meat and potatoes of what it actually is, Kamala looks like exactly what she is. Somebody who the Democrats turned to in desperation because the candidate that they wanted in there, who probably would have easily beaten Trump by their estimation, Joe Biden, is unfit, and we knew this as soon as the first debate was done, that he was in massive cognitive decline, and that this was hidden from the American public, even though Democrats knew it. She looked like exactly what she was, just a ringer who was there, who the Democrats turned to. She didn't look polished, like Pisco said. That's fucking cope. She also didn't have any great policy positions that made her stand out. There was no great kind of
Hang on a second, Andrew. You made a claim before. You made a claim before that we couldn't identify a single policy that she put forward.
No, I didn't. Before? That's not what I said.
Okay, sorry. So are you able at this moment?
Pisco, what did I say, bro? What did I say?
You said that none of the Democrat left-wing people on this panel are going to be able to identify a single policy proposal that she put out.
Nope, I didn't.
Or a new
nope,
policy
it's incorrect. You're an idiot.
Restate your claim. Restate your claim.
You got to stop talking then. Yes,
Yeah.
so I'll stop talking. Go to the VOD. I said you find a single policy position that made her stand out, Pisco.
How about the purchase? What would you think about the purchase of or the construction of 3 million new homes? That was a policy put out.
So 3 million new homes. Oh, I really made her stand out. What a great policy.
I want to be a little bit more charitable here.
So that's what we have here, right? So anything that we propose that we think will either be incremental or be different, this is a policy that neither Trump proposed, that Biden didn't propose. It is a novel policy. Would you acknowledge that, Andrew? It's novel.
No, I don't think it's novel. Democrats have been talking about the rebuilding of America through infrastructure every single election of my lifetime.
Our homes infrastructure?
Yes, they're
personal homes infrastructure.
Yes, of course it's infrastructure.
What is not infrastructure, Andrew?
What are you talking about?
Is everything infrastructure?
Everything that the government is going to build, if they're going to build public housing, yeah, I would consider that to be infrastructure.
Would you consider the government is just like giving checks to people to spend on their rent? Is that infrastructure?
No, that would be welfare.
Oh, so what's the definition of infrastructure for you?
Why are we being pedantic with this? Just tell me what you want, Pisco. Get to what you're getting to.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to put a big label on it and say infrastructure and say, well, it's just the same kind of infrastructure policy as before because, look, Biden had an infrastructure policy. But you know that there's a difference in kind between purchasing homes and purchasing
I don't
things
think
like
it stand out, Pisco.
They're different,
Pisco,
right?
It didn't
this is a policy. Yeah, not to you because you're going to say anything that because you're
the next day was like, oh my God, did you hear Kamala's
yeah.
million new homes? Nobody said that, Pisco. Nobody gives a shit.
Okay, wait.
So,
Okay, how
what
about
you're
Nobody
looking
gives a
Pisco?
shit about
Clear-
3 million homes, Pisco. Nobody fucking cares.
People don't.
Clearly
Wait.
say, like,
People don't
3
care
million-
about. People don't care
Pisco,
about housing.
clearly say why 3 million homes matter, and then we'll have Andrew just respond quickly
Yeah.
instead of
So,
talking over each other.
clearly, the American people have made it abundantly apparent to everybody that housing prices and the price of housing is a big concern of theirs. In fact, it's one of the big sources of angst in America and Middle America, as well as in other countries, Canada, UK. Everyone is going through a cost of living crisis in this country. And for Andrew to say, "Oh, who the fuck cares about houses? Who the fuck cares about prices and homes?"
Yeah,
shows
nobody
what's going
cares.
on here. He doesn't care. And what's more is Andrew sort of bills himself as a person for the family. Isn't that what you want? Don't you want permanent homes, people to have connections?
No,
and
you know
roots to
what
their
happens when
communities?
the government
Okay,
goes in and they build low-income housing homes? Is it brings in people with low income, brings everybody's housing prices way down. Pisco. That's what ends up happening.
Who said
Pisco.
low-income houses?
Bro, are you going to let me
Low-income
finish?
houses.
My turn.
Yeah.
I just let you talk. Remember how I did that? You're going to do the same thing for me. So here's what happened. Okay,
You cut him off multiple times to be clear.
Oh, sorry, Hutch. Are
be
you going to
clear.
cry, Hutch? Are you going to cry, Hutch? You want me to go get you?
I'm pointing it out.
Andrew.
You're
Why don't
trying
you
to tell
let
him that you're
We're gonna
to let him
Andrew finish.
speak, and you cut him off
We're
the
gonna
whole
go down-
fucking time.
We're gonna let Andrew finish. We have other people that want to talk, so I don't want to get to others. I know Turk's been waiting patiently. So Andrew, finish your point.
Yeah, anytime the government decides that they're going to build houses for people and get them out there, I'm guessing you want to get them in the hands of those who need them the most, which are going to be lower income people who probably don't qualify for them under today's market. Otherwise, why would you be fucking building them? Otherwise, let me finish.
Interrupting him, dude.
Bisco, let me finish, Bisco. Otherwise, why would you build them? If people just qualified for them right now and could go get them, you wouldn't need to fucking build them. So you're going to be building them for the people who don't qualify for them. And since that is the case, you're going to be building them for people with low income. Low income people are going to come in. It's going to drive the pricing of housing down. That's all Democrats ever do. They're scumbags. Don't give a shit about anybody except themselves. And of course, it's not their money. What do they care?
Okay, it was
It's a
Pisco's
dumb
point, so I do want to go back
assumption.
to him, and then we're going to Turk. And Hutch,
It's a dumb assumption for Andrew to say low-income people are the ones who are primarily going to be doing these purchases. It is true that I think that with the $25,000 first home-time buyer a provision that's included as part of the plan, that might attract some people who would otherwise wouldn't be able to afford homes. But the whole point of Kamala's entire policy is to drive down housing
Wait, so I was
prices.
right, Pisco?
Hang on, but that is what people have been asking for, is to make it affordable for people to own homes. Now, what
Oh, wait,
Andrew
so I
is
was
saying
right.
is,
You said you would let. I
what-
interrupted him.
What Andrew is saying is, I don't want housing to become affordable for people. I don't want people to be able to purchase homes, and I think that policies that are crafted for that aim are stupid. I mean, then say what you feel. And admit that what you don't
Look at-
really
look at
care
Pisco
about.
making
You
a
don't
point
really
for us.
care. You
Thanks,
don't really
Pisco.
care. Wait, hang on. You don't really care about people having access to affordable housing.
No,
You're
you
fine
don't
with
care,
them
Drew.
living in big
Over to
cities
Turk.
and yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, Pisco, here's the thing,
I
though,
threw it over
man.
to Turk.
Right? Is you just made
So Turk, continue.
Yeah, so I got a smart aleck answer, and then I got a pushback on Pisco, and then I also wanted to kind of engage Pisco on the original claim of the quality of the debate. So first thing, the government has a really hard time actually defining things, because infrastructure can mean a whole bunch of different things, but so can inflation. And if you went to heard the Joe Biden clip where he said the Inflation Act or whatever should have been called something else about the green energy. So that's that point. Then the second thing is, what do you think happens to the costs of homes when the government artificially gives people money in order to buy homes?
I think if you increase supply by 3 million and encourage first-time owners, I'm not sure about the net inflationary effect or the net price effect on that. I'm not an economist, so I couldn't tell you. But you're massively increasing supply, and yes, you are providing incentives for certain types of people to get housing. So I don't know.
We tried something. People, Pisco. Like I said,
something. No. Sorry.
Low income, like I said, Pisco.
Hang on a second. So is it different in your mind, Andrew? First-time home buyers and low-income people, are those things different? Yes or no? Are those things different? Yes or no, Andrew?
Of course, there's a distinction
Okay.
between the two. However, no, Pisco, it doesn't make your point.
Yeah, so
Pisco, the thing is that I can say there's a distinction between the two. What you're trying to draw in is people can't afford houses right now. People who can't afford houses right now are going to be people who don't have a lot of fucking money. All right, Pisco? Answer my question. Answer my question, Pisco.
Not necessarily.
No, of course not. No, they have tons of money. They have tons of money, Andrew. That's why they can't afford houses.
Not necessarily. As you're aware, Andrew, as you're aware, even people who would be considered kind of middle income have been priced out in certain places.
Oh yeah, they've been priced out. Where have they been priced out?
That's a good point, Pisco. Everybody's priced out. You can't even go buy food at the grocery store, and they're worried about fucking housing prices. It's the most outrageous, ridiculous bullshit I've ever seen.
You guys
like we're offering solutions for problems. Oh, I'm out of touch.
No.
I'm not out of touch. Listen. They had a jobs report come back. It's 800,000 less. If I took it to my stockholders and said, "Hey, we're going to make 800,000 less this year than what was predicted," guess what? My stock prices would drop. It's the same thing here. They're lying, and then they turn around and go, "Hey, we're going to give you this little consolation prize, housing," which probably won't even solve the problem. And secondly, it's such a drop in the bucket. It doesn't affect any of the real issues. It's total fucking bullshit. And you're over here going, "It's so good."
Even with that,
so good,
even with that revision, Biden had stronger job numbers than Trump did. Even if you take away COVID losses and gains.
Yeah, but because everyone's gonna work 3 jobs to buy fucking 1 thing of milk, bro. Like,
Okay,
no,
I'm gonna jump
the economy.
We're gonna work 3 jobs. We saved it, bro. Yeah.
He made a claim. He made a claim about jobs.
There's too many people talking at the same time. I want to hear what Hutch said clearly. I know Turk never got the finished statement, so we will get Turk again, but he got half of his statement out, and there's a lot of people. I want to hear Hutch's point clearly, and we'll have one person respond, not 3.
It's a simple point. He made a point about how they revised the job numbers down. But even if you account for that, there were more jobs that were created on Biden's watch. Even if you get rid of the job losses during COVID and then the bounce back, the initial recovery.
It's not true. So
if you're making a point about jobs,
it's not true.
Then we need to address that.
It's not true. Just to reference
it's
the
not
jobs.
False.
Just
anybody who's watching this right now, you can look it up yourselves.
Just to reference the job numbers first, the vast majority of the jobs that have been created were jobs that were lost during COVID through disastrous policies, which I'll agree some Republicans and Trump went along with, but certainly were championed more by the Democrats. They're now taking credit for jobs that they let people go back to work. Second, full-time jobs are down tremendously, and many of these are part-time jobs because due to the Harris-Biden economy, people have to work multiple part-time jobs now to be able to do things. Third, the net number of jobs from citizens of this country or people born in this country have declined precipitously. Most of those jobs are going to people that were foreign born, and so that means most of those people would be ineligible to vote. That means when you're considering voting, knowing this, you and all the people you know that are eligible to vote are actually losing jobs. Fourth, jobs are hardly important if real wages are going down, which real wages have been going down precipitously under the Harris-Biden administration. Now, to talk about some of the other things that were said here specifically, when it comes to sort of housing, let me ask you this question, Pisco. The same people that promised they were going to buy millions and millions or thousands of electrical vehicle stations and were spending hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars doing that. How many did they end up building?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
Okay, another question. They also said
3. I got you back.
Yeah, 3. Right. Okay, and they also said they also spent hundreds.
Who's the same people? What do you mean by the same people?
The Harris-Biden administration and the people that are actually running the show behind them. Secondly, let me ask you another question. When those same people also promised that they were going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for rural broadband, how many rural broadband people have been connected under that policy that spent hundreds of millions of dollars?
I don't know off my hand.
The answer is 0. The answer is 0 to that. So what Andrew...
There's a lot of appropriations. Are you denying the appropriations were put towards public ends under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, or that there were great investments made under the Inflation Reduction Act?
I think that's deflecting what the central question here. The point that Andrew's trying to get to is it's easy to promise, we're going to spend money that we're just going to create out of thin air to build a product that will benefit people. But the problem is that ends up causing inflation, which we can see is already the core problem of the Harris-Biden administration. And second, they rarely deliver
and brings down housing prices, Rob. Remember that.
How is bringing down housing prices causing
I would like to continue my point. And secondly, they rarely deliver on the promises that they've given anyway. So we end up with massive inflation and the promises that they delivered not coming through. Now, to the more central point, again, you can see from the opening statements from people like IRI that were shouting racism, talking about the cat story and things like that. Then you see from Pisco talking about threat to democracy January 6th, exactly as I said would happen in my opening statement. They know that despite the gaslighting that they've done, including decrying people that correctly called out the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, the American people do not believe the Harris-Biden administration when it comes to the important things such as the economy, such as immigration. And so they know that they have to deflect from talking about those things at any means possible. I'm sorry, the American people are not assuaged of their fears that Kamala's been there for 3.5 years and their real wages have gone down and they can't afford food and they can't afford housing and their border is porous and their cities are being overrun with people that are breaking the law and taking their resources, and this administration has done nothing but exacerbate that. But it's all solved because she had 20 seconds of policy positions when she said, we're going to give people free money and create houses, something that they failed to do. Three and a half years they failed to do.
I mean, this is a shell game. This is a shell game what they're doing. So Andrew asked for a specific policy.
Pisco, I do want to throw out the IRI because he hasn't really said much.
Andrew asked for a specific policy. That's why we're focusing on
Pisco,
it.
be respectful. Let IRI talk. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Dylan said that I could go first.
I said after Pisco.
So Andrew asked for a specific policy
I like how you call him
that we
Pisco.
could talk about, and I offered one, and we were focusing on housing because that's where Andrew was taking the conversation. He wanted to get into the substance of the topics, and now Rob is decrying us and calling foul because we're focusing on that instead of Biden's cognitive decline. And
Yeah, that
similarly,
literally never happened.
You cannot win. Andrew is decrying the fact that we're lowering housing prices, and Rob's talking about inflation and worrying about prices going
both
up.
are true at the same time. So in areas where the low-income people come in, it's going to lower the value of the houses around, and it's also going to cause inflation.
What I'm going to say. So I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. So it sounds like these are a couple no-win scenarios. On the one hand, we want to talk about policy because that's what Andrew wanted us to get into. But obviously, Rob wants to talk about underlying deceit, and you can't trust the administration. So pick what you want to talk about, and we can go.
We can talk about all of it, Pisco. It's not a one. It's not a one or the other. It's not a bifurcation. We can talk about all of it. All of it's a package deal. So if you have low-income people coming into the suburban neighborhoods, it's going to necessarily lower the housing prices, which are in that area. Guarantee it happens nonstop. Okay, that is where you get the phenomenon called white flight. That's why that happens. Also, on top of that, it is going to increase inflation when you artificially increase the supply by 3 million homes. Pisco, both are true at the same time, Pisco.
Increasing housing supply is going to increase inflation. Help me there.
What's crazy is you offer this.
I'm sorry, where does the money come from, Pisco?
Sorry, I'm throwing it over to IRI.
Does the government spend the money, Pisco?
Yeah.
First, Andrew.
There was a question to Pisco, so now Pisco has to respond because you asked a question. So Pisco.
Yeah, so I understand that government expenditures can be inflationary in nature.
No kidding.
Let him finish.
If you're going to make a positive claim that there's a strong relationship or a good relationship, whatever you want to say, between the policy proposed by Harris, and you have to make it. Like Trump's policy of tariffs, a 10% tariff across the board is also in principle inflationary. But don't you have to make a case? Don't you have to make a showing that it's going to noticeably increase more than the any kind of countering effects that other kinds?
Well,
of
I mean, that was a nice whataboutism, Pisco. It doesn't answer my question.
Or increases in taxes. I'm not sure that it's going to noticeably increase inflation. I'm not sure about that. That's your case you have to make.
Well, Pisco, can we start then?
Right.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'll give it to IRI. Sorry.
I have to say, Andrew, my feelings are hurt for you to call me a liberal scumbag. I thought we were cool. I still love you, but that's okay. That
Nice to
said,
see you again, IRI. How are you?
I'm good.
I noticed your anti-Semitic remarks you made towards Laura Loomer. That wasn't very nice, IRI.
Well, I'm Jewish, so it's kind of hard for me to be anti-Semitic, but okay.
And his IDF is in his family.
Here we go.
But I'm happy for your success. You've been doing great, so I'm happy for you. As far as the jobs go, there are 5 million more jobs in America today than February 2020 before the pandemic. And you guys said these are because people have 3 jobs. But the thing is, we've had a record unemployment rate. It's been below 4%, or it was below 4% for a record stretch we haven't seen since the 60s. We hit record unemployment 3.4%, below even what Trump accomplished. So I feel like a lot more people in this country are employed. And this isn't the case that you guys portray. Everybody's got a part-time job.
Everybody does have a part-time job, but I just what's crazy.
It's 5% of the workforce.
That's wrong. Everybody's got a part-time gig, a side gig, a side hustle. Yeah, I don't believe your numbers, even if you show them to me. I know too many people in my everyday life. Even if it's anecdotal, you can just go ask anybody. Everybody's got to do 2 things.
Why do you not?
Everybody has to. Because you can go ask 10 random people at HEB or Walmart or wherever, and they all will tell you they're doing 2 things. And there's no way that this sample size. Sure, it's anecdotal, but when it's every time, we've already caught you cooking the books and the job numbers. Why would I believe you with this 5% bullshit?
You understand?
It's clear that y'all are lying. Y'all lied about Biden. Y'all lied about Biden. Y'all every time y'all say Kamala's got a policy, half the time it's just Trump's policies. Listen, it sounds like you got 2 halves of nothing. And what basically that equals out to is a whole lot of nothing. And y'all are sitting here just trying to pass off vagaries and nebulous policy and buzzwords like opportunity economy and say we're going to fix it. Well, Trump asked a valiant question. Hey, 3.5 years, y'all ain't done shit. It's only got worse. Why hasn't it been fixed since then? And nobody's been able to answer that here. Y'all just keep saying, "Oh, she got this
let me ask you a
housing."
Wait, I would like to ask, what is your guys' solution for the housing crisis? Because I know
Well,
what Trump has been
before
offering.
you
It
skip
doesn't
over
sound like
to the
anything,
what
so-
about, can you answer his question?
What?
Why haven't you fixed
You're
everything?
gonna
in
run.
4
You're gonna
years?
run.
Anything
Is
in
that the
3.5
question?
years?
Yeah,
No,
so we
his
had-
his question
First time we
is
didn't have a peaceful First time we didn't have a transition with the previous administration. Donald Trump took a giant dump on the floor and set everything up for disaster. So they had to do a little bit of cleanup work. The last
What?
Trump's
Wait,
fault.
wait, hang on.
Hold on.
The Democrats have been in charge of the presidency for 12 of the last 16 years.
Ira gets to
Let me
finish.
finish. The whole world has been suffering through economic problems. This is not an American-centric thing. So we've done pretty well compared to the rest of the world.
We sure have. And what's more, in 2 years, we've only had Congress for 2 years. And those 2 years, there was a ton of bipartisan legislation passed. The CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, the, other kind of weird, gun legislation that was bipartisan in nature.
Y'all have had the presidency for 12 of the last 16 years, Pisco. Like, what do you mean? Like, y'all have had the leader of the free
I don't know
world,
why-
and it's been
why-
this dog shit
why does
for
this
like
need to-
all the whole time.
Why does this need to turn into a civics lesson? You understand that Congress is the one that
Oh, we're
passes
gonna do a civics
major
lesson? Okay,
legislation,
you know what
right?
executive orders are? Like, yeah, I mean, you act like they don't have any control.
Hang on.
I'm not sure what you guys are
When we
picking this
try to do
Wait,
major,
we'll let
when we
Pisco
try to do major executive action, for example, and you may not agree with the underlying policy, but Biden made a promise with student loan, and you might say that that's stupid or whatever. But when the administration tries to do stuff, who are the first people suing? It's Republican governors, Republican individuals. They're trying to stop as much as they can the administrative
Great,
state.
Pisco. Then
And
don't
in
put
fact-
anything on Trump's feet if it's all due to Congress, Pisco. If it's all Congress, then don't put it on Trump's feet.
In fact, that's not to say the president doesn't have a lot of power. They do.
No, no, he has a lot of power. 10 seconds ago, he's barely anything to do with anything. Now suddenly he has a lot of power.
And they just lied again. I just found a source saying that 54% of Americans are doing side jobs now. So they're lying. They're just lying.
In terms of the economy, the presidency can obviously, I guess, in terms of chain of command, you have the Federal Reserve there, which has a lot of influence on prices, that kind of thing. But in terms of direct appropriations and kind of major legislation, tax changes, that's all coming through Congress. The president has some role in what they can do with the administrative state, but that's all things that you guys don't agree with.
Man, are you tired from backpedaling, Pisco?
And there's no backpedaling
Oh,
whatsoever.
total backpedaling.
So,
10 seconds ago. 10 seconds ago. The president has almost no power.
You got like skates on ice, Papa. That's what you're
If I
doing.
may,
Come on.
if I may,
you guys are asking, for example, why haven't they done the housing thing in
okay.
4 years? They haven't had Congress.
I know there's a lot of interrupting
It's
back and
absurd
forth,
for
so
you
I'll
guys
try to
to pick a
talk.
fight.
I'll
It's
try to
absurd.
just.
It's-
I'll
hold on,
try
real
to just
quick,
get my.
Guys,
Go ahead,
please,
Hutch.
please, 1 second. I know, Rob, you want to talk, but Turk has been waiting, and Joe has been waiting very patiently. I have you after them. I just wanted to make sure I check with them. Turk, were you still waiting, or has the moment passed?
I can still bring it back to the topic that you brought up, Dylan, if you'd like me to do that.
But I
you'd
do
like.
Joe first because it might be relevant.
Sure, yeah.
Joe,
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Pisco, for having to push at you too. A little frustration that I do have with the Biden-Harris administration, and then by extension, now the Harris administration, and Rob brought this out a little bit in his argumentation, is that there are still issues within underserved communities that haven't been actualized and promised. And something that I wish was clearly articulated in the Harris administration would be something like, to get very sort of specific, we saw in New Jersey about a drop in monthly revenue from hospitals across the board, anywhere from 30 to 40%. And that's a little bit higher in more underserved areas like Camden and Newark. And something that the person that I voted for the Senate, Larry Ham, was advocating for was an expansion of the infrastructure bill to cover things like emergency centers and hospitals, which is something that currently doesn't exist in the infrastructure bill as currently. So that's a frustration that I have with the Harris administration. And if we want to get really specific in the ideas of
Biden administration, you mean?
In the, what did I say? What's
Harris administration?
In the Biden experience. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, it's really difficult to differentiate the two nowadays, isn't it?
I mean, that's not
Consider he's on the beach every day, you know.
That's not the here or there in the misspeak, but my concern there is that there are things that could help. And I think it is legitimate to question the 3 million houses plan.
If I may jump in, because I do have something to add on this specific point. So to the points that were addressed here.
Can I finish my house thing and then I'll land the plane and go off to you, Rob? Is that all right? Or yeah. So like the thing is, like we saw, for example, like in the housing crisis, right? For black households, about 8% of black households were lost during that from 2008. something that I think could have been really cool to hear and see is an acknowledgement from whether it be the Biden administration or the Harris campaign articulating that, because something that would be cool to have coupled along with that is in those sort of first buyer initiatives and stuff like that to include individuals who lost their home during those foreclosures for people in subprime mortgages. That I think would be a very easy rhetorical thing that could move a lot of people in the center. A lot of people in the center probably were affected by that statistically, which obviously would have an impact for black voters in particular, but also to all voters who were affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm gonna let Rob. I have a response, but I just want to let Rob talk.
Oh, shit.
For sure.
I screwed stuff up. Okay, to respond to this, first I want to go, I'll swear I'll get to right to what Joe said there, it's sort of in the spirit of it. But notice how in all of this talk about jobs, I could talk about the specific job numbers. Yes, unemployment numbers look like they're doing okay. That's because it doesn't count people that are no longer trying to get work. Labor force participation is still lower than it was in pre-pandemic levels. What happened was a lot of people got so frustrated after the lockdowns and things like that that they never tried to go back to work, in addition to increased welfare benefits and PPP loans and other stimulus checks that we're sending them. Many people never went back to work. So unemployment numbers look way better than they actually are. The real unemployment number is probably around 7%. And none of that matters anyways. The fact that you have to work multiple jobs and we count each of those multiple jobs as a job, but people's still real wage growth is barely moving the needle since the Harris-Biden administration, where under Trump it was going up by leaps and bounds. So people know, and that's why all the polling shows that people feel they were economically better under the Trump administration than under the Harris-Biden administration, which is why what I said, which Pisco deflected from, was no one wants to talk about that. Instead, you'll talk about one random policy. Oh, they're going to spend money and build houses, that's it. And the rest of it will be, as you've seen IRI try to do here, make excuses that in the first term, congressional term, when Harris and Biden were there, where they controlled the House and had the tiebreaker in the Senate, they didn't do any of this shit. And what's IRI's response to that? Well, that's because Trump didn't have a peaceful transition of power. Exactly. What they're trying to do is cover for Harris, which is why she's not out there talking to the American people, talking to adversarial press. She's hiding, just like Biden hid, because they can't defend their record. And to the extent that they're trying to come up with policies, most of it's just cribbing things Republicans and Trump have said, to the point where even Joe Lewis correctly points out he's frustrated as a lefty that Harris is actually on stage talking about how she supports gun rights. They always become more Republican because they understand that their policies will not get them elected, which is why Bernie Sanders said the other day, oh, in reality, what's going on is Harris has to say what she needs to say to get elected. Exactly. That's how bad she is. She's a chameleon. It's ran by people behind her. She's not really doing anything. So the question I have for Pisco, to pivot off what Joe's saying, is, one, when Harris was there and was basically running the show because Biden had dementia, which you and all of the Democrats covered up for because you're liars that don't care about democracy, why didn't she do any of these policies like create massive amounts of houses? Why did the policies that they pushed through end up leading to massive inflation? Why did they lie to people over and over again and say, actually, the economy is great when people were struggling miserably? And even if they couldn't have got it done through Congress in the past 2 years, I disagree with that because they basically got everything they wanted in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was basically Green New Deal light, as Joe Biden admitted the other day. And lastly, they tried to push through shit and congressional or executive orders that they knew would be overturned, like the bailouts of student loans. So why didn't they try executive orders to build housing and to reduce inflation? The truth is because they didn't give a shit, just like they lie to, maybe you'll appreciate this, Joe, black Americans every election year. For 2 years, they don't give a shit about black Americans until it's an election year, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. They don't care about people in rural America, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. Why didn't they do these amazing things? None of you have an answer. The Democrats were in charge. Harris was in charge, and she didn't do shit. The country was way better under Trump. The country is way better under Trump.
Same question around on Trump.
That was an extensive question, and I don't just want to throw.
I can answer everything you said
too. But one moment, I do also want to say, if you want to ask questions to anybody on the panel or the panel itself, donate your questions, put a message, and the highest ones will get read. We're shilling here.
I have a question. Hold on.
Chat. His chat crazy. Thinking about the donate and say some crazy questions.
It's an interesting point to me that you guys want to pick a fight on policy when it came to the debate. What policies did Trump articulate during that debate besides
Wait, are you
tariffs,
surprised?
drill,
Are you
maybe
surprised?
drill?
Let IRI finish, but Rob went for a bit. I want to
But
hear
what
an extended
aboutism?
response.
Why are we doing what aboutism?
Somebody
Answer
want
to
to
its
answer
question.
Rob's cavalcade of nonsense.
If you want an answer to this question, Biden got way more legislation passed. Biden got way more legislation passed during his first 2 years than Trump did. The very first thing that Trump tried to do when he was president was repeal and replace Obamacare. He failed. The next thing he did was the tax cuts that the Republicans had been clamoring to do for decades. And then what did he get done after that? What were his major signature pieces of legislation?
I'll respond
you really
to this.
want to compare the legislative track record between Biden and Trump?
Yeah, give me 30 seconds.
Okay,
give me 30 seconds. I'll answer this. Because what Kamala Harris is running on is being an agent of change. What you can't get around is the American people know that economically and security-wise, they were better off under a Trump administration than a Harris administration. So what's happening is the Harris administration is trying to run on, we're the agents of change. Things will be different. To why I say then why, if she's been there in charge for 4 years, haven't they done any of these things? You then respond, let me finish. You respond with, but they actually got a lot of shit done. They actually got to do a lot of what they wanted. Exactly. And the American people are not happy with it. So then your counter argument, which is, well, they couldn't get things done that they wanted done, but this time they will, is bullshit, as you're admitting. They did get a ton legislatively done, and America has given it the thumbs down.
Hang on a second.
Why did we have a historically good midterm? Why did we expand our majority in the Senate during an economic downturn? Why did we make Trump a one-term president, the first since George H.W. Bush? If your leadership and Trump's leadership and your policies were so popular...
It's because of social issues. It has nothing to do with the economy.
During an economic downturn, it should have been a bloodbath. So what you guys are saying is that your policies are not popular.
No, people knew that Trump's economy got shut down. They knew it, that it got shut down when they were thriving.
Because of a pandemic.
I just quick thing. Your mic,
which was overblown.
Like, when you talk, it like peaks and it's kind of hard to hear you. I'm just letting you know. Pisco, you wanted to go?
Yeah, I want to answer to Rob's cavalcade of nonsense earlier, and so he started off by saying, and can we have quiet in the peanut gallery, Andrea? Like, I don't know why you feel the need every 2 seconds. I think like you're scared of when I talk because you only interrupt me. I mean, is it going to be a problem?
You were talking, dummy.
All right. So first of all, he starts by the assumption that we are not okay with speaking about the general economic policy of Harris and Biden, respectively, in terms of what their administration has done. We absolutely are willing to talk about it. We were specifically talking about one policy because that's what Andrew asked us. He asked us to talk about one policy, but you think that we're dodging something. We're dodging the general economic character of what's been going on. We do not shy away from the fact that over the course of the last 4 years,
economy?
I haven't mentioned the word opportunity economy at all.
Well, we're talking about the debate, right?
Have you heard me?
I mean, so
we're talking about the leadership
economy?
of the country. We're talking about the leadership of this country.
Yeah, we are.
Who's better positioned to do it? And based on the previous
we are.
administration,
We've moved on. We've moved on.
Right.
I want to hear the end of Pisco's statement. And then you can talk, Gibbs. Also, Turk, I have you written down. Eventually, I will bring it back to you.
So he asked, why haven't he done all these things in 4 years? It's an absolutely sound answer that IRI gave, that, first of all, we were cleaning up a mess. We were in the middle of a COVID pandemic, and it was a crisis. The first thing that the Biden administration did was pass a recovery act. You could say it's inflationary, but you look at economic analysis after the fact, they don't attribute it, the inflationary effect of that policy or other policies to those specific pieces of legislation. In fact, it's a global inflation crisis that is facing the entire world. And as IRI or Hutch, I think, pointed out, America, relatively speaking, has recovered better than the other G7 countries, better than the other advanced economies. We got a shit ton of legislation passed that specifically relates to the economy, whether that's the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, which will absolutely benefit the economy in the future, and other pieces of legislation. I'm willing to fight and defend this administration for what it stood for and what it got done. You point to the fact that there are bad polls. Trump had bad polls in his term. If we just look to polls to determine, or the general trend of the economy in this kind of correlation equals causation analysis, I mean, that would be a great way to defend like the policies of George Bush right before the Great Recession, right? You have to look more than just how the economy generally was doing or what people think about it generally, and look to the policies themselves and what the likely effects of them
Yeah,
were.
I think going into the election.
And as to the line point about,
is there any more time we can give you, Pisco?
The last point I'll make is
Gibbs wanted to respond.
No thinking person thinks that Kamala Harris was in charge of the administration for the past 3 or 4 years. That's pure fantasy. If you read any of the reports of the insiders of who's operating things behind the scenes, or whether Joe Biden was in charge of the first few years, no one is saying that Kamala Harris is running the show.
If I may, quick, just to respond to that point,
I'd love
real
to
quick.
get in there too.
Gibbs, do you care if they take from you? You were next.
I mean, Rob, if it's quick, I want to get in here, Rob. But
Harris herself has said of many of these issues, she was the last person in the room. And my statement is, Harris is just like Biden is an empty suit that people behind the scenes will be running. The same people behind the scenes running the Biden economy or administration will be running hers. So the same people that will be in charge under Harris will be in charge there. The American people have rejected, and the data shows that economic data is abysmal.
Not
You
only
can
that,
lie all
but
you want, but
Who
that's
are
the
these
truth.
people,
But
Rob?
people are going
Who are
right now.
these
Hang on,
people
hang
behind the
on,
scenes?
real quick, IRI, and then I'll turn it right over. But right now, people are experiencing high gas prices, high grocery prices. Their day-to-day living, right, expenses have shot through the roof. And you're moving into this election promising them, well, in the future it'll be better, when under Trump it already was better. So it's easy for people when they're moving into the voting booth in order for Republicans to point this out, and that's what people are talking about. That's what all the buzz is.
Yeah,
If the situation is as terrible as you're saying, why isn't Trump
I know you want to jump
right
in,
now?
Gibbs, but we had 2 righties. We have to have a lefty response. Then I'll throw it back to you, Gibbs. I'm sorry, but there has to be a balance.
I just want to ask my conservative panel people, like, if everything that you're saying right now, that Biden's presidency has just been this disaster for everybody, why isn't he up 10 points right now?
Because
Why
he
did
got
she-
taken
why did
off
she-
of the
he was
ballot.
dominating against Biden, like, you know, and a part of what Kamala's
He's
doing.
not
is she's trying
now.
to-
Why isn't he
Well,
beating
he's going
Kamala by
against
10
Kamala
points?
now, right?
Everybody's miserable, right?
Because she's not Biden. I mean, here's the thing: the Republicans and a lot of like average people are looking at this as the age-old expression: a bird in hand is better than 2 in the bush, right? They know what they got with Trump. They don't know what they're getting with Kamala. It's a whole lot of nothing. You know, we know y'all been lying to us the whole time. The jobs report, it was lying. You literally just lied on this panel and said only 5% of people have side jobs. According to Market Watch, as of April 16th, 54% of people have side gigs. That's a lot more than 5%, Papa. I'm sorry,
I don't know
y'all
where
are
you're
just
getting
lying.
that
Yeah,
data.
Market Watch, I can post
just
it for you.
told
I
you.
got it. Yeah, Market Watch, I got it. I got the link if you need it. I knew people were going to ask for sources. Papa Gibbs came ready. Secondly, if we go back to my notes here, you know, y'all threw a de facto coup after y'all told us, hey, for months, years, Biden was fine. And y'all took Biden down quicker than a whore on nickel night. That motherfucker was stacking out of there so fast, I've never
Dropped
seen
him like
anything
a prom
it.
dress.
This
Dropped
guy's
him like a
literally-
prom dress.
Our candidate was
literally
losing
on
the
the beach
election,
drinking-
and we pressured him out,
he's-
and now our
he's
current
literally on the
candidate
beach.
is leading the
based-
election.
and it was
he's
based, and I'm glad we
he's
did it, and it
literally
was good, it was
drinking
nice,
he's
democratic.
literally drinking. He's
It's
literally
unfortunate
drinking.
for you guys.
He's
Otherwise,
literally
it's
drinking on the
our
beach right
candidate.
Guys, there's 3 people talking at the same time.
Pisco
Gibbs,
spent the
Gibbs,
entire
I'm almost
night.
done. Yeah, he's
wait. Gibbs, I'll give you 15 more seconds. Then
That's
we'll
fine.
have
He's-
a lefty respond, and I'm throwing over to Turk because Turk is gonna cry.
He's been
He's,
patient.
he's literally
He's
on the
been
beach
patient.
sitting here drinking Mai Tais. Whenever we look at Trump, when he left office, inflation 1.9%. It went up 9% in the first year Biden went up, and it's gone skyrocketed. Since then, it's been dog
Across
shit
the
ever
world,
since
Gibbs,
the
across
Biden.
the
Wait,
world.
Why did it go up around the world then? Why did inflation go up around
Are
the
we the
world? Is Biden
superpower?
responsible for that?
Yeah, we're the superpower. We're the
Oh,
leader.
could it be? Could it have something to do with the
We
world
caused
reserve currency
inflation in
being the
France.
dollar?
I mean, yeah,
No,
no
no,
pay attention to that, though, guys.
You think it's the world reserve currency? That's why.
What is the
everyone's-
lingua franca most
Wait,
places?
wait,
English
I-
too, right? I mean, I don't know.
Why is it that inflation grew across the
Bro.
world? Andrew, go ahead.
Bro, of course, American policies and American economics are going to affect
Too much
inflation
money,
all
Answer
over
the
not enough
question.
the world. I
goods.
just did. I just
American
answered
Too
it.
much
policies.
money,
Which
not
policies?
enough goods.
They don't like
Which
your answer, so it's
policies?
not going to count.
Which
Yeah,
policies?
no,
which
no
policies?
shit.
American policies? Which policies?
No
Wait,
shit.
Andrew, can I just ask?
American
Which
policies?
policies?
Which policies?
I just
Dude.
wanted to get a clarification.
Which policies?
What-
Stop,
wait,
stop filibustering.
Can you let the mod speak for 10 seconds?
This ain't the whatever
Let-
podcast. Why don't you answer which policies?
Okay, wait. Okay,
Bro.
let's stop for a
Alright,
second.
I'm sorry, is it
Andrew,
your show?
I wanted to, okay, Andrew. What do you think caused the inflation crisis globally? And then we'll
No,
throw
no,
it to
which
Turk.
policies?
Which policies?
Yeah,
led to
so
that?
I would say
Mhm.
that the Federal Reserve and the policies the Fed has, which has inflated the currency artificially, and the reason that they did this is because they needed to pump billions of dollars out into the economy for all these social relief programs, has caused not only inflation in the United States, but has been extended to our neighbors as well. Especially
Who signed
anybody
the CARES
who
Act into law?
Bro, you gonna let me finish?
Who signed the CARES Act into
Are you gonna
law?
let me finish,
Federal
Hutch?
Reserve signed that?
You gonna?
Was that
Gotta
Trump?
Give Andrew some time to respond quick.
Yeah, let me finish, Hutch. Yeah, so I would say that was one of the primary reasons. And if you
Not
say, well, wait,
COVID?
bro, stop talking so I can finish my point. Remember how you were just bitching 5 seconds ago that I kept
Yeah.
cutting you off even when I wasn't cutting you off?
You're
just
all
pointed
cutting
the-
each other
Yeah,
off.
The Federal
Remember how I
Reserve.
wasn't-
You didn't
remember how I
really say what
wasn't
the Federal
cutting you
Reserve
off?
did, and then you
Yeah, I
talked about
did.
it.
I did. I literally did,
Taking too
Pisco.
much time than it needs to. Andrew,
Literally
finish
did.
quick.
Why do you think you saw everybody nodding their head? They totally agree with me. So on top of this, Pisco, just so you know, yes, they pumped it in. Now, is Donald Trump responsible
They
for some of
pumped
this
it in.
policy? Yes. He,
What do you mean?
well,
What do you mean the Federal
I
Reserve?
literally
policy?
just
Stop
said
interrupting
Let him
the
finish.
guy.
Okay, let him
Bro.
finish.
Again, calm down, Pisco. Yes, Fed policy led to massive inflation. Yes, Pisco, because the United States government was pumping billions of dollars artificially in order to take care of this Relief Act. Now, you can say that, oh, that's Trump's fault. That was passed under a bipartisan agenda. All sorts of people wanted this. All sorts of special interest groups wanted this. Now, absent C-19 and the lockdowns, Trump's economy was fucking roaring. And you have only just now successfully pivoted away again from the point that you have not addressed what Kamala Harris's policies are going to be to lower gas prices, lower food prices, lower the inflation rates, or any of these. You just say, well, you're going to build 3 million new homes. Yay, Pisco. Can you answer any of the questions which have been asked to you?
When you say the Federal Reserve pumped it up, are you saying lowered interest rates?
No, Pisco.
What do you mean by pump? What did the Federal Reserve do?
I'm going to explain.
Yeah,
go for it. Then let me explain. If you increase the money supply, you inflate the money supply, right?
Do you agree? How did they increase the money supply?
Bro, answer my question first.
I agree that
right. So if the United States government calls for billions of dollars from the Fed and for the Fed to print billions, it's going to increase the money supply, thus increase inflation. This is basic, Pisco.
Does the Federal Reserve make appropriations? Who makes appropriations?
That would be Congress.
Okay, so the Federal Reserve didn't do shit that you're pointing to. What you're pointing to are acts of Congress, isn't it? Not Federal Reserve policy?
No, that's not all that happens, as you know, Pisco.
No.
So the M2 money.
Wait, hang on a second. Go ahead.
Bro,
do you want me to answer real quick? The M2 money supply. The M2 money supply
that be able to.
Okay, the M2 money supply that went up 50% is from the Federal Reserve. That means the Federal Reserve increased the amount of dollars in circulation by about 50% since like 2020. Is what you're really trying to tell me is not $1 of that creation was except what Congress told them they had to do in specific bills? Is that your argument?
What I am saying is the Federal Reserve, to increase the money supply, typically will lower interest rates. That's how Fed policy works. When you're talking about taking out loans, the government sells things called bonds. These are
lowering interest rates increases the money supply, Pisco. And if it increases the money supply, it creates inflation, Pisco.
But you didn't point to
you fucking idiot. I just explained this to you 5 times, you fucking moron.
Andrew, you sound really upset right now.
God, what a dummy.
You did not.
I literally just explained this to you.
You did not point to Federal Reserve policy just then. What you did.
I literally just
you're
did.
Banging on the table. You're banging on the table because I properly told you.
Pisco.
Oh, wow.
You're not presenting any economic policy.
Does it increase the money supply? Does it increase? Does it increase the money supply when they lower the interest rate?
The Federal Reserve is a central bank.
You're not going to answer the question, right?
The Federal Reserve is a central bank. It is not the one who is.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it sounds like
it's
you're having
a central bank?
I didn't know that, Pisco. It sounds like you're having some difficulty, so I'm going to explain it to you, okay? So
explain it.
The Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve doesn't like make appropriations or take out loans.
Nobody said they did, Pisco.
Okay, the people who take out loans and are the federal government, all right? So when the Congress writes a law, an appropriation by law, they will need to fund it, and they fund it through the Treasury. And if the Treasury wants to wants to borrow money, they will issue bonds. The Federal Reserve affects the money supply in different ways. So I'm asking you, what Federal Reserve policy was causing the inflationary problem?
So I'm going to tell you again, for the 14th time, if the Fed lowers the interest rates, it's going to increase the money supply.
Okay.
And if it's Pisco, my turn, Pisco, my turn, Pisco, stop talking, Pisco. It's my turn, Pisco. Stop filibustering, Pisco. Stop filibustering, Pisco. Stop spurging, Pisco. Stop spurging.
I'm gonna meet you both. Okay. Andrew, you got 20 seconds. Pisco, you got 20 seconds. Then everybody else gets to talk because.
Great. So as you just.
I want my last question.
Yeah, that's nice, Pisco.
Here's the question.
This guy's still spurging. You're still spurging, bro. You're still spurging, Pisco.
Okay, I'm muting you both. This is the order. This is how it's gonna go. Pisco, you got 10 seconds to ask a question, and 10 seconds to say whatever else you want to say. Andrew, then you get 10 seconds after, and 10 seconds after that. If anything else is said that's like, oh my god, I want to respond to that, it'll have to be somebody else. It'll just have to be somebody else. Because Turk wants to talk. Okay.
Andrew just said that the Fed policy.
Why did you just let him filibuster me? Why you just? I was in the middle of my answer. You let the guy filibuster. Let me finish my answer. No, bullshit. He filibustered me. I'm not dealing with it. No way. No fucking way. I'm gonna let him filibuster in the middle of my answer.
You're gonna respond. It just said you're gonna be able to respond.
Yeah, let me respond, and then he can answer the question.
You're gonna respond.
He can ask the question after I answer the first one.
I want to because this is chaos.
No, this is bullshit. All the guy had to do was not talk while I finish,
I got to
Burns.
think about the other people. He's going to get 20 seconds. Then you'll be able to respond. You'll be able
Go
to
ahead.
talk, Andrew.
Yeah,
And
go
you'll be
ahead. That's
talking
fine.
more
You can
than
let him
everybody else
filibuster.
Still, Pisco, go.
Andrew just pointed to the Federal Reserve policy of lowering interest rates as the cause for global inflation. And he knows now, and that's why he's trying to stop me from talking, that who was pushing for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates in the lead up to the election was none other than Donald J. Trump. That's my statement. He can talk.
Andrew?
Yeah, so again, you can, if you increase the amount of money supply, when you lower the corporate tax, that's good. You want them to borrow tons and tons of money. You want tons of printing when the influx is going to corporations which are going to expand. That's an ROI. That's a return on investment. You want that. Under Biden, this is a totally different situation. He did exactly the opposite. He has been strangling corporations of much needed money. So has the entire administration. So all you're doing, Pisco, you're just shifting the goalpost again. I knew exactly what you were going to say. I was happy to respond to it before you ever even said it.
Turk?
So this exchange in the debate is a prime example of what happened in the debate that happened the other night. People kept going to the past and Trump's policies and why Trump and Orange Man are bad instead of actually going and asking the different people on the stage pointed questions about their specific plan going into 2024. Pisco, I wanted to talk to you, but I don't want to hear your voice or Andrew's anymore. I want to ask the panel, do we feel like we got to learn more about Kamala Harris's actual preferred policies and some of the details? Because like Joe mentioned earlier, there's a lot of things that wasn't done in the previous administration. She wasn't really pressed on some of the guts of her proposals. So it's like, do we really feel like both of the candidates were questioned adequately about their current proposals going into 2024?
Yeah.
It wasn't
Nobody
a
answered
super
my question
policy-
earlier about opportunity economy. No one was able to define that. I'm very happy to hear your answer.
Well, she defined it with different policies, like expanding the child tax credit, the $25,000 grant for
A
first-time
Republican
home
policy.
buyers.
So again,
The
my question is
the
not
expansion
what
of
is
the
the
earned
high-level
income tax
policy.
credit
My
for
question
child tax
is,
credit?
Talking at once. 1 second. It's Turk's question, but there was something there I'm going to let finish, and we'll throw it back to Turk. Hutch, you were responding to Gibbs?
Yeah, the child tax credit, which has been a Republican policy for
Why
I
did
don't know, as long as I've
the
been alive.
Republicans block it from being permanent?
Why?
They blocked it in the Senate from being permanent.
I don't know,
They
strategically,
didn't take
bro.
up the issue.
Like, there are all sorts of
you're
shit.
calling
Like,
it a Republican policy.
it's been
Democrats
a
were the
Republican
ones that were
policy.
trying.
She just picked it up, just like she picked up the
why
no
did they
taxes
block
on
it?
tips,
Why
just
did-
like she's put Trump's border plan,
Okay.
a wall in her ads. She has no
Well-
real plans. She just listens
Well,
to what people
Republicans
like
blocked that
trends,
policy
and
for
she
the record.
posts it.
Anybody can look that up.
Oh,
So this
yeah,
is a
just like
tangent discussion.
hold on,
It's
this
not
is total
answering the
bullshit.
question I asked.
Just like it's not answering the question. Yeah, you asked.
She
He didn't answer the
gave
question
more
I
details
asked.
on policy
He's
than
over here
Donald
just
Trump
lying.
did. When Donald Trump was asked about his healthcare policy, he said he had a concept of a plan.
Wow, and then you have zero
one of,
plan or
that
even
was one
options.
of,
That's not
if
even true. He
the
answered that he
worst
used what was
answer
already in
I have
place.
ever heard a candidate give on a debate
Oh
stage.
my
You're
God,
a presidential
you're
candidate,
misrepresenting
and you
what he
say you
said.
have a concept of a plan,
I can answer
That's-
that at some point.
and you
if
guys
like.
want to make this about
Turk.
policy?
So
Literally
that was
nothing
the
worse than
sound
any
bite
of
that
what I've ever said.
So that's the soundbite that everyone's running with. If you go back 30 seconds, a minute to that
Right.
entire stretch
Tell him.
of questioning, he goes and says, we're not going to replace it unless we can get a bill that is cheaper and it has better coverage than the current plan.
But he doesn't have any
listen to
ideas?
his
They're being
answer.
dishonest. I don't know
You
why you're
listened
No, I
to the
did.
soundbite.
No, I did, but it's
the
his
current
job
plan
to
for-
pitch
No,
a plan.
you didn't hear it. You listened to
I
the
did.
soundbite.
If I may,
Yeah.
if I
He
may
says,
jump in
I'm
here.
not going to replace it unless there's a more detailed plan.
Turk.
It's his job as a candidate to articulate a plan.
Turk, if I
I don't
may,
know how
I'll
they-
answer your question, Gibbs, if I may. Right? So to answer that question, what he's saying is he has concepts, but in the confines of this, as I think we'll all agree, not even the best of debaters can articulate a well thought out, complicated policy in a platform like this. And so what he's giving is a general answer, just like Kamala Harris constantly gave general answers. So he said, look, we're not going to replace what's
Wait.
there unless we have a bill there. We have a
Wait.
concept. So they have concepts such as they want the free market more involved and things
Rob.
like that. If I may, I'll finish. I'm trying to not
Okay.
interrupt
All
anyone.
right.
So
Okay. Okay.
I don't think I've interrupted anyone. So I'm trying to hope I get the same courtesy. When we're talking about specifically with Kamala Harris, is this debate was for different things for different people, and you may like that or not like it, but it is the truth. Trump wanted to do things like not come off as unhinged. pivot or pin Kamala Harris down on what she actually stands for. I think that he ultimately lost the debate because he failed to do some of those things. So your criticisms of him not putting out policies, that wasn't really what he needed to do for two reasons. One, because we could already see what the track record of a Trump administration would be. And despite what you people were going to try to say, and it's going to be avoided over and over through this debate, I hope we could all agree that the election should just be a referendum of, do you think the economy and the border was better under Trump or under the Harris-Biden administration? No matter what you try to say that, oh, but she's going to do all this new stuff. She's been there. Her people have been there for 3.5 years. They haven't done any of this. That's number one. But second, he's already put out a bunch of policy plans as well. Kamala Harris has literally hid from the press, didn't have policies up on her very website until a day before the election. And those policies she put up was literally the metadata showed just copied and pasted from Biden's policy, further proving she would just be an extension of, I promise that. Just let me finish this one last thing. So Kamala Harris, just because she said 2 or 3 things about policy and Trump didn't give a specific policy to your liking as much, it still doesn't answer the effect that Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on every major policy description she had in 2020. And the 30-second soundbite that she said, we're going to build 3 million homes and give people $25,000, does nothing to rebut that.
Okay, so can I ask, Trump's solution for the housing crisis is to drill, baby, drill, shut the already shut down border, and kick out 20 million migrants.
The border's not shut down.
Do you think that is a reasonable
border's not shut
solution that will
down.
bring
That's
down
a
the
lie.
cost of? Do you think? Okay, so what's his plan then?
Okay, his border
Well,
is...
first of all, the border's not shut down. Let's just get that lie out of the way.
Go ahead, Turk.
So,
You can answer.
Why-
Biden's executive order. Biden's executive order did shut down the border when it.
Hold on. Immigration has
How many
gone up
people are crossing on a
62% in every
daily
state.
basis now?
Hold on.
I will
Immigration
throw
has
an
gone
olive
up
branch here.
62% in every state except for Texas, where Texas has implemented Operation Lone Star since 2001 and has been dramatically successful, despite the treasonous Biden-Harris administration coming and trying to stop them from, enforcing Texas borders. So every success we've had on immigration has been despite the impediment of the Biden-Harris administration.
If I may, Hutch, do you mind if I...
No, I want to.
And any
I
of
was
you
the one
can-
talking, so I want to throw it back to IRI.
And I want to answer IRS question.
Okay, I
Please,
will throw it
I'd
to you
love
after.
to hear to any
Yeah.
of you conservatives tell
Yeah,
us
so
what
you-
Trump's solution is to bring down the cost of housing.
I ask you, do you know what drill, baby, drill means?
Well, we're already setting a record for oil production at 13.3 million
That
barrels
is
per day.
precisely
I can answer
my
your
all.
question,
No,
too.
Donald
so
Trump
this is
did.
precisely.
Biden has proven that we can drill more under Biden than Trump. So what would Trump do to increase oil
And what
production?
and
Biden's
what
not-
happened
More
once we
oil,
started
baby.
increasing oil production?
What?
What happened when we started increasing oil production under Joe Biden?
I don't know.
We
what
The
you're
we
saying.
started
inflation
increasing
rate
it-
started to go down. The cost of transit of material, the cost of production of material reduced. There are several different economic factors that can be eliminated and are addressed by drill, baby, drill.
But-
And when Trump
what-
says,
what
I'm going to
more
do
can
that
Trump
even
do?
more,
No,
it's
no, no.
going to be even
How
more.
can we do more? We're setting a record under Biden that Trump was unable to do. Trump gave them the green light, and Biden broke the record. We're over 13 million barrels per day.
And
You're
he's
in a
going
fantasy
to do
land that we're going to do
more.
more. We're
There
just
is
going to do
more.
more.
It's not true.
There
How?
are plenty of oil
How?
reserves. There are plenty of oil reserves. We can go to more federal lands. We can unlock more and more offshore drilling. There is
He
plenty
emptied
of
the
oil
oil
to be
reserves
extracted
to
from
flood
our
the-
nation.
He emptied our reserves to flood the market to drive the price down.
You
say
realize that
when
we
he
just
started-
found some of the
you say
biggest
that
oil
when he
fields ever
started
in Texas.
I
drilling
addressed
more
IRS
oil,
question.
that
I didn't
You
hear
said-
Hutch just say. I heard like the first 3 words from Hutch, and then I heard nothing else. So Hutch, could you finish?
well, he mentioned the oil reserves. You guys don't give Biden credit because he emptied our reserves, flooded the market, and drove the cost of oil down. You
But why did he do that when we had
And then
zero
it
reserves
started
being
back
found?
up after he stopped
one more
doing
thing
it.
real quick. One more thing real quick. You say that when he started producing more oil, the cost of inflation went down. He started ramping up oil production right away. Do you guys
No, he
understand
didn't.
that when
That
yes,
was
he
not
did.
right
You can
away.
look at the graph. Yes, I can link it in the chat right here. There's a domestic
It took
crude oil production
a couple
right
of
here.
years for Joe Biden to finally start actually increasing oil capacity across the
That's
nation.
no, it's not true.
All right, then
Here.
send the link.
Let me put
Let's
it-
talk about the
yes.
link.
What's
It's just-
stopping
you can just
inflation was
look up
lowering
US
inflation,
cru-
and What's brought us down to 2.5 inflation is the Federal Reserve raising interest rates.
That is a contributing factor.
Under
I
Joe
agree.
Biden, the Federal Reserve has had excellent policy raising interest rates to lower inflation. Under Donald Trump, throughout his presidency, he was asking always to lower interest rates.
It is
When
not.
you're-
Can I just
this
ask
is-
you
clarifying
waiting?
question.
Rob, you've been waiting, right? If I
Yes.
remember correctly?
Yes,
Oh,
I've been
we're
waiting.
gonna go with Rob.
I just that it's not just inflation isn't just about interest rates. Lowering interest rates itself, it doesn't create additional dollars. The problem is the policies that were largely that I am fully throwing an
What
olive
did you
branch
just
here.
say?
I said that the lowering, man, Pisco, I got to really
It
speak slow
increases
for
the
you.
money supply.
Let me.
That's Econ 101. I don't know
That
what
is
I have to
not
say. It
economy.
does.
No, that is not
inflation is
economy
below
one.
3%,
That is
right?
no, that is not economy 101. I guess I'll have to explain this slowly for Pisco. Pisco, is your argument that the act of lowering interest rates simultaneously by de facto creates additional dollars?
Yes.
Yep, that is incorrect. What happens is there is no connection whatsoever from lowering rates to the creation of dollars. Those are two separate policies. Many times what happens is as follows. Interest rates are lowered, which means that people are more likely to borrow money. Then once people start borrowing money, the Fed will decide that, oh, now that there's more money in circulation, we need more money. Therefore, they create more dollars. So you are fundamentally incorrect in what you're saying. The reason that inflation occurred and that dollars were being printed was because Republicans, including Trump, supported disastrous lockdown policies under COVID. And you can criticize Trump for that, and he should be criticized. Unfortunately for you all, the Democrats and people like Harris and Biden wanted to do it way worse, and they continued to do things way worse, even once you had a Harris-Biden administration, which stymied our economy. Now, the question I wanted to ask...
will tell you that lowering interest rates increases the money supply. That is a relationship that is
You could
well
say-
known. It doesn't have to
Pisco,
do with the physical
Pisco,
printing of money.
that's-
That everything else is
That's
code.
not the fact that you don't fundamentally understand how it works, and you're saying one necessarily leads to another is different than the answer you gave me that it is the same thing. Lowering rates is the direct
Yeah,
printing
that's
of
true.
money.
No,
that
that
is
is
not.
true.
So you were fundamentally wrong.
It does
It-
lead
it-
to
it
it does lead
increases
to
more
more
dollars,
borrowing.
yes.
Yes, which will then it lead to more dollars. I agree with that. But Rob is right that you said that just lowering the interest rate by itself doesn't. It doesn't. They still have to borrow the money, Pisco.
Oh
Right.
my God! Wait. So are you suggesting to me that there has ever been a situation in our history where the lowering of interest rates has not
Pisco,
been
he was just
associated
correcting you. That's all.
What's the correction? In fact,
Well, the correction is that you said by
the money
itself.
supply.
By itself, it does that. It doesn't. You say you still have to borrow the money. Is what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay. Does printing the money increase the money supply?
Yes.
Yes.
But wait, no, you still have to hand out the money, right? You still need to
No, that's
move
not
the money
true.
to a
Printing.
place. You still
That's
have to
not.
have it in
That's
circulation.
not. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. That's
If
not
you
true
print
at
more
all.
money, you have more money whether you hand it out or not.
That's right.
Because you got blown the hell out.
That's not-
Andrew, on the other question of interest.
Nobody.
rates doesn't
No,
mean
you've never
that you
blown
can-
anybody out, Pisco, ever in your
Oh,
life.
I just did.
All right. Now,
Never
if I could,
Ever.
my friend, I'm gonna jump in and
Say
finish my point here.
Everybody is very wrecked. Everybody is very pwned and owned in all types
Just
of
Pisco.
pwnage. Everybody, in fact, including me. There are people who have been waiting, so I do want to throw to them. I'm sorry to just derail. I just want Rob to finish up.
Thank you.
And we'll have one response, and then we got to go to Gibbs and IRI, who have been waiting patiently.
There's plenty more to say at inflation. Just to say that under Biden it was way worse. Everyone knows it. They're trying to fudge the numbers. People don't want to talk about it. That's why the American people think the economy is better under Trump. My friend Hutch, though, I wanted to get you involved and ask you a question. I think you erroneously say that the border is secure now. I don't believe that, but let's just say hypothetically that's true. You think that Biden achieved that by executive order? A simple yes, no, be correct or sufficient. His executive order did that?
After pursuing a bipartisan immigration bill that they negotiated for 5 months with Langford and Sinema, yes.
Okay, gotcha. My question is, why did Biden say the border was secure for 3 years and not issue an executive order if he could have done it all the while?
There's a
I don't
difference
think it
between.
can. I think what he's doing is illegal, and I disagree with it, and I condemn the Biden administration for doing an illegal executive action.
Okay, so my point is, okay, go ahead, and then
question
I'll
for
respond
Hutch.
quickly. Go ahead, Hutch.
The problem with the border is our asylum laws. You guys understand this, right? Our
No, it's
asylum
not.
laws are.
Holy
Yes,
Christ.
yes,
Well,
it
let him
is.
finish
Anybody
first.
can go.
Let
Wait,
him
hold
finish.
on.
Let him say the
Anybody,
problem first.
anybody can come to our border, and as long as they go through legal means and they meet a certain set of criteria, they can apply for asylum. And when they apply for asylum, they are allowed to come into the country. Sometimes with an ankle monitor, sometimes with a burner phone. And this backlog takes anywhere between 5 to 8 years. Our immigration laws were written in the 60s, well before we saw the level of influx that we've seen during recent times. If you want to address the problem at the border meaningfully, you need a bill through Congress, which is why he worked with Republicans. Langford is a MAGA Republican. This is not a rhino. He himself and McConnell and Lindsey Graham all admitted, and Trump himself admitted, that Trump killed that bill for political reasons.
If I can, real quick, I'll address this in 30. I'll just please, I'd like to address this for 30 seconds. Please, Gibbs, let me address this for 30 seconds. Gibbs, you're going to ruin the point. You'll ruin the point. Thanks so much, Gibbs.
I'm doing the border here.
Hutch live on air.
Thanks for leaving him run from the point, Gibbs. That's cool. He'll squirm away now. Thank you.
Don't worry, it's fine. Let's talk the border. First of all, let me tell you how dishonest this is me. 2016, Trump posted a bill. He wanted to get a bill through Congress. It had everything they had in the most recent bill, except it had more. The only thing not included was the Dreamers. This is how fucking the Democrats work. They use people like the Dreamers, and then they don't even put them on the newest bill and even include them. And so they sit here and go, oh, it's bipartisan, etc., etc. Even though the other bill gave them more judges, more of everything they wanted, and it gave us the border wall. This guy down here, Hutch, doesn't know what's happening on the border. I live near the border.
You don't know what's in that bill. You don't know what's in there.
I do know what's in the bill.
The bipartisan immigration bill hired more judges
Listen,
and had money for the wall.
I could go point for point on it. You're wrong. You're absolutely incorrect. The bill in 2016 under Trump.
Who was in charge of Congress in 2016?
It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Trump's still here.
Let me tell you, you're just wrong. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why Operation Lone Star has been so wildly successful. Let me give you some statistics. Just from the raid on the Eagle Pass Islands, we got rid of 10,000 migrants apprehended, 52 pounds of fentanyl, 38 pounds of ecstasy, 11 pounds of cocaine, 20 firearms, 5 stolen. That's just 3 little islands in the middle of the Rio Grande. You know why this is important? Because the real problem is not the migration. The real problem is the cartels who are taking advantage of the migration, who are causing problems, who are just damaging ranching here in Texas, damaging ranching in other states. They're destroying American property. They're shipping fentanyl in here at a wild cost. And
so why did we pass the border bill, which the border patrol supported?
And because of what you're enabling with what the asylum laws and not putting up a wall and deterrence, you're enabling more and more sex trafficking.
They tried to change the asylum laws.
Lefties and liberals, why do y'all want more sex trafficking? Because that's what we're going to get until we have a deterrence up to stop it.
As much as I enjoy, like,
how long have y'all been pro-sex trafficking?
We're going to have to... Okay, so that was...
Okay,
who was
Jesus
that directed
fucking
towards,
Christ.
I need the lefties. I want to know...
I want to go on record and say I'm anti-sex trafficking.
Well, so then why don't you want a wall?
Why don't you support the border bill? The Border Patrol made it clear that they didn't think this was
Border Patrol take any funding they can get.
Come on, Gibbs, you just keep him being basically a sex pest.
But you know, this is Congress. Congress, there needs to be agreements. There needs to be balance. Democrats, Republicans. There was a bipartisan border bill. Wouldn't you have supported the bill that the Border Patrol also supported to be passed? Admiral Gibbs, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. It was not.
You don't agree with the Border Patrol. You disagree with them that it should have been passed.
Yeah, listen. If you are an agency, you're always going to hold on. This is really.
You know more than the Border Patrol?
Hold on. Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know. This is but that's not what's really happening. Is they're sitting there going, "Hey, we're dying out here. We need more funding. They'll take whatever they can get." What was that? Hold on. Here's what's better. Why didn't y'all support the bipartisan bill in 2016 and threw your foot down on the Dreamers and then not back the Dreamers in 20 and then the most recent bill?
There was no bipartisan bill.
There absolutely was in 2016. I have the link to the bill if you want it. I'll post it in the chat.
No. So there was going to be.
Here we go. I got it.
There was the concept of an idea of a bipartisan bill, but that never got through because Trump is a bad negotiator and he could have gotten a shit ton of funding.
What happened was the Republican base said no. We're not going to do the.
1 second. I want to hear Pisco's alternative version of events. Then we'll have Gibbs respond, and then we're going to go to IRI and Turk, who've been waiting very.
So we remember, those of us who were around and paying attention, we remember the meetings that Democrats in good faith went toward, because we knew Republicans who could have gotten the border funding on their own because they controlled both the House and the Senate went to Democrats to try to get a deal, and in good faith the Democrats were saying, hey, give us the Dreamers, give us that, but the Republicans put in some poison pills into the bill, which we can talk about, which we can talk about. But the Republicans could have passed it by themselves if they wanted to do it, but they did not do it because you could not get unity because Trump's a bad negotiator. However, again, in 2024, when there's a bipartisan deal, who's the one who puts it into the ground and kills it? Not Democrats.
People along the border. People along the border know this will solve the problem.
It was Trump.
It's Trump again. So
that's not what happened.
I'll ask again.
He took credit for it. He says he killed the bill.
Let's let
I'll
Pisco finish the question, and then we're throwing it to Gibbs, and then
I'll ask again. You have a bill that, yes, conservatives don't think is perfect. Yes, the Border Patrol hates Biden, hates Harris. 100% they do. But this is a bill they wanted if they were going to have anything, because otherwise the alternative was nothing. And you say they shouldn't have got what they wanted. So how come we should trust you on what's best for Border Patrol?
Well, it's entailed in your own. Hang on, it's entailed literally in what you just said, Pisco. You just said Border Patrol hates them. It was this or nothing, right? So of course they're going to take whatever's offered. That doesn't mean that that's what they actually want.
What's the entailment? Sorry, what's the entailment?
Hold on.
The entailment is
I'm not understanding the entailment.
if you offer a person gruel. Okay, or
That's
nothing, and they stop.
Wait,
Pisco,
Andrew,
let me
is
finish.
that or is that not?
Yes, I'm going to give you the entailment.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to give you the entailment. So if you offer a person gruel or nothing, and then say, well, they took the gruel, that means they wanted gruel. That's not true. That is not. That is not.
They didn't call it gruel. They did not call it gruel.
A better analogy.
They said it wasn't perfect.
They said
it.
We're gonna have a response to Andrew, and we gotta go back to Gibbs because he was the person the question was directed to.
I understand an entailment to be something that necessarily follows logically.
Right, it doesn't necessarily follow that they wanted it because that's all that they could have.
They did want it.
They wanted something different than that. That's just all they could get.
Hang on, but
they didn't call. They did not call it gruel.
What I'm saying is that they could have picked nothing, which is what Trump picked, or they could have picked something.
What people on the border picked.
They picked something. So where's the entailment? I'm not seeing the necessary inference.
You're saying that the inference. You're saying the inference is they wanted this, right? No, they wanted something different. They just would have taken this because that's all they could.
Let me give you a better analogy.
That's what's going on.
Hold on. Yeah, it's not gruel. Let me give you a
bill. They said that this bill.
Wait. We're throwing it to Gibbs, and then it's going to be Hutch responding to that.
Yeah, let me give you a better analogy. What really happened is the Border Patrol is going, oh my God, we're dying out here of thirst. And Biden whipped out his weak old man dick and then pissed on him. And they said, oh, thank you, Jesus. I needed the water in my life. And they, thank God. That's what they were asking for. They needed something, and it was better than nothing. I mean, honestly, if I'm dying in the Sahara, I'd fucking drink some piss too. If it was either that or death. And I'll tell you why. Hold on. Let me finish. I know you like to interrupt. Listen, this is not the Pisco show. Here's the deal. It's real simple. Yeah, when we go look at this bill that in 2018 had more of everything y'all asked for. The only thing it didn't have the Dreamers. And why it didn't have the Dreamers is he took it to the Republican base. The Republican base along the border said, fuck that. Exactly. He took it back, and it didn't happen. Hold on. This is how dishonest y'all. Hold on. It's not a free point. This is how dishonest you're being, because the same bill came around again, basically, but with less. And guess what? The same group of people rioted and said, hold on. No, not the Trump people. Trump just knows it was a big enough group of Republicans that sat here on the border and go, no, we don't want this shit. And guess what? The Dems didn't even put forth anything about the Dreamers, so they killed the bill that was better and had more of what they wanted, and they just used the Dreamers as an excuse. It's total dishonesty because they wanted to ship more people across the nation.
This is what happened.
It's very clear. It's very it is what happened. You killed it over the Dreamers. No. Hold on. You killed it over the Dreamers. Where were the Dreamers on the new bill? Let me ask you this. It was bipartisan. Why didn't the Dems include the Dreamers on the new bill? If they cared so much.
It's a great point. Pisco, it's a great response. But Hutch has been waiting very much, and I want to throw it over to Hutch.
We need to be clear about.
We have Turk.
Sorry, we need to be clear about what the Border Patrol said. What they said was the head of the Border Patrol said, while not perfect, the Border Act of 2024 is a step in the right direction and is far better than the current status quo. This is why the National Border Patrol Council endorses this bill and hopes for its quick passage. Donald Trump personally intervened, called conservative senators and threatened them if they were to give Biden a win during an election year. What you're saying is that you know better than the Border Patrol Union, which, again, this is a divided government. You're not going to get some bill that makes Republicans entirely happy and Democrats entirely happy. It did put limitations on our asylum. That would have helped. It did hire more.
First thing they said is better than the status quo.
It's not the Gibbs show. I would like to respond from our side. Please.
Excuse me. Let me just finish. To hire more immigration judges. It did have more funding to hire more Border Patrol agents. And Donald Trump killed the bill. So I just don't think you guys have a leg to stand on to saddle this entirely on Biden's watch when he worked with Republicans in good faith for months. You had the leader of the Senate on the Republican side endorse the bill. You had Langford. It's not fake news. You can look up the quote yourself.
Gibbs, please, you've had your chance, Gibbs. Gibbs, you've had your chance. I'm just going to talk over Gibbs every time Gibbs starts to talk, and I'll get my shit in. I don't give a shit. I'll eventually be able to say what I want. I was rudely interrupted last time when I was setting up a point. Wasn't given a chance to be able to finish that, so I'm going to keep talking until I get my chance. So I would like a chance to talk.
Okay, but I understand you have a chance to talk, but Ira's been waiting, Turk's been waiting, Joe's been waiting. There's a lot of people who are in line, so I got to get to everyone. There's 8 people. It is what it is. A lot of people don't like each other, so they're very energetic. I'm gonna get down the list, so I'm just gonna go down the list straight up to make sure people have a chance to speak who haven't talked much of the show. And
We'll see you guys for a while.
I want to throw it to you first, then Turk, then Joe, then we're probably gonna get to Rob eventually.
So yeah, I mean, the border is shut down courtesy of Biden's executive order. It's a temporary fix. It'll probably get struck down by the courts eventually, as Pisco said. It's but you can look up yourselves. The border crossing numbers are the same as the end of the Trump administration. Now, that being said, I want to go back to my question about what is Trump's plan to make housing more affordable. The only thing I've heard is drill, baby, drill. Increase the drilling, going to bring down inflation, if I understood correctly. But inflation is already below 3%. The lowest it's going to go is like 2%. So I'd love to hear more about that from you guys, because Kamala's proposed some ideas, which you guys poo-pooed on. But what is Trump offering to bring down my rent?
So
Yeah,
I don't want to run too much defense, and I really love Gibbs. Sometimes God brings its strongest soldiers for the hardest battles, so that's always nice to see. I am kind of concerned, however, that nobody on the right side talked about some of the housing policies that he proposed. I don't agree with them. I almost said the M word there. I'm sorry. I hope that lovely person kicks rocks with these policies, but he did articulate the idea of federal land usement. So basically repurposing some of the federal land that's currently not in use, like military bases, certain things within the Bureau of Land Management, to turn that into housing. I don't agree with that. There's very obvious reasons why. Any liberal who pays attention to the news for 30 seconds can understand why that's a poor policy. Another one is the idea of restricting, in some capacity, larger corporations from buying homes and using them for things like rental properties. He spoke to that a little bit. And then he also, as I think Gibbs was trying to articulate and others were trying to articulate, some relation with immigration as it relates to construction. Basically, he argues in one way or another that restricting immigration can help reduce housing costs. I don't know how exactly that works out, but that does tie to a deeper point where it would be interesting if there was a second debate just specifically on housing, especially considering that wasn't mentioned in the previous debate at all.
Turk,
So Joe, just to clarify.
Oh, okay,
Can
Ira,
I-
quick 15, 20 seconds, because we got to get down the list.
Yeah. So it sounds like privatize federal land, kick people out, and restrict corporations from certain business practices. And I wonder if my conservative friends would agree with those things.
Where is Kamala Harris going to get the procurement for her housing? Where is she going to procure the land for that?
Yeah, but that doesn't
mean
come
land.
on,
She would be
Andrew, that
offering
doesn't answer
incentives.
the question,
She would be offering
fam.
incentives to make it cheaper and to
Yeah, no, that's
incentivize
well.
the
Is that
construction of
what
certain
her
types
plan
of
is?
buildings. Yeah,
Is that what her plan
I think
is?
it actually specifically goes for like 1,200 square foot homes, a specific tax credit for these businesses to
I
incentivize
see.
them to build.
to build more
You
homes.
spend money and you have public-private partnerships. It's not that difficult in terms of what do you think they did for the infrastructure?
Yeah. So hang on.
You have
Wait, what do
public-private
you think
partnerships.
they did? What do you think they did with the
you
infrastructure?
have public-private partnerships. You have state offices as well that coordinate where to build stuff. It's not something that's like
there's three electric chargers they built for like how many billion was that?
Again,
Somebody said it earlier. How many offices did it take to like spend that many billions of dollars?
You wanna
This
go
is what
line
conservatives
item
are
by
mad
line
about.
item.
Oh, you want to
Yeah.
talk about economics? This is what's so frustrating to Republicans and normies, really. And it's crazy to come on these panels, and I feel like I'm the only one that talks to anybody outside of their house ever. You talk to these people, and they go, "Man, it's really annoying to see that Democrats spent my dollars on things like $2 million to study dying butcher's language in Paris, France. Oh, we spent billions of dollars on 3 electric charging stations under Biden's administration's, what was it, Make America Bullshit Again bill. It's fucking crazy. Like, I'm just sitting here seeing this, and y'all are trying to sit here and say this is economic growth because y'all throw money at a problem with no real solution,
Why are
and then just expect the
Republican
regular American
governors-
taxpayers
Wait,
to
real
pick up
quick,
the
real
slack.
quick, Pisco. You keep saying this, but the amount of EV chargers on Biden's watch has doubled and they're currently building 1,000 new chargers each week.
Oh
Where are you
my
getting this
God.
info?
I don't know where they're getting it.
anything. But the Biden administration hasn't done anything to address the cost of the EVs and then the worker shortages within that. That's always been one of the problems.
They did a federal rebate for the EVs. What do you mean?
There's a tax
There was a $7,500 cash rebate for EVs.
For like an hour, and I watch y'all dance. I just want to tap dance a little bit, and then you can respond. The point I'm trying to make here is that there's still gaps within its particular policies, which is something I mentioned to Pisco like an hour and a half ago at this point concerning housing, and maybe him and I will have to have a conversation about this after the stream itself, so we can like sort of hash that part out. I engage a little bit with that one.
No, there are gaps. I agree with you, Joe. There are gaps.
Yeah.
This was a bill, just like the border bill, that had to go through the process, the meat grinder of making legislation. It's not going to be perfect, and so I can't go on a line item by line item basis and speak to all the electric chargers or whatever. But I do know
it's 8 chargers, 2.5 years.
But for
Sorry.
instance, Pisco,
Hang on,
not to cut you off. Like you spoke towards the 3 million houses, right? There's still a problem about land usage and land utilization that's going to be a direct challenge that she has to address. I think if she is going to do something like parade the 3 million houses policy, she should also articulate to people, how am I going to deal with those upfront obstructions if I want to do public-private partnership, like restrictive zoning laws, like just zoning generally, like you know what I'm saying? Like, there's other things with that, but
that will absolutely have to be worked out. I'm not saying it's going to be that, like, okay, maybe I didn't mean to imply that it was trivial. These are things that are going to take time and money and resources to think about, and smart people to craft legislation. But like, yes, I understand that. But Kamala's not going to say that on a debate stage and say, there's zoning issues. Like, it's an idea.
Well,
it's a concrete idea, and the same thing doesn't apply to Trump. Trump's like, we're going to deport 20 million people. Where are the logistics for that? Where are the concerns about government expenditures for that, and paying for everyone's court fees and increasing exponentially the number of immigration judges to process deportation orders? Okay, so I understand that there's going to be logistics down the road. Those are going to have to be dealt with, but I think that it's not this unthinkable hurdle for home purchases.
Okay,
yeah, but do you
this
think
has to be
that,
the final
like,
question, Joe, because we have 2 people on the list, Turk and Rob, okay?
Because look, like, real talk, like, one part of me just thinks this way, where it's like, I don't really get, like, when Republicans were talking about build a wall, they weren't necessarily arguing the semantics of like, well, what's the wall going to be made of? They just said, no, motherfucker, you build that wall and we'll figure it out later. However, something that Kamala Harris in this case, and even Donald Trump's case, if we're talking about the border wall, needs to articulate is that what does that look like to do those things, which is why, again, I'm arguing that there needs to be more debates. I think it's the onus of those who are in support of Biden-Harris, the onus of those in support of Trump-Vance to be like, yo, no, you need to debate more, but those debates have to be concentrated. That allows focus for Kamala Harris to pin him on particular policy points. That allows Donald Trump to stay focused, something that he struggles with in debates already, and any Republican who says otherwise is being dishonest. So that could be something of a good if those debates moving forward are directly concentrated on those policy gaps that both these parties are representing.
But why is there this pressure on Kamala to come forward with more details and not Trump? I haven't heard. You're the first person.
Because
to
Turk is that question.
Thank you for allowing me to answer that question. So IRI, I 100% agree. I wish we could have focused in the debate this week on actually drilling into the policies that we're going to be going for in 2025, next year, right? And this reinforces what Joe's asking. It's like, I really wish there was more substance to this debate. And unfortunately, Kamala was not really pressed on some of the details on her positions that she said. I understand y'all were able to debunk Andrew's point of list one policy. It's like, yes, there was 3, but it's like, we want more, right? Then when Trump was asked about policy questions, I give y'all the Medicare one, but like, y'all didn't like that answer, so that's on you, not on necessarily
What about tariffs?
Trump.
You agree with this tariff policy? 10% on everything coming into the country, maybe 20%?
I think it worked a little bit. There probably is some refinement that could happen, and it's probably a good thing to try.
That's going to increase prices in the short to medium term.
But we would love to dive into these specifics a bit more in the debate, rather than continuing to act on previous policies that he did do. Let's talk about the future, right? We're trying to go forward. That's why I think we needed to focus more on the actual policies, and just Kamala never got that opportunity. And that's why I think in the debate, she did good on the delivery, but she didn't do good on the policy. And that's why, going back to the original query for the debate here tonight, I don't think she did really well.
And,
Well,
and to
Trump
be
brought
clear,
up
I am
people
not
eating
pushing back
dogs.
on the idea that Donald Trump should not debate, and the onus isn't on him either. Right? The onus is on both of them, though, because Donald Trump has to stop like being afraid of women or whatever the fuck he's going on about. Apparently, has some fear against women. It's happened like 2 debates now, which is not. I mean, it is what it is, but it's still like it's the onus on both of them to
Yeah,
articulate.
Trump
that, hey,
Trump
we gotta
definitely
be
has
debating on
character
these
flaws, and he could have done a lot better to address the specific questions. He shouldn't have caught the bait. We agree. A lot of us actually agree at the beginning in our opening statements. But again, I want to drive this fact. It's like we need to know more about the policy and how it's actually impacted. Talking to these 3 million houses, where are these houses really needed? They're needed in urban areas, right? They're needed in suburbs, right? Where are we going to put them? Going back to Joe Lewis's point, are we going to start doing eminent domain? Are we going to go and buy bulk land out by the airports? These are things we need to know and we need to talk about, and we need to at least have a discussion about it.
Zoning isn't the major issue. Like, you understand, we have a housing shortage because construction companies
It's an
stopped building
example to
homes
the
due
argument.
the pandemic because of the rising interest rates. Like, they are ready to build if we can incentivize them. It's not a matter of land or where they're going to do it. They'll work that out.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Who's they?
Yeah, who's they? That's a good
Who are
question.
they? Who
They
are these
are-
people ready to build?
Hey, bro, they nacho fries, you know?
Hang on, no. The entire universe of public and
The
private
universe.
stakeholders so there's an entire
The
legion
entire
of people.
universe.
This
bro.
nebulous
It's
group of
time to
wait, wait,
universe.
Let him answer the question.
Lizard overlords, bro.
Wait,
It's
wait,
our lizard
so-
overlords.
Private landowners, state regulators, state governors, the federal regulators, the administration itself. A lot of people need to coordinate to make this happen. We're not saying that doesn't need to happen, but they will find a way if their incentives are there. IRI is absolutely correct. You guys are being delusional if you think that the government.
But
our
where's the
government cannot
proof?
invest
Where
in
is the
housing.
proof?
Our government
Bro,
absolutely
we've already
has
seen them
capacity
fail.
to invest in housing.
We got to throw it over to Rob because Rob's been waiting.
Okay, thanks. Now, I think if we're trying to take this to the debate a little, Gibbs illustrated exactly what the point of Donald Trump is that he took the bait, right? So I set this argument up with Hutch. I asked Hutch, I said, if an executive order would be able to solve immigration, why didn't Biden do it 3 years ago? Why instead did he say that the border was secure? Please, Gibbs, you've already made yourself full enough. Why didn't he allow or say that it was a problem the whole time? Why did he gaslight America and Kamala Harris gaslight Mayorkas gaslight and say it wasn't a problem? And Hutch immediately goes, well, the better solution would be it's about asylum policy and blah, blah, blah. And he does this song and dance, which Gibbs then takes the bait. The point that I'm trying to make is...
Hold on, how am I taking a bait
please,
here whenever I'm quoting real issues
because
and actual policy?
because I set up what the ultimate argument would be, and I was unable to finish it for 25 minutes because you took it in a different direction, taking the bait.
Sure,
the
so that's
question
not bait.
then
It's,
becomes it
bringing
is
real
bait
issues to the
because
table.
intelligently what Pisco did is very similar to what Kamala Harris did. Is say, but the real problem is there was a bipartisan bill that Biden wanted that Trump didn't do. Then we spent 30 minutes talking about that bipartisan bill. When what we really saw, what Hutch illustrated was, if an executive order would have been able to solve this, but Biden refused to do it, it proves that they were happy with the direction the border was going, which the American people are against. And they're only now trying to talk about it because it's an election issue, which gets to the problem of this debate and with Kamala Harris, which is she has not had any adversarial press. She has been hidden. She only gave an 18-minute pre-recorded interview with Dana Bash. She didn't have policies up on her website. Turk is correct that it's just facsimile-like statements that she's now using, many of them of which been copied from the Trump administration. And it gets to the point, like I said, that Bernie Sanders said, she's just saying what she thinks the American people want to hear. That's it. And Hutch is okay with that. Hutch proves it. Because Hutch is now saying, please, let me, please.
She's pivoting to the center to win an election.
Please, let me. I tried to be generous this whole debate and not interrupt people.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So Hutch proves that point. He's saying, well, the Biden administration could have solved this day one if they wanted with an executive order. They could have. That's how they did it now. That's how they solved it now. And my point is, but they gaslit us for 3 years and said, there's no problem at the border. 2021, no border problem. 2022, no border problem. 2023, no border problem. 2024, there's a border problem. It's Trump's fault. Oh, but now we can solve it with an executive order. Oh, and by the way, when we tell you all the shit that we could have done while we were in office, like reduce inflation and build houses, and we're going to do, child tax credits, all this shit that we could have done. Now we promise we'll do them just until the election's over. And then if they win, they'll rescind on all of these promises. So what I'm telling you is, it is clear that if you're listening, don't take the bait. This debate is about one thing: the record of Donald Trump. He's had 4 years of policies that he's instituted. He's had adversarial relationships with the press, and he's had counts or city halls and etc. where he's talked over. In fact, he talks too much. He's constantly going on places where he's talking about his policies and other things. Kamala Harris hid, and in this debate she said nothing, and she has a history of flip-flopping on every major policy position, and she did not give any details on how that would change. And we could see that her administration lied to you, not just about Biden's cognitive decline, but lied to you about the border, could have solved it at any point with an executive order, and chose not to until they knew it was an issue for the election. Now they're pretending to give a shit. As soon as they're elected, it'll go right back to the same open border policies.
I do agree with Rob on one thing. I think that we should go after people's records. And I think the record that most matters is this former president's attempt to steal the 2020 election, which is the area you guys don't want to get into. You think that we don't want to talk about economics.
And we shouldn't focus on Kamala's previous policies.
You guys think that we don't want to talk about economics. We just spent the vast majority of the debate talking about economics.
Well, it's because you don't understand economics.
You want to know.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah, okay. You guys like not knowing.
Let's focus on the other previous policies and not the other previous policies. Gotcha.
I mean, are you not? What people care about in this country is the fact that the former president tried to steal the 2020 election and doesn't give a shit about our Constitution.
He didn't try to steal that. This is another lie.
Please, Gibbs, stop interrupting, Gibbs. You've talked enough, dude. You're their best debater.
Wait. Well, first, how about, let's do it this way, because I don't like the, first, Pisco, you'll have a minute to explain how he tried to steal election. And Gibbs, you'll get a minute to respond how he didn't, and how it's a lie. Okay? And Hutch, I'll write your name down. I gotta use the bathroom. Please no one say a slur.
Sure, yeah. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You don't agree with that, Gibbs? You don't agree that Donald Trump fairly lost the 2020 election? But I'll say it again.
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Someone gave a I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Or maybe that was
you're making accusations.
You know what? I'll give you that. I confused Andrew before too. So my apologies for that. So he absolutely lost the 2020 election. Recounts confirm it. Court cases confirm it. Investigations by governments confirm it, both state and federal. And even though he lost the election, he tried to remain in office. He tried to do so through several means, including but not limited to using fake electors, trying to convince state legislatures to rescind their electoral votes, and trying to have his crowd pressure and then ultimately insurrect against the government for the purpose of stealing the 2020 election. And that is absolutely disqualifying. He has promised to pardon the criminals who attacked police officers in the Capitol on January 6th, and he is nowhere close to competent or fit for that reason by itself. Even if I were to grant you, which I don't, any of the economic policy that you just spoke about, the fact that this man tried to upend our constitutional structure is by itself disqualifying. And I'm sure you're going to tell us, Gibbs, now about why he didn't do that and how I'm assuming you're going to say he didn't lose.
Notice how he directs it directly to Gibbs because he knows he'll take the bait again. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I will take the bait. Hold on.
Damn, Gibbs is talking shit about you.
I know. Rob and I.
Go Gibbs.
Let me just quickly say, I'm in on it. Yes. No, Gibbs said the thing, and so I said, wait. Let's let Pisco say it. Let's let Gibbs say it, and I want to have them respond. Rob, you can talk about it after if you think Gibbs doesn't make a good point. You can make a good point after. Gibbs.
Yeah, Rob. Listen. I think you're talking at cross purposes, Rob. One, I don't think he said that. First, he said his speech peaceful, patriotically. It's been pretty well established. We're just going over going lies. You know what? If I was Trump, I'd probably think things were rigged against me too. I haven't seen any evidence that it's overwhelmingly rigged against him or with whatever. But some of the lawfare could make me see that as if I was Trump. Now, that being said, I don't give a shit about none of that. You know what I care about? Let me tell you what I care about. The treasonous behavior by the Biden administration and the Harris administration along the border. That's a problem. I have sat here and heard all this bullshit. Texas, when they joined the United States as a country, it was on the condition, A, we're going to sell part of our land, get our debts done. B, the Rio Grande, which Texas already fought a second war after the war for independence. Hold on. No. If you let me finish. Texas already fought a second war with Mexico on their own without the U.S.'s help to establish the Rio Grande as our border. That was established. Then, after we established the border of the Rio Grande as a border, we fought Mexico. I don't know if you might have heard of it. Big thing called the Mexican-American War. Yeah, the Mexican-American anymore. Zachary Taylor got elected president afterwards because he was such a hero
recall.
during it. Yeah, big thing happened. Maybe, and guess what that was fought over? Mainly because the Rio Grande was the defining point. And now what we've said here and seen is the Biden administration open it up and then try to stop Texas from defending its sovereign border, which it was agreed upon. The whole reason we were joining the U.S. was for protection along that border. I haven't said anything about seceding.
Do you or do you not want to secede? Yes or no, Gibbs? Do you want the?
No. I mean, right now, no. Maybe later. Who knows? I don't know. Like,
they don't actually believe in America. What they believe.
Listen.
I'll give you another 20 seconds because he didn't really address
reason.
Yeah, I mean, because because this question is bullshit, right? And this is what I'm saying. If we're comparing what's more treasonous, I would say everything on the board is much more treasonous than the speech that Trump gave, and where he said peacefully and patriotically, and then other people took it to heart and went crazy.
You just said
like
you want to
whatever.
leave the union, Gibbs.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? Well, this is bullshit.
You said maybe later.
Hold on. If I said. If I said, yeah, if they hold on, Pisco's, hold on,
Admiral.
Yeah, I guess of this bullshit. Let me tell you something. Pisco here, he's a lawyer, right? He knows about contract law. If one party doesn't uphold their obligations, guess what? The other party has reason to want out of the contract. Yeah, and so whenever they don't enforce the border, that's just as treasonous as anything you can accuse the Trump.
It's a warning. What Gibbs is doing is warning, saying if you don't agree with Texas on border policy, we might leave. Because this is a contract, and
because we signed with the U.S. to join. Yes or no?
You're defending secessionist thought, and
no, I'm defending our border, which you are not. You are sitting here opening it up for everybody.
I just want to say, you are literally giving the. I'm not even exaggerating. The exact.
Why do you hate farmers and ranchers on the border?
You are literally giving the exact same argument that the Confederates gave for why they were allowed to leave the Union. That this
no,
was
I'm not.
Contract. Wait, no, yes, you are. That this was
sanctuary cities are also giving the same argument for that the nullification crisis under South Carolina did.
Are we talking about the debate?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Sure, it's a dead end, but I just want to finish this. That Gibbs is giving the Confederacy argument, which was.
I'm not. No, you're lying. You're lying.
I'm about to explain why.
You're absolutely lying.
I'm about to explain why it's the exact same.
You can explain it correctly.
The legal argument of the Confederates was we entered into this union on conditions, and once the union rescinded the...
None of them were sovereign countries, were they?
Please stop. Look, I said 20, 30 seconds. Pisco, 15 seconds. I have a timer.
Yeah. Once they breached that contract, that is the union, by electing Lincoln, who was going to stop the expansion of slavery, that they had the right to secede. That was the exact secessionist argument that you just heard from Gibbs.
No, fake news. How many of those states were also their own separate countries before joining the Union? There's a reason Texas is the only state that can fly its flag equal to the United States flag, because we were the Republic of Texas. We won our independence independent of the United States without their help. So guess what? We came in on equal footing. Part of the equal footing bargaining and part of the contract is you're both of sound mind. You agree to something. The United States is not pulling their end of the bargain here with regards to the border. You would know that if you went to law school and were actually a lawyer.
Damn,
Rob, you wanted to respond to something?
Yes. Notice how I said in my opening that what you'll see is the constant deflection from the records of the Harris-Biden administration and the Trump administration, and how things like the economy and border were much better under him. We got Hutch to admit that actually all it would have taken was an executive order from the Harris-Biden administration to solve everything. They instead lied for 3 years and said that the border was secure and it was fine. There is no answer from anyone on the left by that. But Pisco is smart, like Kamala Harris was smart in throwing out bait. And just like Trump took the bait, Gibbs takes the bait. So he does exactly what I said he would do in the opening statement.
Damn, which is talking shit about you, Gibbs. You can take that.
I mean, he can do that, but he
does.
I'm not going to take it. It's just because I have a different argument style than him. I'm not going to sit here and argue about it in the weeds whenever I have real issues I give a shit about.
And now
the only thing he's dog walking is his honking reputation, because he's sitting here and he's wrong. I'm spitting facts. He's over here sad. I don't know. I'm sorry, Rob. You're wrong.
No, I appreciate the interruptions from everyone. I'll finish my point.
Yeah,
go ahead, keep interrupting. It's fine. I'll wait. I'll keep interrupting. It's fine. It's okay. Everybody good? Okay. So again, all that this did was Pisco. He knew that they had to take the bait because they don't have an answer for the fact that the American people correctly blame the Biden-Harris administration because they could have solved this with an executive order. Right, Hutch? Hutch was the one the question was directed to, so I'll get Hutch's answer. I don't need your answer, Pisco. We'll see what Hutch says. He's the one that said that the executive order solved all this. So they intentionally allowed this to occur, and what they're doing on the left is just what Harris did, was it refused to talk about these things and instead pivot to more democracy, more racism. racist. I've talked to Pisco, as he knows, probably 20 plus hours on January 6th. It's been litigated ad nauseum. It's all as people were struggling to buy eggs and milk and afford houses. Pisco and Hutch and IRI and their ilk were celebrating the January 6th committee, celebrating throwing nonviolent prisoners in jail, celebrating the terrible treatment of them. That's the things that they want to talk about. So to the undecided voter out there, I implore you, were your wages going up under Trump? Could you afford homes? Could you afford eggs? Could you afford groceries? Was the border more secure? Were we on the verge of World War III? The answer is all of those things were better, and Pisco and company don't give a shit. They're fine with that because they just want to use lawfare to go after their opponents and scream racism and mud democracy, just like they did in 2016, saying Trump would be a racist and a threat to democracy. Same tired argument.
We also had the largest protests in our nation's history when Donald Trump was president. The largest amount of civil unrest. Do we really want to go back to that? Because I feel like
it was all
Trump-
whipped
Your
up
people.
like communists.
Your people.
We also
It was
lost
your people.
1.1 million people to a pandemic. I bet you if Hillary Clinton was president, wouldn't have lost anywhere near as many of those people.
Wait, what metric was the largest?
Hang on,
What metric?
hang on,
What metric
Gibbs,
was it?
my turn, Gibbs, hang on. Let me question IRI on some of
then
this.
Andrew. Hutch, then Andrew. Hutch just raised his hand a bit ago. Then Andrew.
This is
I kind of want to take a different tack, so let them finish this up, and I want to ask a different question.
Andrew.
No, answer Rob's question, Hutch. Don't
did
run,
answer
his question. No, you didn't answer
cuts both
shit.
ways,
Answer his
Andrew.
question.
It cuts both ways. If Donald Trump was able to do border wall by appropriating defense funds, why didn't he do it the first year if it was such an emergency?
It's
on
what
the border?
aboutism. It's what
why didn't he do it
aboutism.
the first year, Rob?
It's what aboutism.
Because
You're
he was
the
trying
one-
to get it done through Congress, right?
Excuse me. I'll answer
Yes,
the question.
there you go.
It's what aboutism, one. So you refused to answer the question.
It's
Said,
not.
what about Trump? Yes, it is.
No,
you're the one
I
that's
answered
saying.
your question.
You're the one that
he
said
tried to get it. He wanted a bill from Congress, and Trump killed the bill, and
it
he did an
wasn't
executive
just,
order
that's
afterwards.
not true. What, in 2021 did Trump kill the bill? In 2022 did Trump kill the bill? In 2023 did Trump kill the
Why
bill?
didn't Trump build the wall in 2017?
Because he was stymied by
He could have done it-
Democrats.
He could have done it himself.
You asked
He
a
waited
question.
3 years.
You
Well, that's
asked a
amazing. That's
question.
what I said.
You asked a question, and I'll answer if you
right.
don't mind.
Well, it was
so
an
the question,
emergency, right?
Amazing.
you
You got
asked,
no point here.
you asked a question, and I will
Right.
answer if you like,
Rob's
or you
in
could
trouble
just.
right now.
I'm not in trouble. IRI, please. Someone who
you're on the
claimed that they
ropes.
wanted to stay in their bubble, not debate me. You should keep your own advice. The reason is right
Damn.
because you're the person that said that a simple executive order was able to secure the border. The fact is, the border was much more secure, largely because of the executive orders of Donald Trump when he was there. I never said Trump could build a wall by executive order. You're the person who said that an executive order, quote, secured the border right now. You can't answer for the fact that if that's all it took, why did Biden...
You don't listen.
Again,
Well, it's
you
not
did not answer, and I'll repeat it. Why did Biden lie for 3 years and say the border was secure when all he had to do was pass an executive order? Why did he allow millions upon millions of illegals in?
Pisco, he's not asking you.
The question
He's
was
not
directed
asking you,
towards
Pisco.
Hutch, so I want to have Hutch respond. Then we're going to go to Pisco.
I've
because he
answered
raised
this
his hand.
question.
Well,
I'm happy to.
Andrew,
No,
is your
my
thing
turn.
still think?
Yeah,
it's
sure
Hutch,
thing.
Andrew, then Pisco.
I've answered the question. I'm happy to answer it again. A more meaningful way to address the border issue is through Congress. He tried to get that done. When Trump killed that bill, he used an executive order.
That's a lie. What Congress bill was he pushing in 2021?
It's on his website. He has a
Nope,
comprehensive
shut up,
immigration-
Pisco.
Which
Shut
bill
up.
was he pushing in 2021 or in 2022 or in 2023? What
He
were the
did
bills that
push an
Biden?
immigration bill, as far as I understand, in 2021.
what were the bills-
I'm not familiar with the specifics.
You've only
but,
cited
yeah.
one bill that you said was bipartisan. So if he did something that was totally different, that wasn't this bipartisan bill that didn't have support of Republicans, it wasn't just that he could have solved it with a bill. He was literally gaslighting the country. So was Kamala Harris, that there wasn't a border crisis. So was Mayorkas.
I don't think there was ever a point where they were saying that it wasn't a crisis.
Yes.
Mayorkas was
You could rewrite
testifying in front of Congress saying that our system is stretched beyond its capacity. Our current infrastructure along our border was never meant to deal with this level of influx. I tried to explain it to you guys before. The issue is our asylum laws. It's not people like crossing the border illegally. It's our asylum infrastructure being overwhelmed by tens of
It's not,
thousands
though.
of people coming from Central, South America, and Mexico. He tried to pass a bill meaningfully addressing that, and Trump killed it. And so he did.
No
Didn't Kamala go down there to address the root causes of the issue and just fail
And guess
miserably?
what? And guess what?
Just like when she went to go
I'm glad you
negotiate
mentioned
with
that.
Putin
You're
and
talking about
Zelensky,
the
and 3
Northern
days later,
Triangle.
they rolled in the
You're talking
tanks.
about the-
Clearly
You're
she's
talking
really
about the
bad at
Northern
negotiations
Triangle.
and foreign policy.
Listen, you're talking about the Northern Triangle. She was in charge of a diplomatic mission to help address the root causes
it failed
of migration
miserably,
from those
correct?
countries. No, guess what happened when she started doing that? Migration went
it
down from
failed.
those countries every year. We announced a massive aid package to Guatemala that Trump canceled on his watch. If you really want to address migration,
How did
from
he
these countries,
cancel it on his watch
help-
if she was the czar under Biden? How does that make sense?
on his
Did he like
watch.
somehow like take over for Biden and cancel the
Not
policy?
listening.
Like
When he was
okay.
president, he canceled foreign aid package that we were giving to Guatemala at the time. And guess what the fuck happened? Migration increased from that country.
Why are they getting our money anyway?
What do you want to? It's a way to address the issue. If you want to reduce migration, you can help them have better domestic situations. So there's
Or we
less
can just build a
corruption,
wall
less
that
crime,
works.
more economic. Okay. I'm glad you brought up the wall. He claims that he built hundreds of new miles of wall. Then why did we have this massive influx? Did it help?
Because the Bidens have been tearing it down.
If I may,
did it
if
help?
I may, to,
Did
if I
it-
may,
did it help?
if I may, to address specifically the lie, or maybe just the misunderstanding that Hutch just said. He said that
No,
no
we do
one
need to
was
move
saying
on, though.
the Biden administration wasn't saying the border wasn't secure. In 2019, the border was called a manufactured crisis by Pelosi. In 2021, Mayorkas said the border is secure; it is not open. In 2021, Biden said there wasn't a crisis at the border; they're handling it. In April 2021, Psaki said the term crisis referring to the situation at the border is incorrect. It's more of a challenge. And September 2022.
What were
But let me finish. Let me
apprehensions at
finish
that
one
time?
more. In September 2022,
This
Harris in an
was
interview.
out of
I
control
understand
until
the need.
2022, I believe,
Again,
right?
I've been generous in not interrupting you. I think you've agreed to that. So when I'm reading statements that are fact, show that you're factually incorrect, please listen and then you can respond. In September of 2022, Vice President Kamala Harris with Chuck Todd said the border is secure, but we do have to manage a broken immigration system. So they constantly downplayed what was going on at the border, saying the border was secure. You said that none of them said the border was secure or that there was a crisis at the border.
That was during Title 42. That was during.
no.
the
I didn't-
So
COVID
you want
42.
quotes from 2023?
Hang on a second. So just to be clear, everything you just said was during a time in which there were millions of not expulsions, but you just administratively pushing them out under Title 42. You acknowledge that at least, right?
But even still, there were things like that occurring at the time, but the numbers that were coming in at that time were still record numbers. So at the time these statements are being
Trump
given,
had record numbers under
No,
his administration as
not
well.
even close, not even close to the numbers
Yes, he
we see.
did. In 2019, it was the highest level since Obama.
He had it above Obama, yeah.
Okay, so then you're saying
he
that
invoked emergency powers during
you're
COVID
saying,
just
I just
to
want to be
stop
clear.
that.
I just want to be clear before I look up the data. Then I'll be quiet and I'll look it up and present it to you. But what you all are saying is that the 2019 numbers of illegal immigrants or undocumented encounters were very similar to 2022. That it wasn't
I'm not
massively
saying that.
worse in
Wait, no, no,
2022.
No, that's not-
That's what I thought. That's the claim I'm making.
No,
So you saying
that's
that it
not
was
what we
higher
said.
in
Our
20?
claim is
Wait. The question. There was a question asked. I do want to make sure that I could hear the
yeah.
rest of the answer.
None of us are. You said that there were record numbers. The number of immigration in the late period has been increasing. They increased massively under Donald Trump. It is if you look at the slope, even if you guys are sometimes it's good to keep an eye on what the Groypers are doing, what Nick Fuentes is doing. He excoriates Donald Trump for this because the record and the number absolutely did spike under Donald Trump at various points in the administration. They went down in 2020 when they started doing the Title 42 administrative switches out because of COVID. Absolutely, that is true. But Biden continued that policy until a certain time, and then the crisis emerged, and it was really, really, really bad. And so I agree.
But it wasn't a crisis. Still haven't sent people to New York.
You can even say that some messaging around this has been really, really bad. What you cannot say, though, is that Biden did not present a bill in 2021, a comprehensive immigration plan. He did on day one. He had a hundreds of page long bill that addressed border security, addressed the broken immigration system. So that absolutely is true. And then the question about why didn't he do this executive action sooner? I think what Biden is doing is illegal. I disagree with him doing that. I think it's unconstitutional.
It solved the problem according. So you think it solved the problem according to Hutch? And what I'm saying is what you've talked about here, what you've talked about of things spiking under Donald Donald Trump is a red herring because it is unresponsive to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was clearly a crisis, as the numbers show, that we were hitting record highs in 2022. And the message we were getting from the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, was there is not a crisis at the border. The thrust of their message since 2021, 2022, and 2023 is the border problems being massively blown out of proportion by Republicans.
Was
It's
there
not
a
a
crisis in
crisis.
2019?
Please. Yeah, Trump said so. Trump said there was a crisis going back in 2016, and the numbers have exploded since then. Trump was doing everything he could. Trump had a two-pronged approach. One, he was trying to get bills passed that were the government was being shut down in one of the longest government shutdowns in history because Democrats said walls, please. It was Democrats that shut it down. They were controlling Congress.
Yeah, I said that.
Most people blame him.
In debate. I said that was my debate.
He tried to demand a border wall, and then he folded. So that's his.
What I'm saying, they shut down the government. They shut down the government, saying that walls were racist. They shut down the government, saying that walls are racist, and now it's part of Kamala Harris's plan to build a racist wall. So it wasn't just.
You didn't answer my question about the
I
wall
did
either.
answer.
I mean,
You didn't.
he claims that he built hundreds of miles of new wall. He didn't. It was 52 miles. Let's just take him at his word. He certainly renovated a lot of wall.
It's a clever.
He said that this would like fix the issue, and then we saw record spikes. So
It's a clever. Can I talk for 30 seconds here, Andrew? It's a clever deflection again, trying to take the bait. No, we're not trying to take the bait. Again, notice how Hutch is once more deflecting from the fact that we saw crisis numbers in 2021, 2022, 2023, and the Biden administration was constantly saying it wasn't a crisis. They're only pretending to give a shit now because it's an election year. And so what this is about, again, I don't interrupt you, Hutch. I generously let you talk when you're talking. I don't interrupt you. So if you could do me the same courtesy, I would appreciate that. They're bringing this up during an election year because they're pretending to give a shit about it, and just like they pretended to give a shit for 3 years. And if they win, they'll stop giving a shit, and all of a sudden we'll see them flying in illegal immigrants like they're doing with Haitian migrants. This is purely about the record of Donald Trump versus the record of the Harris-Biden administration. When it comes to the border and the economy, Trump crushes them in all instances.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, IRI said that the nation under Trump suffered from some of the most widespread protests which were out there. However, IRI, are you willing to acknowledge that Democrats allowed their own cities to get burned down, created Jazz Chop? On top of that, that BLM was headed by Patrisse Cullors, who was a avowed communist Marxist at the head of this, and that this had all of the markings of what is called a color revolution. Are you willing to disavow the Marxist leadership of Black Lives Matter, who was at the forefront of those riots and Democrats worked right alongside with them? Are you willing to do that?
Well, I'm not familiar with any cities that got burnt to the ground. I think a building or a couple buildings got burnt.
$20 billion damage.
Hang on. Gibbs. Let him answer to the communist charge. Are you willing to disavow the communists who are in charge of Black Lives Matter?
Not a communist.
I will.
I'm not a common liberal.
I will. I don't like communists.
Weirdos.
Yeah.
They're screwballs. I don't care for those people. But it all happened while Trump was president. Can we admit that?
That Democrats worked with communists in order to try to hurt the Trump administration.
Why didn't he invoke the Insurrection Act then, Andrew? Do you condemn him for not invoking the Insurrection Act, yes or no?
No, he allowed states to individually deal with these problems.
Was that a mistake? Was that a mistake?
No, I don't think that it was a mistake.
But you just said
they were destroying cities.
Let IRI talk. And then
you just said they were destroying cities.
Stop talking, dude. If you cut me off every 5 seconds, I can't even make my point. So anyway, back to this. IRI, you will admit, won't you, that the head of Black Lives Matter, the leadership of Black Lives Matter, were avowed Marxist, correct?
Who knows that?
Because we know who they are. Patrisse Cullors.
I don't know who they are.
I don't know that Patrisse Cullors.
I mean, a lot of them.
I don't know that name.
Pisco, is your name IRI, Pisco?
The question was IRI.
No.
I want to hear IRI's response.
Let me just say, there is no centralized leadership of BLM that was sending out marching orders across the nation. BLM had its own little thing in each little city. Now, I understand there were some people at the top of some sort of national organization that were some shitheads. I don't disagree with you on that. I don't care.
And that Democrats specifically, were allowing this type of violence to happen in their streets all over the United States, and they would do it on purpose. They would give stand-down orders to their own police departments to the point, hang on, IRI, to the point where it was the first influx of gun ownership that we saw where it started to actually move the goalposts for Democrats. Democrats started going and buying guns en masse in order to defend themselves from these very lunatics. Later, one acquitted, one Kyle Rittenhouse of self-defense, who I remember on your show, you tried to verbally crucify.
Irrelevant to the point. Why did Trump praise Tim Walz?
Let IRI speak, Pisco. It's between me and him. You've talked plenty.
I don't want to get into a big BLM thing. My whole point is that it happened while Donald Trump was president. Do you admit that? That's the point. What do you mean Democrats allowed it to happen? Democrats
These
in
are
the
localized issues. By your own admission, you claim these are all localized issues. That this is Pisco, why do you keep talking when we're in the middle of having this argument? So if you claim that these are all localized issues, right? Oh, BLM didn't have any grand leadership who was coordinating any of this. So it's all localized, and it's up to these local governors, local politicians to deal with these, kind of riots which are going on in their streets. And how did they deal with them, IRI? Didn't they just kind of let them do whatever the fuck they want? Damage property, millions upon millions of dollars in property. Basically, nobody got arrested for any of this, and you tried to verbally crucify Rittenhouse, who was stop talking, man. Let me make my point.
No, there were 10,000 people arrested that summer.
Why do you keep
lying?
I literally let you get in.
Well, you're lying.
Didn't interrupt you once. Didn't interrupt you once. IRI, can you tell me if Kyle Rittenhouse deserved to be acquitted? Didn't he deserve to be acquitted? Didn't he?
I did not see the evidence. I wasn't on the jury, so I didn't get to see all the evidence. So that's not a call for me to make. I respect the jury's decision.
Okay, that's it. But you won't disavow the Marxist leadership either?
I thought he just
did.
I don't know who the fact
you literally did.
You don't know who's in charge of BLM?
Circle jerk against communism, Andrew, is okay. Liberals
I am
and
a liberal.
will shake hands, circle jerk against communism.
No.
Don't worry about it.
I just want to make it clear.
I think it's convenient. He suddenly doesn't know. You suddenly don't know who the head of BLM is.
He just acknowledged
it. Why would I
know
who the head of BLM is?
Yeah, how do you not know? How do you not know who Patrice Cullors is? How do you not know?
They're not household names.
Why would I know who that is?
Because you followed, because I watched your program and you followed these BLM riots. That's why I would think you would know.
I went to BLM protests.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and yet for some reason it escapes you that Patrice Cullors was a fucking communist and that these governors, these localized governors, when you say, "Oh, this is Trump's fault," Trump didn't have anything to do with the BLM riots. The local Democrats were allowing these to happen with agitators like you.
Andrew.
You were an agitator who went and assisted
because
you went and assisted in the agitation of these local protests. You didn't give a fuck about property damage.
I got shot. I got shot with this little foam bullet, man.
Yeah, because you were an agitator. You were an agitator. That's why.
Like Trump was an agitator on January 6th, right, Andrew?
What did I do?
Okay, that's a whataboutism.
But I just want to be. I just want to make sure. I'll answer directly.
You sound cooler than I am.
No one's talking to you, Pisco.
No one's talking to you,
Pisco. We're talking to IRI, Pisco.
I know you're scared of me.
Talking to IRI, Pisco.
Everybody.
Pisco, if you want it, I've offered to do multiple debates with you, Pisco. Happy to do it.
Andrew's like, you have to pay me in order for me to debate you. You have to pay me.
Yeah, pay me. I have a huge platform. You're a loser.
Okay, they're both muted. Both Pisco and Andrew are muted, bringing everyone peace and joy. Because,
Can I say one quick
Wait, why do I get muted in the middle of my argument because Pisco interrupted
I was telling you both. We gotta give.
You just mute Pisco. Me and IRI were the ones having the argument.
I muted you both because I was trying to give IRI.
Because you're biased as fuck. Go ahead, IRI. Let us have the debate.
Andrew, don't be such a baby about it. How about that?
Oh, dude, stop bitching, dude. You know you muted me out of turn.
Bitching? Oh, I'm being prosecuted. Oh,
I have long hair. I have Down syndrome. My name is
You're the only conservative that comes on.
Down syndrome, Burn.
You're the only one.
Down syndrom.
You are a child. You are a literal child. You are an actual child. Yes.
Yes,
that's what a child says. That's a child comeback. That's a literal 5-year-old comeback. Yes.
Let's get back to the debate. IRI, were you an agitator?
I was not an agitator. I was there filming content and supporting my local community. But I just want to say, Andrew, I'm a liberal. I think communists and leftists are cringe, man. And they hate me and they wish death upon me. So They look at me as the same as you, so we are holding hands on that. Trust me.
Well, I think we need to have another conversation about this IRI. We had one before and it was pretty good, but no, I watched some of your content. It looked like you were participating in the agitation along with BLM, doing everything that you could to push your kind
what
of.
did I do?
When
You
you were
had that
there, you were doing
shiesty on,
everything
fam. I
that you
saw you.
could to profile this as some type of inequality,
You
and that
don't
Trump
know
is
shit. You don't know
responsible
what
for
he
this.
did,
Yes,
you
I
fucking
watched
bullshitter.
many.
You're a bullshitter. You don't know shit.
Ask IRI if I was in his chat
Pisco,
multiple
let
times.
IRI
Ask him.
handle it, Pisco.
Ask
Did a
IRI if I
man
was
not
not in his
spit
chat
in the face of
multiple
Trump?
times.
Is that
Was
not
I
allowed?
not in
Why
your
not
chat?
Trump's face?
Yeah. I'm gonna let you respond, IRI. But was I not in your chat multiple times? You even talked to me while I was in your chat.
I
Isn't
don't
that true?
remember. This is 4 years ago, so I don't recall
Yeah.
to be.
But that's what happened, Pisco. I was there. I actually do follow leftist content.
Why don't
Yes,
you point to
Pisco.
a specific of agitation? You just said he said things. Like, you can't point to a specific.
Yeah, I was getting
agitation.
into it, but you just interrupt me every
so why don't
15
you go
seconds.
into it
Remember
then?
you've been
Yeah,
into
I've been
it
trying to
like
go into
4
it,
years ago.
Pisco.
It was crazy.
Doesn't seem like
Yeah.
it. It sounds like you're making fun of people with disabilities. That's what it seems like.
No, just Dylan Burns.
Andrew,
Oh,
you're a
yes.
cunt. You've always been a cunt,
I
and the
know.
only thing
Yes.
that's going to change is one day you might have more cunt kids. Okay? Now, let's
You don't
begin
have
with the
any
topic.
kids because you're gay.
Why am I
Oh
sexual?
my God, bro.
I don't know what this has to do with
No, there's
anything.
that.
You
Well, I don't know. You
are-
brought the shit up. I didn't bring it up.
Okay?
You are a child, my friend.
Fantastic. Anyway,
You don't know anything about IRI. If you're accusing him of being a radical leftist, you don't seem to make a distinction between liberals and communists. You just
I
think
don't.
you think we're all like literal fucking
Yes,
communists.
you're all communists. Yes,
Because
from
you're
my-
silly.
Sounds
That's a silly
unhinged,
thing to
Andrew.
suggest.
I'll
You're
be-
It's a
mad about
silly
the
thing
interest
to
rate, so you
suggest.
pouted for half an hour, didn't say anything.
The
You
int-
were
hey, the
upset
interest
got
rates you
blown
still
the
don't
fuck
understand.
out,
You
and then
mean
you
still
said
don't
you're
understand
a
how they work,
moderator.
these guys go?
This
Yeah.
is completely
Yeah, just like
degenerated.
Trump, they're all
I'm
comparing
gonna
about the
we're gonna
moderator.
go down the we're gonna go down the list. There's 2 more names, then we're gonna wrap up, ask the questions people donated for, and wrap this up. We're gonna throw it over to Pisco, then Gibbs, then we're gonna do final statements, and then
Yeah,
we're gonna
I mean-
read the donations, and you can all get out of here.
The attack doesn't really work from Andrew because Trump presided over BLM. If you have a problem with how governors were doing it, then you necessarily have a problem with Trump not invoking the Insurrection Act and praising many of the governors who you say are responsible for this. You know, you want to talk about Minnesota, where I'm sure you guys are pointing to the things that burned down. Why did Trump praise it? You know, Trump is in charge. He's the person who can absolutely mobilize the National Guard if he wanted to, and just like in January 6th. And so the attack doesn't really work because, as IRI pointed out to you, to the extent that you see a government fault there, Trump is absolutely responsible for coordinating it. And if it is as large and as bad and as society destroying as you say it is, you can't possibly say that it's a local issue and it just should be held locally if what you really think is this was crumbling our society. And so the attack is not, it doesn't work. And of course, it doesn't work in light of your, kind of downplaying of January 6th as well as other issues. And I really think that your behavior tonight, Andrew, has been despicable. You've been crying.
Man, stop
having
whining.
it.
All you do is
And-
whine.
And then you go after the moderator, just like Trump
Still
did,
whining.
just like sycophants are doing, and you're calling him like a degenerate because.
Oh my
he has
God!
more sexuality
Oh,
than you.
clutch your pearls harder.
Just like you went after women at the start of your
Oh my
conversation.
God.
It's all,
Oh,
it's
no. Oh,
all
Andrew's so
hate.
mean.
It's all
Oh, he's
hate.
so
and
mean. Andrew's so
it's
mean.
all
Oh,
hate. It's
no.
all hate. It's all ugly.
classy.
and
It's
all hate. Oh.
and
Oh,
and
Andrew's
frankly,
mean.
and frankly, it's weakness because you know
Andrew
you're losing
mean.
on all these points, and
Andrew
that's
mean.
why you say, in order for me to debate, you have to pay you money because you're a
he's a
scared little
5-year-old.
rat.
Okay, it's called
Pisco
capitalism.
Pisco is happy to debate
I
with
think
you,
the
but you're
personal
saying all you've
attack
done is
section of the
clutch
rules
your
section
pearls.
has just been disregarded in its entirety this episode. We're gonna throw it over to Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm the, paragon of not making personal attacks. That's what I'm known for, Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah, so I gotta object to a couple of these things. I feel like we'll start with a similar personal attack and start with, hey, I feel like a lot of people, including one of the people on my own side, might need to get one of these tampons that Tim Walz is talking about before we can begin because they don't know stats. It's pretty clear. Just looking at Greg Abbott, we can go to the stats with from text.gov. 85% decrease in immigration here in Texas is Project Lone Star. We've seen all sorts of stuff. I can go by line stats. 516,000 legal immigrants have apprehended, 45,000 criminal arrests, 35,000 felony charges. We've apprehended over 500 million lethal doses of fentanyl, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States just from doing this. So clearly, it's not just an immigration issue. Whenever people keep talking about the immigration issue, and this is part of the reason why Kamala failed so bad, is because, hey, listen, it's an infrastructure issue. Texas is on the brunt of this. These other states are on the brunt. There's no infrastructure being built, whether that's whatever being done, like whatever. And then no one cared about this issue. This is how dishonest Dems are. No one cared about this issue until Abbott started shipping people to New York and Chicago, and all of a sudden the Democrat constituents got up in arms and go, hey, maybe we should fix the border. We should build a wall around Texas and stop letting them ship immigrants to Chicago. There's actually videos of this. I can pull them up if we want to later. I know someone's going to try to say, source, don't worry, I have them. I know that's something they do here. And so finally, on that note, it's pretty clear after they lied about the border, they lied about Biden's competency, which, oh God, they cooed him. He's gone. They took him out back and shot him like a dog. The guy's literally on a beach. It's crazy. And y'all are sitting here going, oh, whatever. It didn't happen. Gibbs taking the bait. It's clearly after 12 16 years where the Democrats have controlled the president, it's not Trump's fault for the little time where he tried to fix the goddamn catastrophe that is the economy, goddamn catastrophe is foreign policy. I mean, look, under Trump, Russia didn't invade. Under Biden, Russia invaded. Israel's at war.
Or was this
No, this is just all these things that they've lied about eternally. And yeah, well, it's not in this thing. I got more. Don't worry. I'm just saying all these people have been lying completely the whole time, and then they want to sit here and talk about, oh, personal tax, good faith, bad faith, whatever. Maybe just stop lying and admit that everything's been bad since the start with Biden, and nothing's got better statistically.
True.
Okay, we're gonna throw out a few questions, and then we're going to wrap it up. Let me just go down the list of questions that people donated for. This is one for Andrew. No, that's just a joke. Half of them are jokes, actually. We're just gonna go past the jokes. I assume you guys don't want those. No, that's an insult. That's an insult.
Well, unless they're funny, we'll hear, right? Shit.
Most of them are not funny. Most of them are just angry. Okay.
Here's fat jokes.
For Pisco, why do you think Harris's policy recreating the market condition that ultimately led to the housing bubble crash in 2008 will result in anything other than having another market crash beyond 2025?
I don't think
Harris
that it is.
385.
Yeah, I don't think that it is recreating the market conditions of the Great Recession, because the point is to lower the price of homes, and the problem with the bubble was, on the one hand, these kind of new financial instruments, deregulation of housing, and lowering standards for who's allowed to get a home, and so this would not kind of invoke those things. I don't know that it would cause a kind of bubble like we saw in the Great Recession. In fact, I think the attempt would be to lower the price of homes and to give people the financial ability to reasonably buy it and purchase a home, not to like go above their means. And I don't think this would affect the kind of mortgage-backed security industry. It wouldn't affect the kind of corruption that we were seeing in the credit rating agencies or any of the kind of bullshit from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And so I don't think it's on all fours with what was happening in the housing crisis, which I think is completely different.
If I can respond, if you don't mind.
Yeah, are we allowed to respond?
I think that I actually think that's wrong. I don't think you have good reason to say that. Take aside the plan to, who knows what the particulars are, to build 3 million houses, how long it would take, et cetera, et cetera. All of these plans to give money to first-time borrowers, et cetera. What that's going to do is drive up the cost of these homes, because once these banks realize they own these homes, hey, we could just charge $25,000 more. That's what they're going to do, and it's going to incentivize lenders to give money, because now they'll be artificially able to have the down payment on these homes to people that otherwise wouldn't qualify for mortgages, which means that it's more likely that we're going to have a collapse, that they won't be able to pay these mortgages, which is the exact sort of things that led to the 2008 crisis. In addition to that, it'll have the net effect of making these banks more landowners, because what will happen will be people will be able to purchase these homes and get mortgages, and then once they default on the mortgages, it will become the property of the bank, which means it will consolidate home ownership in the hands of the wealthy even more, which will have the net effect in the long run of meaning that the people that are on the lower and middle income scale that elsewise would be able to qualify legitimately for these mortgages won't be able to do so. Also, one little pet peeve I have is little rude, Hutch, to talk to your audience while someone else is talking. Just a little pet peeve. I leave my audience hear what you're saying when I talk. Just saying.
I'm not trying to be rude. I saw other people doing it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I'll say it to anyone. That's all.
Andrew's been doing it the whole time.
Andrew's audience knows what I think, so I didn't see him doing it. That's fine. That's my response.
He's been doing it the whole time. So.
Okay, we got some more questions. This one is simple. Can each person give their best prescribed policy for their preferred candidate? And I'm going to start with Gibbs. Just make it quick, 5 seconds. Just say a policy.
Yeah, sure. I want wall and immigration reform. I want it easier for people to come, and I want security at the border where we funnel people in through legal ports.
Could have just said wall. That would have been even more.
But both, it's both. Immigration reform is important too. Like you can't have one without the other. Like that's
Gravity
something
is
I think
the soul.
people bash like Republicans. Like if you're near the border, we know we need reform. We want people that
This wasn't quick.
Work.
Okay,
But I'm sorry. Well, I was just clarifying. I'm sorry.
But 5 seconds for everybody. Andrew.
That's all.
All progressives in prison.
Okay. Hutch.
Paid family and sick leave.
All right.
$6,000 child tax credit. I think that would help a lot.
Joe.
Weapons embargo 100% towards Israel.
That's for Jill Stein, isn't it?
That's
Yes.
his preferred.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Pisco.
My favorite is the personal one. I don't think it's the best for necessarily for the country, but my personal is the Supreme Court reform.
Okay. Rob.
Firing everyone who's engaged in lawfare.
Got and Turk.
Abolish the NFA.
Got you. For Andrew, what do you fear more? Giving a definition of insurrection or letting Pisco talk without spurging the fuck out?
You mean Pisco interrupt the entire panel the entire night, regardless of who was talking? And not only that, that was not my burden in that debate. Unfortunately, many people reviewed that, and Destiny got fucking wrecked, just like Pisco would. Neither one of these idiots have any clue what they're talking about. Anytime they're pressed on any issues, all they do is deflect and do whataboutisms. They're not debaters; they're morons.
Can you explain to me just real quick? Can I just ask him a question?
Did you put
No, you
money in
can't
the
ask
super
a
chat?
question.
Yeah,
I'd like to ask you a question.
You have to
just-
put $20 in the super chat.
Real quick.
Okay, well, yeah, actually, that's right. You have to give $20
Yep,
super chat.
you have to
Hutch.
$20
You have
super
to-
chat.
You have to PayPal me $20.
Hutch, use your video game money and
It's a
send in the
donation
super
section,
chat,
you
bro.
know? It's a donation section.
Yeah, you did really
No,
bad in the
okay,
Black
okay.
Ops
I'll give the one
marketing
one-
stuff, dude.
the-
Come on.
Whoa.
We'll go towards the end. Hutch, I'll let you go first so you can ask him a question in your any statement. That okay?
No, it's all right. Let's just get past him.
I mean, he just
Okay.
attacked me some more. Can I have 20 seconds to respond to what he just said? Or no?
Okay, but then we got to move on. Okay.
Okay. The only point here
And then
is
Andrew
you-
might be able to respond, and then we'll go
you,
on for another 5
you,
minutes.
you heard Andrew say to Tom Foolery, I have a secret definition of insurrection, but I'm not going to reveal it until I have my next opponent on the definition of insurrection. It's just more games with him. It's more absolute, like, little ways to try to get an edge, whether it's yelling over people or calling people gay or calling people, like, Down syndrome. It's all bullshit. It's part of the narrative. He's an idiot himself.
Well, the reason that these people are allergic to logic, they don't seem to understand when the burden of proof is on them. Even if I had a set of beliefs, I'd never have to reveal what those beliefs were to do an internal critique on your position of what is true or if X ought to be true. They don't understand this because they're fucking stupid. All of them fucking stupid. I've blown everybody on this panel out before.
Me too.
IRI, Hutch, all of them. Hutch was going to cry. He looked like he was going to cry. Well, you're less stupid than most of them.
I was bawling.
But you look like you were going to cry, Hutch. But anyway, there's my 20
It's true.
seconds.
I was on the verge of tears the whole time.
On the
Okay,
interest rate.
Let's reel it up. That'll be it. We're gonna do ending statements now. Go around, everybody, shout out your channels, and give your last thoughts in the discussion. Do not ask a question to somebody that has already, passed you. You can ask a question to somebody who's gonna answer after you, but obviously they can't respond. So we're gonna start with, let's start with Turk.
Yeah, so I was prepared for a different prompt, and I tried to answer the prompt given today, and then we completely got off the rails talking about stuff that clearly was evident with the actual debate that happened this week, and everyone kind of fell for the trap. I think Rob, did the best trying to stay on the topic here, so a tip to Rob there. I think Kamala delivered the best. During the debate, I was like, man, this is not going well, and that it just shows just how bad Trump performed in the debate. But again, it's like when it comes to policy, people see through some of the stuff that was said on Kamala's side just because there wasn't a lot of substance there. I really wish there could have been more substance, but the moderators were just not having it. They wanted to vet through Trump's previous errors and all of his bad bugaboos, which, we've talked about for the past 8 years, actually. We talked about it while he was in office, and we did the same thing tonight. So I think I should just go play Diablo 4 some more.
Amen.
What build are you running?
This is a Barrage Rogue,
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to Gibbs.
Sorry about that. All right, yeah. So yeah, in closing, I think the age-old expression of quickness is quickest does. about sums up what we need to do. The quicker we can get Kamala and Biden out of there, the better. Everyone made fun of Trump during the debate, since we talked about the debate a lot, which, like I said, wasn't the topic I prepared for, but we were ready. He made fun light of the issue that taxpayers have with Kamala saying, hey, we're going to advocate for transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prison. And I thought that was so outlandish, and I Googled it. Turns out she gave a whole speech to the ACLU where she advocated for this in quite a bit of detail. Well, I know we didn't cover that. I wish we had. I have all the quotes and stats ready. I guess it was a trap that didn't get laid, and I didn't get the bite on, like Rob would like to describe for me. But, I was ready for this trap. Either way, it's terrible. The economy's terrible. Foreign policy's terrible. Listen, if you think that it's going to be positioned to be better under Kamala, brother, let me tell you got 3 brain cells and one of them just died gasping for air because you forgot how to breathe. It's terrible. I don't know how anybody can be in favor of voting for Kamala right now with everything so blatantly obviously bad. The border, economy, foreign policy, it's a wash. Kamala has no answers. Her answers are vague. Trump does have answers. You can look them up. What I keep hearing is buzzwords, opportunity economy. Vote Trump, don't vote Kamala. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We do gaming and politics and a lot of general bullshit. Good times.
Pisco?
Kamala blew Trump the hell out of that debate. It's obvious. Everyone's saying it. Even the conservatives on this debate are saying it. All of the punditry is saying it practically, and they're coping because their daddy can't handle any possible loss or him, perceiving to be on the downswing at all. In terms of the two candidates themselves, there couldn't be possibly a greater contrast, both in substance and in character. In substance, Kamala Harris's policies are way better in every possible way. An actual plan to address the immigration crisis, the housing proposal that she's putting forth, the child tax credits that she's putting forth, her changes to the Affordable Care Act and making healthcare work better for everyday Americans, to say nothing of the other kind of issues that maybe are less in front of your face, but are just as significant. The Supreme Court reform, which are badly needed, among other changes as well. But this really should be an election about character. Who do you trust to be the commander in chief? Who do you trust to wield that office and be looking out for you and not themselves? And on that score, there couldn't be even a brighter possible line between these two individuals. Trump tried to steal the 2020 election and end our democracy and end the peaceful transition of power. Kamala didn't do that. And Kamala, if she loses, you can bet that she is going to gavel in Donald Trump's win. I guarantee it if she loses the election. Donald Trump is all about himself, and he's not even mentally or cognitively fit to be the president of the United States. You saw him on that debate stage, unable to really put together two thoughts, and at times, biting easy bait that it's so obvious it's bait. In real time, it's bait. You think he's not going to do that with Vladimir Putin? You think he's not going to do that with Kim Jong-un or any of these other leaders who are going to eat him for lunch, as Kamala Harris said? And so if you love America, if you love our Constitution, if you love the fact that we're allowed to vote and have our vote matter and count, you should vote for Kamala Harris. Do not put this guy within an inch of the Oval Office again, because he's just going to abuse the power like he did for 4 years.
Okay, over to Joe.
Yeah, I think it's Donald Trump is a no-go for me, but I think it's very important for me to say this, so I really make sure where I sit on this is distinct from the other people on this panel, right? So the Biden administration is a full partner in the genocide in Gaza. And while Democrat leaders claim to be tirelessly working on a ceasefire, they provided over $20.8 billion in weapons to Israel's mass slaughter of Palestinians since October 7th. And Democrat voters, have repeatedly demanded for an arms embargo and a permanent ceasefire from the Biden administration. And polling's on the side of support for that. And at the Democratic convention, you had uncommitted delegates, some of which that I voted for, that were censured and rejected from just the premise of speaking at the event itself. And the Harris campaign and congressional Democrats across the country have had ample opportunity to adopt some type of humanitarian position on Gaza. Instead, Democrat leaders just remain on staunch war criminals who facilitate genocide and carry out flagrant violations of national and international law. For me, it's no votes for genocide. I cannot support either candidate. And for me, as current state, Jill Stein is my only answer. And also, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Joe Lewis, 2 O's, J-O-O-E.
Wait, you say, Jill Stein, you say?
Yeah, he said Jill Stein. He's a Jill Stein voter.
Yes, I am. I do appreciate the time. I really like talking to all of you guys. This is my first time engaging with Andrew Wilson. Very, very cool. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Speaking of Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, happy to engage with you in the future. If you ever want to have a discussion, I'm happy to do that. Thank you to the panel, including Dylan Burns, for hosting it. You might think I was a little hard on Dylan this evening, but just full disclosure, Danabo, the recruiter, requested that I be mean to Dylan. I guess he needed some additional sound bites. And so all I did was fulfill the request of his recruiter. So you can't really get mad at me for that. When it comes to Pisco, for instance, Pisco brings up the idea that I requested that he pay for a debate, but all I was doing was holding the same standard that Destiny holds, that you have to have some criteria. If you don't have the criteria for the sub count in order to come on my huge channel, Pisco, then I think that payment is fair. Now, would I charge anybody else but Pisco? Probably not, but Pisco complained and bitched and whined about it, so I just couldn't help myself. Now, on top of all of that, let me just point out that wrecking you idiots is the funnest pastime that I've ever had in my life. I've made Hutch cry. He cried. Oh, let me off, please. But anyway, okay, back to this. This was a bait and switch. We did not get the actual topic. All the conservatives on here are complaining about it because we were told that this was going to be a who's in a better leadership position, Kamala Harris or Trump, and it turned out that that was not the actual topic. You can see them all nodding their heads because we had a bait and switch done on us. But we still made the best of it anyway, not that we should have, because progressive scumbags lie all the time in order to get you pigeonholed into topics you didn't even agree to under premises that you didn't agree to either. Now, to also maximize on the rest of this, I would like to thank the conservatives, especially, and IRI, who had a good head on their shoulders this evening, the only one besides the conservatives who did. Happy to have a combo with you in the future as well. My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I'm a political analyst, satirist, and also I engage in blood sport debates, and appreciate it, guys.
Okay, I do want to just throw out there that the topic was who's better to lead the country forward, and it did become a discussion on policy. We just opened on the debate. The discussion was 90% economic policy, 90% policy. So I think you guys debated the topic you prepared for. Anyway, continuing, we're going to throw it over to...
Yeah, I mean, after Rob moved it over to that, right?
What do you mean? Once it was said that I was like, yeah, that's the topic. Let's start with the debate.
Yeah, once Rob said, wait, we were strawman into
this is called moving the goalpost.
Yeah, I had a whole different opening prepared. I would have definitely done something different. I will say that.
The discussion you wanted. We just opened on the debate, the big news story that 78.
Well, to be fair, I opened
the panel show. We wanted to get audience to see the debate. If it was just another Harris-Trump
debate, it's a bait and switch, bro. It was a bait and switch.
Hold on, hold on.
Discussion you wanted. It wasn't a bait and switch.
Well,
hold on.
I do want to make one caveat. I know I'm the new guy and I was recruited. I feel that might not have helped because I definitely had a whole different opening prepared for the other topic, and I would have done something different. But it's like, I'm not worried. I'll adapt to whatever because I ain't scared. But it did seem a little bit baity switchy, just like from like
just a bit.
Never been here before. Never been here before.
I also put post-presidential debate in parentheses to let you guys know that depending on the presidential debate, it's presidential debate topic. It's going to be on the debate. So it's not like any
After the
nobody.
debate,
It was fine. It was good. Don't worry about it.
Read the question word for word.
All of us happen to be under the wrong impression. It must be on all of us.
I'll make sure to make it go on a contract, and I'll be sure to read word for word, byline by byline. Okay. Now, who's the last two people left? I know there's two people left. Rob,
my boy
and
Rob.
IRI. So I'll throw it over to Rob.
Okay.
And me.
I think.
Oh, then I'll throw it over to Hutch first. It needs to be in order.
Yeah, I don't think they're. I mean, like, listen. After Trump's debate with Biden, he requested another debate. After his debate with Kamala, he's now saying that's it. I think he obviously got rattled. She walked right up to him to start that debate, shook his hand, looked him right in the eyes, was staring at him for 95% of that debate. He barely looked at her. He was totally outclassed the entire time. I think that was obvious, and I think the polls reflect that. In terms of who is better suited to lead the country, just take a look at the two parties right now and just tell me what you guys think. And if we had more time, I would love to have asked my conservative counterparts, do you feel like the Republican Party is in a better position now than they were in 2016? I think the answer is obviously not. The modern American conservative project is in shambles. The House is chaos. They ousted their own House Speaker for the first time ever. They had one of the worst midterm performances in modern history during an economic downturn. The Democratic Party, in contrast, has never been more cohesive and unified in my entire life. I like our chances. I think we're looking pretty good to win the House. I think we're looking pretty good to win the presidency, and the Senate isn't completely out of reach. And so I think we are the adults in the room, and I think that the modern conservative project right now is just it's a joke. It's ridiculous. I think most people understand this. But
Dylan,
thanks for
just
having
real
me
quick,
on.
if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask Hutch very briefly. Hutch,
Yes.
would you be willing to continue this debate with me with Rob Knorr moderating after this is done?
No, I'm getting dinner, bro.
Okay.
If you want to set up a conversation about politics some other time, we can do that.
Okay.
Right? Actually, no, Rob. It would be conservative. so
Yeah,
Rob.
you're let Rob.
All right, fair enough. So I do think that the topic wasn't initially what we agreed to. It is worth mentioning because initially then it perceives as if I'm on the side of the lefties, like I said. But I do think that we adapted. And the only reason I think it's worth mentioning because I am vaguely aware that someone not understanding the specific topic before has led to a lot of controversy. So I just want to get on record, even though I think we did adapt and I don't think it harmed my performance whatsoever. I think I did great. I appreciate everyone's interactions on here, even those that are going harder than others. Obviously, I have love in my heart for the conservatives on the panel. Even Gibbs, who I was shitting on because I was upset that I laid a trap for Hutch and you stepped on my toes and it took me 20 minutes to get to it. But to talk about this briefly, I think Trump underperformed in the debate. I think he did poorly. I think Kamala Harris did poorly, but less poorly. I don't think it'll have a big effect whatsoever when it comes to how this election would be proffered. I think that what I tried to do is what Trump should have done is to not allow the deflections that you see that gets off the target of Kamala Harris has been hidden. She hasn't explained her position. She seems to, when she ran for president previously and was very clear about positions, she seems to have now done a 180 on those, but we haven't heard that from her mouth. We just hear from surrogates and other people on mainstream media places that are saying it. She seems to be running a vibes campaign that the establishment institutions, including the majority of the legacy media, is completely dragging her across the finish line. But if that's what the election becomes about, and I get it, I get what Hutch is saying, like, oh, despite the poor economics, Democrats did better than expected in 2022. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I'm a populist. I think these institutions are corrupt and they control the narrative. And when you control algorithms on places like Google and the majority of the legacy media and academia and the entertainment industry and the intel agencies are on your side and lying about things like the Hunter Biden laptop, etc., putting their thumb on the scale every election, yes, it makes it likely that the party that has disastrous policies ends up winning elections. And I'm predicting that will happen again. I am predicting that Kamala Harris will win. But it is no doubt that she's hiding. And if the election is about the track records of Trump and what the country was like under him economically and through the border, it was doing phenomenal. And then when we look at the Harris-Biden administration, which it's just an empty suit that was running as Joe Biden, and it's the same as Kamala Harris, it'll be people behind the scenes. I found it humorous at one point, IRI said, who are those people behind the scenes running things? Right, who's running the presidency now, IRI? You don't know. That's the whole point. But my democracy, right? My democracy. The most anti-democratic thing I've seen in modern elections is the entire establishment gaslighting the American people about Biden's mental health. Then once the primary was effectively de facto given to him, coming out and forcing him out, and then installing a woman in Kamala Harris that would not have any chance of winning a primary, or would have a very small chance, and then basically keeping her under wraps and saying that all of her policy prescriptions will be said later. We even have her surrogates going out like, she shouldn't talk to the press. Why should they? People will look at her policies and try to spin them negatively. No shit. And she had a chance in this debate, despite what I think was Donald Trump's failure. I think if she wanted to be transparent, she could have outlined specifics on many of these policies and what her agenda would be. She could have explained to the American people why she has so radically changed her position on Green New Deal things, defunding the police, getting rid of private insurance, banning fracking, paying for transition surgery for illegal immigrants, building a wall. All of these things are things that she had incredible articulation about being one direction direction before, and now she's just saying, I've changed, but my values have been the same, and hasn't explained any of it. So I did not take the bait. I correctly articulated why the economy is in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why the board is in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why we could see the policies of Donald Trump were doing good for this country, all people, even the middle class, lower class, and people in inner cities, people in rural America, people in the suburbs, and that his presidency would bring more of that, much better than the failures of the Harris-Biden administration that is ran by committee and would is only pissing on your leg right now, telling you what they think you want to hear because they're refusing to explain why they do 180s on their policy position or why they didn't accomplish the great things that they say they're now going to do so for the past 3.5 years when they controlled so much of our government. I'm Rob Noer. You can find me. Just search my name, Noerr. Thanks.
It's called Normal America with Rob Noer. He never shills himself enough.
Right.
Yeah, Rob, you really got to work on brevity, man, because you say some interesting stuff, but you fucking ramble for 10 minutes and everybody tunes out, man. So you really got to start trying to fine-tune it a little bit, champ. And I'm glad I may be bad at debating, but at least I'm not a pawn of Russian propaganda and like you, who was featured on Tim Pool's The Culture War that was on Tenet Media's YouTube site. So congratulations, Rob.
That was I, by the way.
One of Russia's stupid pawns, you idiot.
Congrats to you both.
That being said, Kamala Harris had a great debate. These Republicans, conservatives are coping because she got to knock it out of the park, and she only did okay. But she did just fine, and I'd be upset, too, with all the energy on our side and my candidate saying, oh, they eat the dog, they eat the cat. So, yeah, it's going to be a little frustrating. I think Kamala's got this in the bag, so you guys need to start working on how to pronounce her name because you're going to be saying it for 8 years. But to my friends out there who are voting, please do not look away from the Senate because you're going to be frustrated if Kamala Harris wins and these Republicans control the Senate. And it's all going to come down to a couple of races, specifically Montana. Give John Tester some love. He's a Democrat running for re-election. He's a great guy. Please check it out. John Tester in Montana. Put some energy into his cause. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate you. I go by I'm really important because I fucking am.
Dylan,
are you going to condemn all the progressives who went on
right.
Tenet Media as
I think I should
Russians?
get to respond real quick that you just accused me because
it was
I'm on
personal.
Tenet.
It was a personal attack.
So I just
usually allowed in outros.
I just want to say, will you also be contacting Destiny, the Krasensteins, Cenk Uyghur, and all the other people that were on Tenet and calling them Russian pawns?
Talking about you, champ. Don't worry about everybody.
That's what I thought.
Of course not.
That's all you have. And when I debated you last time, it was the same thing. You smear me as being a Russian agent. I will learn a little brevity when you learn any sort.
You're a pawn in Russian propaganda.
You're literally. A pawn. You're a Dick Cheney.
So are all of them then. By that logic.
They used you like a chump.
So did they did Destiny too. So tell Destiny he's a Russian pawn. Are you gonna do that?
Was Destiny on the Culture War?
Yeah. Not only that, he just gave you all the names that have been on.
Destiny was on Tim Pool's show. I don't know if he was on the.
He's on Tim Pool. Isn't Tim Pool a Russian pawn?
Show was the one that was.
Isn't Tim Pool a Russian pawn?
But Destiny,
Rob,
I've never been on any of them. Give me your money.
Rob is googling. Rob is googling. Look at him.
Destiny's
googling anything.
Hawking the Burisma conspiracy, which has completely been debunked. It's actually opposite, which is that Donald Trump.
If you've been on the show, you're a Russian agent.
I think IRI is a little bit more nuanced than that. If you're on the show,
it doesn't sound very nuanced.
That's not what he said, though.
For the purpose of promoting, and I think that Rob Noer is being genuine.
Now we got to have partial nuance, only in certain instances.
He's a Russian agent. No, wait. Just real quick. I don't have to belabor this all night. I just want to say, if the argument, the Burisma scandal is not...
I think you do have to belabor it.
Okay, I'll belabor it.
I think you should.
But I know Dylan would like to get... I know Dylan wants to get out of here. The Burisma scandal's not been debunked, but if we're going to say that you think... No, it hasn't. If we're going to say... No, it hasn't. If we're going to say... No, it hasn't. If we're going to say... No, it hasn't. And before you interrupt me again... Okay. Thank you for the interruption again. I wasn't going to mention this, but I'm not a fourth grader that you want to teach about masturbation, Hutch. I know that's what gets your rocks off, that you like talking to fourth graders about masturbation.
You know
please
me so
don't interrupt. That's what... Hey, Hutch, do you think... Yes or no? Do you think we should teach fourth grader 10-year-olds about masturbation?
I was taught about it. I'm fine.
Okay, so that he is for it.
Thank
you very much.
I was jacking loads when I was in fourth grade.
I know,
and
you like to think
coming all over the house.
I know you like to think of fourth graders that way. Anyways, I'll finish my point.
I was jacking off in fourth grade.
There you go. True. Clip it. Anyways, so the point I'll try to make is I've personally heard almost every person on this panel on the left, though maybe not Joe, articulate the Russian disinformation that came in the Steele dossier that was sourced by a suspected spy, Igor Dushenko. Our FBI also put that. So will you all admit that you were all pawns of Russia for spreading that Russian disinformation?
No,
Yes.
of course not, because there's not been
I
established.
get paid by Russia.
Igor Dachenko was in fact a Russian spy, and of course, at the time, no one was aware of the pending DOJ investigation that would existed. So of course, that's silly.
At the
What
time,
does that have to do with anything?
Oh, you mean like Rob,
yeah.
who was
So
not
at the
aware of
time-
anything
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on with the
that's-
media?
That's what I
I was
thought.
about to say, Andrew, I was about to say that I don't think that Rob Noor, I don't know if IRI is being tongue-in-cheek, but I think that Rob Noor gives us his genuine opinion, and I don't think he's a shill. If he was a shill, I think we'd see other kind of stuff, and I think that he's genuinely
literally got
talking
the
about what he
science
believes.
behind him, dude.
I don't give a shit.
you got
I'm not
used.
taking this personally like IRI's gonna. I'm just saying it's
Comrade, calm
Yeah.
down. Do not give away the game, comrade.
Dude,
I know.
IRI is like the Wayne Gretzky during, not Wayne Gretzky, Wayne and, not Wayne, Garth in Wayne's World, where he's wearing the Reebok stuff, and it's like, I'm doing things just to get paid, and that's really sad.
Hey, let's get Dylan out of here. I know Hutch. Let's get Hutch out of here. He's got to go think of fourth graders masturbating. Let's get him out of here so he
Buddhism,
can continue his.
capitalism.
Let's see
I
if
wish I got a check
It
from the
is
Democrats.
6:19 a.m. where I am.
I got a check.
I signed up for debate. We all signed up for a debate around Kamala Harris and Trump. Generally, I don't remember that part of the debate ever being requested, but I guess I got a left hook as well. I didn't know that was going to be at the end.
Get it? It's come up.
Thanks for
Come
the
up.
invite,
Yeah,
Dylan. Really
come
appreciate
up
it.
with- Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's
Thank
been
you
very
all for
fun,
coming
Dylan.
on. I appreciate you guys coming for the second episode of the Hippie Dippy being back. Hope you all have a great weekend and get some good sleep. Bye bye, everybody.
See?
Later,
Andrew,
guys.
let's play
Take care
chess.
now.
Oh.
What a shit show. Poor Gibbs. I know I take a lot of shit out on him, but it's not his fault. It's not that Gibbs is dumb. He did take the bait on that shit. Think of how this works. The whole point I'm trying to set up is don't let them deflect. They're deflecting to nonsensical stuff that's not germane to the point. And I wanted to illustrate exactly how Trump should have purported himself in the debate. Instead of taking the debate about crowd size or January 6th, stick to the facts that the American people care about. The American people, January 6th has been litigated over and over again. We don't need to relitigate it. The idea that Trump sabotaged the border bill, that's their way of getting out of things. And so I correctly say in my opening statement, they're not going to want to talk about the track record of Donald Trump vis-a-vis the Harris-Biden administration. They're not going to want to talk about that. They'll deflect to some other, oh, well, she's going to build 3 million houses. But they can't argue because they know, despite the fact that they gaslit us for years, that, oh, the economy's doing great, the border's doing great. They know the American people aren't buying it. Despite all of the propaganda, the American people aren't buying it. And it's hard to lie about things like, oh, trust us, you could really afford groceries, you're just misunderstanding it. And so when it comes to the border specifically, Hutch makes the mistake of saying, Biden solved the border via executive order. Okay, I don't agree with that, but let's say, for the sake of argument, we say yes. Why didn't he do it 3 years ago? Why instead was his administration telling us the border wasn't open, that it was secure? And he gives this rambling answer that's like, well, the problem's asylum laws. All of that, the next 2 minutes that he talks about asylum laws, complete deflection. It's designed to make you look at the squirrel and forget what the question was, which the question was, if this was a crisis, which it was in 2021, 2022, 2023, why was the Biden administration saying it wasn't? And why wasn't he just doing an executive order? That's it. And so he then has this deflection, and then the stinger is, what I'm going to say is, see how Hutch doesn't have an answer for that? You see? Just like, so we know what's occurring is, he's just now addressing it because their internal polling shows that it's bad for them for the election. And that's exactly what the Harris campaign's doing. The reason it seems odd that she's flip-flopped on almost every major policy position she's ever talked about is because it's not polling well internally. And so they're just telling the American people what they think they want to hear right now. But don't judge them by their words, judge them by their actions. They've been there for 3.5 years. What have they done to secure the border? What have they done to reduce inflation? That's the point that I was trying to get across. Unfortunately, it loses the impact in the debate when I have to wait 30 effing minutes to get to it. Because Gibbs takes the bait. Oh, the Trump bill. Let's say what the bill. And it's not even what Gibbs is saying is bad. That's not the problem. The problem is that my style of debate is, and I try to really tell myself, particularly early in that debate, I sat back quietly and I let everyone else have their talk, and I was just trying to talk, and I know I'm saying a lot when I'm talking because I'm sitting there for like 15, 20 minutes, and then I get to say 3 minutes worth of stuff, and I want to address the things that I heard. And then I'm engaging with Hutch on this one little back and forth that's going to take 3 minutes. I set, what do they call it? The movie The Prestige. What do they? I forget, like the show or something. So I set the show up. I ask the question. Then the turn is Hutch giving his answer where he's deflecting. And then the Prestige will be being like, see what he just did? This is emblematic of what the Harris administration will do. And I don't get to the Prestige. I don't get to that part because Gibbs takes the bait. And this is exactly what Trump did. This is the problem with that style of debate. I'm not saying that Gibbs was incorrect in how he answered the bait about the border bill that Trump sabotaged. What I'm saying is you've now effectively let them go from a position where they're on the defense, where they don't have an answer, where they know it looks really bad for them, and instead transfer it to a position where now they could go on the offense. But isn't it Trump that sabotaged the bill? Isn't that the problem? There are answers to that, but let's admit that you don't have an answer and that the Biden administration intentionally allowed this border security issue to get so terrible and refused to do anything about it when they could have solved it with the snap of a finger, in the words of Hutch. That's the problem. That's why I was upset with Gibbs. And then for the next 25 minutes, and I do have to give Pisco specifically credit. He's very smart to address his questions to Gibbs because he knows that Gibbs will take the bait. And so he's able to be like January 6th. And Gibbs says, but Trump said be peaceful. You see? And now the debate we're talking about is January 6th. Then Gibbs starts talking about Project Lone Star in Texas. And they're like, Gibbs, should Texas secede? Now we're having a discussion about secession that's turning back into January 6th. Do you see how the debate then for 30 minutes took the debate from a very simple debate, the track record of Donald Trump versus the track record of Kamala Harris. And now we're talking about states seceding. We're talking about January 6th. We're talking about Trump sabotaging a border bill. Do you see how that works? And so I don't know how persuasive I come off to an audience that maybe necessarily is in the middle. I'm assuming Dylan Burns' audience hates me, Pisco's audience hates me. That's fine, cool. Don't expect otherwise. And most of the people on my side are going to agree. But for those that are watching that are trying to make up their mind, how persuasive is it to listen to 30 minutes of this deflection and then have me come back and be like, did you see that was a deflection? I don't know. So I'm not trying to shit on Gibbs because Gibbs has the right to say shit as well. He absolutely does, right? That's totally fair. What I'm saying is, when he stepped on my toes when I just had 30 seconds more of shit to say, it was a mistake. It was a mistake on his part, I feel. And I don't think that I was being overly aggressive, speaking over even the people on my side throughout that debate. So it would have been nice to get that little part out. That's all I'm saying. And in general, I can't blame Gibbs for this also. All four people on my side, and even the four people on the other side, could probably make similar criticisms that it's hard to have an in-depth discussion where you could sort of get a back and forth where you could flesh out people's positions when you have a panel of 8 people like that. It's why I've never really been a big fan of those large panel shows. Even if you have 8 of the greatest people, it's just so hard to have a cohesive back and forth because everybody wants to take the debate in a slightly different way. So that's not a blame to any of the lefties on the panel, to Gibbs or any of the righties, or even to the moderation. That's just the nature of how that shit works. But I think that perceptually, Gibbs going for the low-hanging fruit and getting baited a couple times was the best strategy that the Democrats on the panel could muster. And you saw when we started getting into the specific facts, like, for example, the first thing when I chimed in and was talking about was things such as unemployment numbers and job growth and stuff like that. They're unresponsive. For example, I said real wages are down. Who cares if there are more jobs because everyone has part-time jobs if they're paying less and people can't afford to live? Who cares? Who cares if we have 100% employment if people can't afford groceries? That sounds miserable. Or that the labor force participation is still at levels below pre-pandemic levels. So that just means that I believe it's 17 million people as of August, or maybe it was before that, maybe it was July. 17 million people have left the workforce and aren't looking for work. That means they don't show up in the unemployment numbers. And that's if we even trust the unemployment numbers as is. And we see that oftentimes there are revisions. They don't have any answers to any of that. They don't. They don't have any answers to any of the border situation. What they did was exactly what I said they would do. They deflected to ma democracy, ma racism. That's what they did. It's about a character. It's a character election. That's what they were saying. And I understand if I was forced to defend Kamala Harris and the Biden administration, that's what I would be trying to do too, because they can't run on their record. They can't. They don't have an answer for why they didn't do any of these things. The best response on this was IRI saying, well, when they controlled the House and the Senate and the presidency from 2020 to 2022, they couldn't do any of these things because Trump didn't peacefully transfer power. That's laughable. So because January 6th happened for 2 years, Democrats had to sit in their hands? Absurd. It's an absurd statement. You know, the other point that Pisco tries to make is, but you would rather do things legislatively than via executive order. But they didn't really try to have any bipartisan legislation. In fact, quite to the opposite. They were passing legislation that actually was causing a rise in inflation. That's exactly what was occurring. And it's hilarious that you even hear Hutch give the game up. Because on one hand, they're saying, well, what could they do? Republicans controlled the House. What could they do? Then on the other hand, they're saying Biden was so great because he got a historic amount of legislation passed. Great. Then why shouldn't we blame him for the poor position the economy's in? He did get to pass the stuff he wanted. For example, he passed something called the Inflation Reduction Act. Then he later admitted, it should have been called the Climate Change Act or something because that's what it was about. Exactly. Spending trillions of dollars was never about reducing inflation. Exactly. Also, the only policy that they specifically talked about, there was only two that Kamala Harris mentioned, which I think the Turk does a solid job of. Even Joe Lewis sort of talks about that it's not fleshed out, was the build 3 million houses. They really have no rebuttal to anyone could say that. Like, I could run for office and be like, build 5 billion houses. Am I sitting down with an adversarial press explaining that policy? No. Do I have the policy fleshed out on my website or anything? No. Am I doing a town hall talking about it? No. But I said it for 5 seconds in a debate. Oh, okay, cool. He wants to build 5 million houses. Sounds great. That'll solve everything. Particularly when she's part of an administration that's made similar claims about building electric vehicle charging stations, which has fallen flat in their face, spending hundreds of millions of dollars and producing less than 100, and has promised to build rural broadband, which to my knowledge hasn't been hooked up anywhere where they spent hundreds of millions of dollars. It's easy to make promises, and it's the same sort of things we see in California, where Harris is from. Gavin Newsom and his administration would say, we're going to spend all of this money to fix the homelessness problem. And then they spend all the money and the homelessness problem's worse than ever. And it's like, where did the money go? We don't know. So sure, promising with cheap words, oh, we're going to solve this problem by spending a lot of money. That'll solve everything. It sounds good, but what have your actions shown? Your actions have shown, one, you didn't do anything to solve this crisis for 4 years when you guys had power. And second, when you've made similar promises, you failed spectacularly. The other policy of giving first-time homeowners $25,000, I don't think they have a good answer how that won't lead to sort of defaults and things that were similar to the 2008 crisis. But again, all of that's to some degree still taking the bait a little. They're unable to defend the track record of the Harris-Biden administration. They're unable to defend the anti-democratic way in which Kamala Harris was put. They didn't even try. They didn't even breathe a word about it, which is honestly the most effective thing they could do because they know it's not defensible. And those people on that panel participated in the gaslighting of the American people about Joe Biden's mental health. They knew that he wasn't mentally fit, and when they thought he was the candidate and when he was the acting president, at least in name, they defended him and said, nope, not true. Then once the American people saw with their own eyes that the emperor had no clothes, they had to say, well, most of them, at least Pisco did, well, maybe it's time for some fresh blood. So he's not fit enough to run for office again, but trust us, he's fit enough to be president. So the primary was basically de facto because the incumbent almost always wins the primary. So there wasn't a real primary where the Democratic voters got to choose who they wanted because they were gaslit into thinking Biden was mentally fit. Then Biden was forced out, and you even see like Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom when they're doing interviews smiling like, yeah, we're supposed to say he left voluntarily. All of us know it. All of us know he didn't leave voluntarily. All of us know that he was forced out by Nancy Pelosi and other people in the Democratic Party. We all know it. We all know it. Pisco knows it. IRI knows it. Hutch knows it. They know. They absolutely know. And yet they will pretend that's not the case. Oh, no, he democratically stepped down. It's bullshit. We all know it. So, in effect, they just installed who they wanted. They installed a woman in Kamala Harris that would not have won the primary, that didn't receive one primary vote. And it would be different if it was, well, Joe Biden had a horrible car wreck, and now he doesn't know that he'll have the vitality to run for president. That you could understand. But that's not what happened. What happened was they knew that he wasn't fit to run for president, but they pretended he was to get rid of the primary process because they didn't want RFK winning. That's the truth. That's who they were afraid of. They were afraid of RFK winning. That's what happened. And so they wanted to make sure there wasn't a primary. So they said Biden's good, the incumbent wins, no real primary process because the incumbent almost always wins when they run again for president running as the incumbent. Oh, now that the primary's over, we'll put him out for an early debate. If he could get through it, fine. If he can't, we'll cut loose. And now we can install whoever we want. So, what's up, Gibbs? I know I went a little hard on you. If you go back and watch, I explain why I did, because I think that although I do think you took the bait, I think, unfortunately, when I was trying to illustrate the very central theme of Kamala Harris and of that debate panel, which was, it's a simple discussion. It's about the track record of Donald Trump. And did people think when Trump was in office that they were doing better than they think now with Harris-Biden? And that what happened in the debate with Trump is that he took the bait. And instead of focusing on that, he focused on a bunch of other things. So I effectively get Hutch to say, oh, Joe Biden solved immigration with an executive order. I say, why didn't he solve it 3 years ago? Hutch gives a bullshit deflection answer, and then I'm about to bring the hammer down, and you say, let me take this, Rob. Let me take it. And then you take it in a different direction, and you end up talking about the border bill that Trump supposedly sabotaged. What you effectively did was took an issue where they were on their back feet playing defense. Oh shit, we don't really have a response. We don't know what to say. If an executive order could solve everything, why didn't Biden do it 3 years ago? And instead you allowed them to make the next 25 minutes about why did Trump sabotage a border bill, which is an offensive position for them. That's exactly, if that's what you wanted, then you're a very poor strategist, if that's what you wanted to do. That's very poor. You never intentionally save your opponent when they're on the cusp of defeat, when they don't have an answer. And that answer is very important, right? It's not stylistically different. That answer is very important because what it proves is that the only reason that Biden or Harris are trying to do something about the border now is because it's an election year, which is exactly what the Harris campaign's all about. The reason it seems odd that they've changed a 180 on fracking, on the Green New Deal, on defunding the police, on providing trans care for illegal immigrants, on building a wall. The reason it seems odd is because they haven't changed. Because they're just telling the American people what they think they want to hear because it's an election year. Which is exactly what Biden did with the border and what Harris did with the border. And is exactly what our opponents in that debate are doing. If your strategy was, I'm going to stop Rob from saying that and instead talk about the topic they want to talk about, which is, do you understand the difference between an offensive position and a defensive position? For example, you start talking about January 6th. That's bait. January 6th is not going to win Trump any votes. No one out there is like, I'm really considering if I'm going to vote for Trump or Harris. I think I just need to hear more about January 6th, then I'll vote for Trump. There is only a chance that talking about January 6th harms Donald Trump. That's it. You could play defense. You could make sure that it doesn't harm him. But by talking about it, you only give your opponents a chance to go on the offense. There is no offensive potential unless you want to start talking about the pipe bomb and whether or not there was FBI agitation, etc., etc. But that's a debate that you don't need to get into, right? But you took the bait. Instead of focusing on the record of Harris, the fact she's being hidden, the fact that she's changed all these policy positions, and the record of Donald Trump being superior, you talked about January 6th. That's what you did. You talked about the border bill that supposedly Trump sabotaged, which allowed them, and there's a reason they kept talking to you, Gibbs, because it's not that they think you're an inferior debater, necessarily. It's, when we talk to Gibbs, he's on defense. He's talking about the issues we want to talk about. So we'll say, Gibbs, answer this. And you say, okay, I'll answer that while I sit there for 30 minutes. That's what happened. Gibbs can call in if he wants. I do know where you were going. You were trying to make the argument that Texas is doing a good job with the border. Okay? You call in. Then I got to get to the super chats. Hopefully they're still up. Do you want to just... Yeah, you could just come to my channel. Thanks, Justin Marie. By the way, I hope everyone enjoyed it. Money first. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, after the super chats. Okay. Yeah, but I can't stay up all night, man. So let's get to the super chats if I can find them. By the way, the one other thing I want to say is they're just full of shit when it talks about, I just closed this actually, but like the 2019 that they were saying was a crisis with the border, there were 851,000 encounters. And then if we go to Biden, again, let me repeat that, 851,000. Under Biden, his first year, 2021, 1.7 million. Second year, 2022, 2.3 million. 2023, 2.4 million. So when they're saying it was a crisis under Trump, well, yeah, to some degree, Trump was saying that, but it was 1/3 what it became under Biden. 1/3. And meanwhile, we were hearing from the Biden administration, it's not a crisis. Not until their bullshit border bill. And there's a lot to say in that border bill. I don't begrudge Gibbs wanting to talk about, but that's a defensive position. You don't even need to get into it. No, the question wasn't Trump sabotaging a bill. It's that if Democrats really care about this shit, why didn't they do anything if you're saying, because we were told over and over, oh, rescinding the executive orders didn't do shit. That didn't do shit. Nope, you need a... But now all of a sudden an executive order was enough to solve. Executive orders didn't do... All right, super chats. Let's do it. We'll try to get to them all. Wow, there's a lot. First off, I have no idea. This is the first time that people have been able to be a member. My moderator, Black Elk, or my editor, Black Elk, set that up because I couldn't figure it out. So special thanks to Black Elk. Prime Apollo, the first ever Nor Nation member. Thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Angel Berber, thank you so much. Nor Nation member. Wonder, always great to see you. Thanks so much, Nor Nation member. Tigera, Nor Nation Warrior, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Black Jaden for $5. Rob, how do you deal with Pisco smugglers? Oh, we talked about that one already, but I think as you saw tonight, I dealt quite well. Drew the Dogman for $2. The slaggings will continue until morale approves. I agree. Nick 6, like Nikki 6, huh? $5. That was a fun debate last night. JimBob was trying to bait and switch you a lot, and you kept up. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. JJ Mad, thank you so much for the $10 donations. Nothing said, really appreciate it. Darth Maul himself, $5 donation, says, spreading some love from the Crucible for straight cooking. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Hopefully the Crucible fans tonight don't think I'm some radical feminist and they appreciated my work. Oops, sorry. Salty Stew, $2. Big work, Rob. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Chet Stedman for $5. Andrew sent me over. Keep Cooking G. Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you, Chet, for the $5. I appreciate it. Josh Brooks for $20. Thanks so much. What's cooking in the kitchen? Rob's Facts. I try. Zex Marquise for $8.99 in New Zealand dollars. Thanks so much. Says, W. Rob, keep cooking. Crucible raid. Thank you so much. Crucible's great, and thanks for the raid and the money. Lumbago, $4.99. Let's go, Rob. Thank you. Nobody, that's actually the person's name, for $5. Just gives me a thumbs up. Thanks so much. Reed, 23833 for $5 says, Andrew sent me, keep slapping them around. I try. Thank you. Bravo Slavicon gives me 10 PLN. I don't know what that is, but thank you so much. Their blood on me. Thanks so much. Big Mikey J, $5. Andrew sent me. Take my money. You've earned it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Petra Guard for $10 says Crucible sent me. Again, thank you, Petra, and thank you to the Crucible. You guys are always great. Thought Andrew was great tonight. Jantix for $20 says, get him, Rob, beast mode. I'm trying. Thank you. Russell Russ for $10 says, Pisco deserves MVP for all the alley-oops he tossed up for Andrew to dunk. Next try passing to someone on your team. Also, where can I get one of them pirate hats? That's a good question. John Beard, thank you so much for becoming a Nor Nation member. Roar89 for $5. There was mostly a joke, no more than 4 debaters. Gibbs is entering, but I'm kind of dim. Pisco and IRI are terrible people, dishonest and weak men. Thank you, Roar. Always appreciate you. MJS560 for $20 says, keep up the great word. PA is red. Dems only won in 2020 because of election fraud. Could be true, but I'm still worried that there will be shenanigans here in my great state of Pennsylvania. So got to keep on our toes and do the best of our ability. Win beyond the margin of cheating. Scribs999 says, you and Andrew killed it as always, except for when you showed your true feminist colors last night. Keep it up, bro. Thank you so much. Brother in Christ for $2 says, you did great. Watched on Andrew's stream. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Justin Martins for $5. Great showing in the debate tonight, Rob. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Oh. Various crazy people for $10 says, came over from Andrew's channel. Good job, but you are long-winded. It's true I'm long-winded. I'm long-winded in the best of times, but when you have a panel like that where you have to wait 30 minutes to talk, I'm going to get my shit in. Now, it happens to be that I'm a very good debater, and I also have the facts on my side, so I try to get my shit in, and sometimes I need to have brevity a little more. I'll give IRI that. John Ruck. Always great to see you. Becomes a Nor Nation member. Thank you so much. John Beer, also another frequenter of the show. Gifts a Normal American membership. Thanks so much. Justin, thank you so much for becoming a Nor Nation member. Thomas O'Brien for $20. Crucible crew here. Nicely done, Rob. Thank you. You guys are the best. Now, I will say, I do apologize if you donated on any of the other platforms. Because of the way Twitch subscriptions and stuff work, I don't know how to go back and see who donated to that. Maybe it's something I'll figure out later. So if I missed you on Twitch, Kick, or Rumble, give me a donation. Please, please, please don't take any offense to it. If you're on one of those platforms and you're still here right now and say, hey, I gave some sort of financial donation, let me know and I'll shout you out. Gibbs, are you still there if you want to call in? There he is. All right. Gibbs, you there?
Saturdays, and I go and delete them all. That are like not.
Can you hear me,
favorable.
Gibbs?
You know what I'm saying? Because I have haters. Not
Gibbs,
you.
Gibbs. Can you hear me?
I don't delete them all. If they're like if they're remotely anything other than like
Gibbs.
Is he ready?
Oh, okay. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Check. You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. I was talking about chat. I didn't read it.
Oh, yeah. I figured. So what's up? You think that I misread your strategy?
Yeah. So I gotta be honest. I've thought this before, and I think the first time I think all our problems can be resolved right now. You and me. I think it'll be easy peasy, and I think that we can play off each other real well. You did debate at a high level. I did debate at a high level, and I was just talking to Aiko. You know what do you? Aiko describes you. How did he describe you? I think he's pretty accurate. Aiko's a pretty fair debate judge. He said you're like a I don't know. Basically, you're an analyst. You want to get down in the weeds. You want to talk about the like specifics, right? Like you're like a logic bro. Me, that's not my style. I want to bite the debate. I want to bite a bullet. I want to dive into it, and I want to make it a brawl. I want to make it like a chaotic. I'm a chaos agent, right? So when we do the debate, it's not that even though you're wrong. What happened with this one? And I know some of your chat saying bad timing, my chat saying hell yeah. You know, the issue is that I saw an opportunity with what you were saying, and I had points that I wanted to hammer home, and I wanted to take it a certain direction. Now, whether you think I was successful or not, we can debate that. It's just so I wanted to make it a chaos thing versus with what I think we fucked up is you came at me, and then they're like, oh, dissension in the ranks. I think we should have just talked after, but which is fine. You know, we don't have to be always on the same page. I think that if we come together, then we could be like oh, okay, Rob's gonna take it somewhere. I'll just let him go, or vice versa. Or we can also play off it, knowing each other's styles. We can play off each other, set each other up, kind of thing. I think because we have more beliefs in line than less. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
That's okay. But let me explain where I'm coming from and what was happening.
Oh, I get where you're coming from.
Well, no, wait.
I listened to you.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
But for your audience that maybe didn't hear, let me explain.
Well, we were listening to you. We were listening.
Okay.
We were all listening.
My frustration is, I think you're right that part of this is stylistically. It's not, this is what I try to do. It's not that I'm even making a deep dive. I find that most people that are just trying to win an argument, if you start to peel the onion back a little, you'll see that there are performative contradictions of what their statements are. So oftentimes what happens if you're not being genuine is you miss the forest for the trees. You'll start trying to win every meta argument, not understanding why that disproves you on other arguments. Let me give you an example that didn't come up in this debate. When Andrew Wilson accuses IRI of being an agitator for Black Lives Matter, did you hear what Pisco said?
I listened to a lot of what Pisco said. Wonderful stuff.
What Pisco said was, you mean like Donald Trump? Now,
it's a false equivalency.
Well, okay, maybe so, but take that to its logical extension. Okay, then if Trump was an agitator and the people on January 6th were agitators, even those that weren't violent, then are you suggesting that the same law enforcement should be used against IRI? Is that what we're suggesting? Or any politician that supported Black Lives Matter? And they don't realize, Pisco did this with me not long ago, where he heard me say previously, like 4 years ago, that the Chaz zone was an insurrection. So he says, Rob used the word insurrection 4 years ago. That means when he's talking about January 6th not being an insurrection, he's being disingenuous, blah, 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 blah. And I said, but I didn't say Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. Chaz was sort of a unique thing. And he says, no, Chaz was Black Lives Matter. Okay, then if Black Lives Matter engaged in an insurrection, then the logical extension to that is anyone who supported or engaged in Black Lives Matter supported an insurrection. So Pisco's just trying to win that meta argument, and he doesn't understand, right?
I agree.
So that's what I'm doing with Hutch. So the first thing to say is I could see that the debate's going to be people talking over each other. I really tried to want to keep the debate clean and simple and not talk over other people. So I had no problem with you and Andrew controlling the direction of the debate from our side early. Well, Turk started off. Then you guys are doing fine. You guys are doing fine, right? I was more than happy to sit back. I then did jump in talking about the unemployment numbers. I got my shit in real quick. Then I sat back again. But when I spoke up was when I heard Hutch say, well, the border's secure now because of an executive order. Now, I know that you're smart enough to know, okay, wait a minute.
But I was also setting a trap.
What was your trap? Go ahead.
So, like, this is my thing, right? So I know Hutch, right? Apparently I don't know Hutch. I've debated Hutch several times. I didn't know he was anybody special. I just thought he was like a lefty.
He's a bigger streamer. He's a bigger left streamer. I think he does a lot of video game shit, but yeah.
Right, yeah. I didn't know that he did that. Well, I didn't know that till Modi came in my stream earlier. Anyway, that's not important. That's not important. Okay. The point is, I've debated him several times, and I don't want to sound like a bash because I like Hutch as a person, but I feel like I have a strategy that works every time against Hutch, right? And it's you lead him. What he does is parrot. He's a very big parroter. And what he'll do is he'll try to take your points and then parrot them in your favor, right? Case in point is he doesn't know, and like I use the term nebulous to describe in a previous debate the policies that Kamala has put forward. They're nebulous, they're harder to define. We got buzzwords, we don't got a lot of substance, right? So I've sat here, I've used it, and by the end of a different debate, I was like, oh, so how would you describe that? And he was over here going, oh, nebulous. I'm like, so the whole point of your debate, you've discredited yourself because coming back to over here. So with Hutch, same thing. I'm trying to lead them to get back to something earlier, and that's the dishonesty by admitting one thing. They're trying to disenfranchise their entire argument, kind of thing, right? So when we're talking about the border, it's clear y'all don't know what's happening at the border. Like none of y'all are on the state. Like this is an issue I am intimately familiar with on policy level, on actual level. I've been to the border. I think I'm going to do a stream from the border soon. This is something I'm very in on, right? And so when I'm trying to take it back to this, it's like I'm showing, hey, okay, you've prescribed like an idea. You don't actually know the real problem. You can't even prescribe a medicine if you don't even know the problem that you're trying to solve. That'd be like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you aspirin. In reality, I need to amputate your leg.
But I don't think okay, two things. One, it's a mistake to implement that strategy before I could complete my strategy that would have taken...
I already implemented it. I implemented it for the first time I talked to Hutch on the thing.
Please, it's to try to step on my toes when you know that I have 30 seconds more of shit to say. I set the question with Hutch. I'm not going to interrupt him. Like, you and Andrew are more interrupty. That's okay. I don't give a shit. I could have interrupted and said, see, that proves you're deflecting, but I didn't. I wanted to politely let him finish. But the problem with my strategy of not interrupting is, even when someone on my side interrupts, that then default takes out. So stylistically, what I'm saying is like sort of setting a trap. I ask a question. I know that it's going to get the answer I want. And then I say, boom, here's why that answer proves that your entire strategy. So you know that, right? So I ask the question. I get the answer. I say, okay, and you say, let me take it from here, Rob.
Because he gave me the answer I had been looking for.
So you knew that I was setting a strategy, but didn't give a shit.
I'm admitting that. That's why I say we need a strategic.
Okay, so then you can get my frustration that it took me 30 minutes.
That's why I came to talk to you. And this is why I'm not. I wasn't that mad whenever you critiqued me. I was more mad that you said I was taking the bait.
You did.
I know you're smart enough to understand. Right, because I did take the bait on purpose. I'm more mad that you didn't give me the credit because I knew where I was going with this. And it's like this is what happened. I was waiting for. I'd already set him up previously, and I gave him an answer, and I was wanting something. And so the minute I got the answer, it didn't matter if it was you, it didn't matter if it was Andrew, I wasn't going to let that one get by, because I got the answer I wanted. I
still don't understand the answer you got that you wanted, and the reason that I said that you took the bait was because Do you understand the difference between an offensive position and a defensive position?
Yeah, absolutely, I do.
Okay, so then why are you talking about January 6th? Why are you
I
talking
was
about
not
the
talking about
border
January
bill?
6th. You didn't see what I did when I deflected? I did. No, they asked me directly because they wanted me to answer, even though they were coming to Andrew originally, because Andrew's the one who talked about January 6th. I think you're getting confused. Andrew talked about January 6th. They asked me directly about January 6th. I gave a very evasive answer. I thought, whatever. He said whatever in the speech, and then I moved it immediately back to immigration, to
That
which
is,
is why I
you
was
did
talking
move
about.
back, but you spent like a minute or 30 seconds talking
spent
about
like
January
10
6th.
seconds.
If
Spent
it was
10
the question
seconds
was direct, and there was a reason they kept
They
directing.
asked me directly. Yeah,
That's
I know, I
right,
kept saying
Gibbs.
it,
There's a
but
reason they kept asking you directly, because they didn't want me to talk. Because they knew what my
Sure.
answer was going to be. Yes, this is deflection. As I said in my opening statement, it's going to be my January 6th, my racism. Again, notice how they can't defend the policies of Kamala Harris or the record of Kamala Harris. That would have been my answer. But instead you were like, well, he said to be peaceful. And then that led to them being like, and then all of a sudden, so their big attack, what they're going to go
I understand
for,
what you're
now
saying,
listen,
but I wanted to
then
get the
look
immigration thing.
look then how it goes further. Look what happens. So they say January 6th, and Pisco's trying to, we're talking basically to independent voters. We're trying to convince people to vote for our side. So Pisco's going to make this appeal to, but Trump's this dangerous man that will tear apart the fabric of our country. January 6th, January 6th. You start talking about it. Then you correctly say, but this is what we should be talking about. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay? Then they go back to January 6th, but continue to talk about this border stuff. Then they pivot to, are you saying that Texas should succeed? And you say, not right now. Now their strategy is complete. What they've effectively done to the independent voter is say, so January 6th was a thing that threatened our democracy and threatened the fabric of our country. And now this guy Gibbs is going to talk about it. Then we're going to pressure him. And within 4 minutes of pressuring him, he's saying, maybe in the future Texas should succeed. See, these people are radicals. They don't care about democracy. They're talking about secession just like January 6th. You took them from a defensive position where they had no legs to stand on, and all of a sudden the entire section of that debate became precisely the topic that I correctly identified they would deflect to. And just like Trump took the bait,
that's why I wanted to go.
That's so fucking stupid. That's so dumb. That's so dumb.
Hold on, Rob. I'm sorry. I got to disagree. The best dunk of the night. The best dunk was, if you were actually a lawyer and you knew contract law, then you would know that the treasonous Biden-Harris administration has been violating contract law. So either you're a bad lawyer or you're just
what
not,
the fuck does that have to do with anything?
No, that was a dunk. It was a dunk that scored points. The minute I did that, all the chat said, "Oh, this is the point." This is what I'm saying. I get where you're coming from, where you're trying to talk about points, but it's the same thing I talk about with Trump, right? Trump said these things. Yes, you might win on points in debate, but you're going to lose the war. Sometimes it's speaking to the broader issues. If you get like the sound bites, you get the like clear things where it's like discrediting and it's obvious where you miss, that's the bigger win. And whenever you get someone to go, oh, this guy's not even credible in what he's talking about, which is his strongest strength, and you turn their strength into a weakness, they lose the debate. This guy's strength is a law. He's clearly not an economist. And then when you turn around and you go, hey, if you understood contract law, you even admitted to me just now that two people have to uphold something equally, right? And if you don't do this, then you clearly don't know what you're talking
Gibbs,
about.
I don't know what to say. I feel like
domination.
I feel like even now in your explanation, you're sort of all over the place. What does any of this have to do with you talking about
That's
secession?
the best dunk. That was the best dunk.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's like saying the best dunk of the night was when I told my kid that the best Pokemon is Snorlax. You'd be like, what? What the fuck's that have anything to do with what I just said? What is you talking about secession having anything to do with contract law and dunking on Pisco about contract law?
That's what you're skipping, right? Because that's where that led to, was the contract law aspect of this. The secession part led to the contract law, and they tried to take away
agree
from
to
that.
disagree. I'll say the only grievance I have with you, I think that you took the bait in my position and my idea, but that's totally cool. We could both disagree on people's strategy. The only point of grievance I have with you, if you literally knew that I was about to put the stamp on my point and said, I don't give a shit, I'm going to interrupt Rob anyways, I think that's shitty. I wouldn't do it to you.
I'm sorry. Well, you know what? Do it to me, Papa. I'll understand. Like it's not to be like a dick. That's why I came to you, right? Because you and I agree on more points. I understand you're mad, and that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I think that what we should do instead, maybe beforehand, is
no, I'm not coordinating. I'm not coordinating. Nope.
Okay, well,
I don't do that shit. I'm my own person. But even if we would have coordinated, right?
I mean,
in the moment,
coordinate. I don't want if you're I'm not saying when I say coordinate, I don't mean actually coordinate. I'm like, maybe we could have like a code system where it's like, okay, this is the level of amount that I want this. and then
okay. Hey, man,
that's fair, right? Be like, I want to take this.
That's fair.
Or
We
it's
can talk about that in the
50.
future. I'm just telling you, I'm probably not going to coordinate much, other than if you wanted to say
I'm
like,
not talking
I want
about
to talk about this
serious
stuff.
coordination.
Right, okay.
Like, I'm just saying something where you could be like, indicate to me without like giving it away. Be like, hey, I want this issue, like, or like, hey, this is an issue. I got something. Maybe take it and I'll come back to it. You know what
Okay.
I'm
Well,
saying?
Gibbs, I
We
appreciate
can
you,
work
and
on
I know
something.
you're a good guy. Like, even if our debate styles clash, but I do appreciate you calling in, and thank you. I do.
You be good, Papa.
Take it
You be
easy,
good.
man. We'll talk soon. Yep.
Take it easy, my friend.
Yep. What is it, speaking some other language or something? No, I'm just... okay, questions of Gibbs aside, thank you so much, the Crucible, for the raid. Turk, yeah, absolutely. If you want to hop on, if you still hear me, hop on, man. So we're talking to the other people. Andrew's probably got stuff going on, but yeah, Andrew from the Crucible, fantastic, thank you. Listen, there's multiple ways to do a debate. Andrew's style is not exactly my style. He decides to get a little more choppy and make it a little more personal. Nothing wrong with that. Not my style. You should be authentic to your style. I thought that it was a good combo effort. It was sort of me hitting them with facts and rapid fire succession that they were intentionally running from, and then trying to then go back to back with trying to handle Andrew, who's correctly calling them out. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Turk. I'm sorry, I didn't know you did. So we'll bring on the Turk now. So again, thank you so much to the Crucible for the raid. I agree, by the way, to Dave Timmerman for $5.99 says the debate was slanted 4-3. Andrew was bad faith. I don't agree with that. Rob was long in the tooth. Yeah, sometimes I'm too wordy. I'll explain that in a second. And liberals were boring. Better Pisco versus Nor in this topic would be the best. One-on-one debate's always better. I think any of the 8 people there in one-on-one would have been more productive than what we ended up seeing. Admiral Gibbs, thanks for the gifted sub, man. Really appreciate it. Turk is maybe coming on. Let me see. I got to get to my damn channel, I guess. There he is. So we'll talk. What's up, Turk? How you doing? I can't hear you yet.
There we go. My mic was muted.
There we go. How you doing, man? Thanks for calling in.
I'm doing really good, man. I'm glad to debate with you once again, man.
Yeah, it's fun. I was actually looking forward to it. I haven't talked to you for a while, and I told my wife, she's like, she knows Admiral Gibbs. She doesn't watch very often. She obviously knows Andrew. And she's like, I don't remember the Turk. I'm like, you'll like him. He's good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm an old school. I was thinking about it. Like, the last election was 4 years ago. I was 36, and it's like, wow, time has flown.
I'm 40 now, too, so you're the same age as me, yeah.
Yeah, and it's wild how we have all, like, kind of matured. Like, I thought you did fantastic tonight, dude, because, like, back in the old days, you would, like, catch some of those traps, just like what Gibbs was jumping on. But you were staying to the point. You were doing really well. I thought you did a good job tonight.
Thank you, man. I think that what I failed at lately is that I'm so busy I don't get time to research like I used to. But I think I understand more optically of what this style of debate is about.
Yep.
Because I come from
Exactly.
a policy debate style in college, and the rules are very different, and what you're trying to achieve is very different. We have what's called line-by-line debate. So let's say me and you are in a policy debate, right? And you make the claim. I actually saw this happen in a debate. This team stands up and says, your plan is wrong because it relies on talking about like naval institution or naval ships around the country of Vietnam, but Vietnam is landlocked. Now, I'm judging this debate, and I know that's not true, but the other team doesn't answer it. And so now, because of the rules of sort of how policy debate works, that's taken as true. Even though I, as the judge, know. So there's this tendency to get hyper-focused on the small things and lose the big picture. And I think I used to do that really bad. And for me, it was easy in this debate because I think that my criticism of Trump was that he took the bait. So I told myself, I'm not taking the debate tonight. I'm going to try to purport myself in this debate as if I think Trump should have. Now, unfortunately, I think it gets started off in a weird space because the topic wasn't as advertised. So that kind of put a monkey wrench in things. I don't think it was malicious necessarily. I think that even Dylan's
I think Dylan just kind of spaced and just like, oh, this is kind of what it's about, and just went with it. And it's like, yeah, whatever. And we kind of played it as it went.
It worked out for us anyways, don't get me wrong. But I can understand the frustration for like opening statements. And the only thing, like I will say, even though I'm not trying to bag on him for this, like Dylan's explanation isn't going to help. Because him being like, well, I put in parentheses, post debate, but all that really matters is what his producer sent us, because that's what most people are going to do, right? They're going to prepare for the prompt that the guy who asked you to be in the panel sends.
Yeah, and even then, though, like, he changed the prompt. It's like, okay, cool. So let's stick to this new prompt. And this is what happened in the last 2v2 debate. They like started going off on tangents, and that's where I think it's Actual Justice Warrior, right? He started getting like almost into trouble because he wasn't prepared to talk to the points, but he was starting to talk to the points.
Yeah.
And it's like that just went on steroids.
Well, that's why
you guys were talking about economy 101, and I'm like, this has nothing to do with Kamala Harris being a leader.
That's right. It was a huge trap, right? And I think that the only reason I wouldn't have even brought it up, like in my opening statement, if it wasn't for that AJW situation, because there's all this stupid ass drama. Oh, well, he should have known the topic, and was he lying in public? So I just figured I'm gonna nip this shit in the bud right now and say, hey, before I even get into my opening statement, here's the topic I was given. More than happy to debate this new topic, but I'm gonna get my shit in why I think we should vote for Trump, you know, because that's how I took the original topic. Like, who should we vote for, Trump or Harris? Who's better for the future? But yeah, I thought that I agree with you. I thought that that clearly our opponents were adapting a strategy that was similar to Kamala Harris' strategy, which is sort of to get lost in minutia of a bunch of things, and try to optically win on things that maybe don't really have anything to do with the broader scope of the topic.
And I think the problem that
Grid, thank you for the raid. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Thank you so much, Grid, for the raid. Go ahead.
I think the problem Democrats have in this election cycle is it's a referendum. I noticed you've been talking a lot of these talking points. I've heard them in some of the media as well. I think it's a referendum on Trump this election, even though he's not the incumbent. So it's like you keep seeing Democrats dogpiling on Trump for stuff he did 8 years ago, when in fact it's like, no, the election is about 2025 through 2028, right? And we need to focus on what these two candidates are going to do, not necessarily what Trump did back in 2016. It's like Trump could have changed some of his policies. He could have matured a bit in some of his takes on things. But it's like we need to flesh out what he believes today, compare it to maybe what he did a couple of years ago as like a background of where he was. But we need to focus on what he's going to do. And I think Democrats they can't do that because Harris doesn't have the policy chops to stand on. And if you do try to go and look backwards, she's done an entire 180 on those policy positions. So it's like if you start to critique her at all, she falls apart. But as soon as if you start gazing away from her, it's like she becomes bulletproof. Because you're not looking at her anymore.
Right. And so I majoritarily agree with what you're saying here, though I want to look at it in a slightly different way for like the strategy-wise. If you're strategizing to help Kamala win versus strategizing to help Trump win, you're correct that people want to have some idea of what they're voting for. And I think you're also correct that there could be a better explanation of policies, particularly from Trump in this debate, and maybe even in his debate with Biden. Thanks so much for the follow, Chris. I really appreciate it. But let's say he doesn't do that. Well, people are going to default to something, and what they're going to default to is, well, what was shit like last time he was president? And it's much as, like, look, I'm someone whose big central issue, and you probably know this about me, is talking about corruption in our institutions. I'll be honest with you, though, that shit does not move the needle to normies. Like, when I talk to my neighbor about, like, let me explain to you this situation about Burisma, and, like, I lose him. But when I talk to him and say, hey, man, remember when you could afford groceries? He's like, yep, I remember that. So the whole, I understand the utility of someone like Pisco, like, this is all about January 6th. And that's what Harris is trying to do. They're trying to deflect. Trump's a racist. Trump's a threat. The foreign leaders don't like him. Trump's going to do all this bad shit. But when people are looking back on the Trump presidency, they're like, yeah, that's what we were told in 2016 as well. And yeah, it was pretty benign. It was pretty good times, you know?
So here's my take on the whole January 6th as in 2024, right? We have Joe Biden as our president. The process still worked. It's like,
right, that's exactly right.
Even though Trump may have tried, if you accept their premise of the debates, and you accept that Trump was this really big, bad voodoo guy, none of his things he tried to do actually materialize in a manner that would constitute a change of democracy, right? And it's like they keep harping on that, oh, it's going to change. It's like, no, the vice president didn't bend, and the courts didn't bend, and the states didn't bend.
And there's even
like
more.
Of these, all of these different institutions of our democracy did not fail.
It's not only that, it's actually more than that. If you're someone who's afraid of like a universal dictator, that Trump is the easiest guy to see that won't occur with. Why? Because every executive institution fucking hates the guy. He couldn't even pull troops out of Syria without his own generals revolting and refusing to follow orders and lying to him. Like, that dude can't take a piss without some whistleblower in his administration leaking it to the New York Times. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
what I thought was interesting is like if you wanted Trump to be this authoritarian bad guy, and Pisco kept pointing to this during the debate, would you have wanted him to do the Insurrection Act?
Correct.
And I'm like, he didn't do it. He wanted states and local municipalities to figure it out. He offered to some of the cities, hey, here do you need National Guard, and they declined it. So
I didn't fall for the trap. I let Andrew take that. But you're absolutely right. If I was forced to discuss that point, first off, the idea IRI's like, but it happened under Trump. That would be like saying if a bunch of Trump supporters right now decided to start taking over 6 city blocks of San Antonio, do you think for a second IRI go, this is Biden's fault? It happened under Biden. Of course not. So what a bullshit claim in the first place. But yeah, Pisco obviously knows what he's doing when he says, well, Trump was president. He could have invoked the Insurrection Act. Pisco knows damn well that he and every other Democrat wanted that to occur. That's why these Democratic mayors and governors were refusing to accept aid from the National Guard and having their police stand down, causing these riots, because they wanted the narrative of Trump's an authoritarian strongman. So if
even that, they wanted the narrative to be, look at what the people are upset about and what the damage they're doing is actually doing. So it's like it was win-win for them.
That's right. So if Trump does invoke the Insurrection Act, then the entire media landscape becomes Trump's using the military against peaceful protesters. It's racist. It's authoritarian. He's going to use the military as his own like junta. That's what they wanted. And maybe Trump should have done it, right? But he didn't take the debate. And so they constantly kept setting up this dominoes like, we want the right to riot. We want Trump to respond with a heavy hand. They have this narrative that they want to paint Trump as, and they keep setting the dominoes. Oh, if we have a riot in this town, surely he'll do it. Oh, if they attack the White House and burn buildings outside the White House, surely he'll do it. And he doesn't, and he doesn't. And then finally, January 6th, when they got the violence, that's what they officially wanted. And then they were able to label MAGA, and you know the rest. But again, that's sort of the problem is, as you know, with these panels, it's difficult to get your shit in and to talk about all these specific things. So for me, it was like, just keep a real simple strategy. And that strategy is, they're going to want to deflect all this meaningless shit like January 6th. We shouldn't say, getting back to what I was, and we should stick to what the records were. So to your point then, so we have something to look back on the record of Donald Trump. What do we have to look at for Kamala Harris? What are Kamala Harris's policies? So here's the kind of way I've been looking at this recently. Well, she's not talking to the press. She's not really doing town halls or anything. She was basically trying to get out of the debates, didn't want to do 3 debates, was only going to do 1. She had 1 interview just last week with Dana Bash that was pre-recorded, and she just copy and pasted some Biden shit to her, policy page. So the first thing I would say is, so she's just going to be Biden 2.0. And they're like, no. It's not going to be that, because they can't say that, because if we're just looking at Trump 1.0 versus Biden 1.0, Trump 1.0 wins. If that's what the election's about, Trump's going to... So they're like, no, she'll be different than Biden. So then it's like, okay, so then we should go back and look at her policies when she ran for president in 2020, because she's not saying shit now. So now we go back, she's against fracking. No, she's not against fracking. And you're like, well, she didn't even say that with her own words. Where do you see that? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, then maybe the one thing we know she's done is pick a VP. So we should look at the policy prescriptions that her VPs had. No, you can't do that either. And it's like, well, then who the fuck is this lady? What is her policies? And so I think you're right. For us as voters, particularly a voter that's not had their mind made up yet, what do you want to get out of that debate? I want to know what these fucking people are about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Have you seen? I saw it. I think on Liberal Hive Mind. There was a focus group that was held. I think it was by Fox News. That was live during the debate with Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. And as the people were speaking, they were like adjusting a dial or whatever. Have you seen that?
Yeah, and it started to go up like during the economy and shit for Trump and down.
Well, no. The important takeaway of that was so the Republicans and Democrats were always like opposite directions, right? But whenever Kamala was speaking, Independents would track almost 1-to-1 with Republicans on the disagree part. But whenever Trump would speak, the independents would go up with the Republicans, but it would always be lower than. It would never be truly 1-to-1. So it's like you can tell that independents, if you take that data as gospel or whatever, it's almost like independents are still not convinced that what Kamala is saying is actually true and what she's proposing is actually going to happen.
Well, that's just it. And
because that's what Republicans believe.
That's what I'm saying. So do I think on a technicality, because Trump took the bait so many times, that Kamala won the debate? Yes, but there's caveats to that. What does winning a debate mean? Well, me sitting here saying tonight, the night of the debate, who did better, I think I'm right that Kamala Harris did. But what will be the takeaway of that debate by the time we get to votes, right? I think there will be two big takeaways. The one will be, we still don't know who the fuck Kamala Harris is, and that's going to matter to independents and people, right? Like, that's the first. And the second take's going to be like, wow, the whole theme of sort of Trump for the past 8 years has been it's him against the world, that all of these institutions hate him. And man, was those moderators biased. Man, were they shit.
And that's what I wanted to really focus on.
Me too.
That's one thing I like. I was casually watching it. I wasn't watching the Crowder reactions or whatever. I was on the Daily Wire stream because they just did it uncut. And I was just like, oh my gosh, how are these guys getting away with this? I'm a pretty avid politically attached person, right? And it's like whenever Trump would misspeak, it's like, yeah, I see how they're coming back and they're pushing on him. But it's like she would say stuff that has been obviously fact checked by like Washington Post, by New York Times,
fucking
like
Snopes, even.
Yeah, and I'm like, how are they not even mentioning a single word? And I really wish people knew that was happening.
Well, I have two friends that have never voted for Trump that are sort of, I would say, independent. One of them voted for Biden, the other didn't vote in the last election. So they're considering who to vote for. And I think they're a pretty good benchmark for what I think most people are viewing this election for. And that is, look, there are some personality quirks with Trump they don't like. Is he a rambler? Is he fucking, someone that shoots from the hip too much and might do some crazy shit? Maybe. But when it comes to, was my life better when Trump was president than now, like economically, border-wise? Yeah, it was. So they're looking for a reason. It's like Trump's election to lose. If he comes off as a super unhinged maniac, maybe they say, I guess I got to go with Kamala. But if he could maintain it, right, then they're going to say, look, I think at the end of the day, the Trump administration was better for me. And so I was interested in what their takeaway of what the debate was. And
it's almost... Go ahead, man.
Both of them, I was shocked because I watched the debate. I live streamed immediately after. Was like, I think Trump dropped the ball a lot. I think Harris won this debate, blah, blah. And both of them, they were like, yeah, Trump didn't do very good, but holy shit, those moderators. That was both of their takeaway, and they're like, "That's fucking insane." They're like, no wonder he didn't do well. It would be hard to do well in those conditions. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Now I don't think that's a complete excuse for Trump. I'm not saying, oh, I give him the victory on a default because who could win with that moderation? Well, I could have won with that. The moderation doesn't. He could still get his shit in and talk about Harris covering for Biden's cognitive decline and blah, 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 blah. But I was shocked that these sort of independent people I know, that was their big takeaway. And I think, I don't know about you, take polls with a grain of salt. I don't think I've seen the reaction in the polls that I initially suspected. I thought it would give Harris a bigger short-term bump than what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think the problem with looking at polls right now is like the debate was what, Tuesday or was it Wednesday?
You're right.
So if a poll came out today, it might reflect some of that, but like I think next week we'll probably see where any real movement occurs. I don't follow the polls.
I don't like
I think I'm not IRI, right?
Right. I think looking at each individual poll and the direction they're going sometimes has utility, but you're right, they're shit. But I just suspect, I guess even more than the polls, I suspect that it didn't move the needle much at all. I don't think, I would be shocked if there's more Trump voters after it. Maybe in some areas, and maybe that's all that matters, but I don't think there's going to be marginally, I don't think 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, anyone's going to give a shit, except they're going to remember what the fuck is Kamala Harris about? We still don't know. And what was up with that moderation?
Yeah, so that's why I'm really interested in that Fox News, like in real time polling thing that was going on, because it's like if you're a Trump core voter, you've already heard one, if not more, of his speeches from his rallies. If you're a Democrat core voter, you've heard Kamala's pitch, and you're in sync, right? So it's like both core audiences They haven't changed. They won't change. There's nothing you could probably do that unless it was like a super massive like curveball, October surprise level stuff. Those two audiences are set, right? It's these independent on the edge voters that it's like we talked about. It's like, did they see the moderation bias? Because I saw it. Granted, I'm probably not representative. It's like, did they see that bias? Or if they favor Kamala, did they really get the answers they needed from her? So it's like, I think if you look at it that way, I think Trump probably performed better, not Trump himself, but like his position.
Yeah, and maybe
from the debate.
And I just want to be clear to the audience. When I say Trump lost the debate, I'm evaluating the debate like I would have when I was a debate judge. I think he lost on that night in that he did not come off as better objectively. The question is, does that change after people have time to sit back and react to it? And I think that it very well may, as the Turk's saying here, that 2 weeks from now, what are people going to remember from this debate? That doesn't mean that on that night he didn't lose. And he did. I don't give a shit with it's not that I don't give a shit what people say, but I just disagree with the people that are saying they think Trump won. And I think that he really, the way that was going, he really, really could have spiked the ball in a serious way many, many times that he left flat. But getting back to my original point that I was making with you is, so it might seem unfair to Democrats, but it is just the objective reality that because Kamala Harris is basically a chameleon, and no one, not even the people that are into, like Mark Cuban's out there doing his best to be a surrogate from her, and
he can't. Capital tax.
Yeah, and he's just like, well, I think that when I talk to her in person, shit's different, and it's like, well, okay, tell us what did she? Well, like even he doesn't know. Like the best of people that are supporting her are like, well, she doesn't really mean what she's saying. It's like, oh, okay, then what does she mean? She isn't talking to anyone. Like also we see,
and we never got the opportunity to hear an answer because all she could do is say the platitude, and then they go and ask Trump, so do you like her platitude or not?
That's exactly it, and that's what I'm saying. So like when directionally Andrew's absolutely correct when he says initially like, well, what were the policies that were like differentiate her, right? And I understand what he's saying, and they're clearly the Democrats are going to take the bait and be like, here's a policy she said, right? She said build 3 million houses. What does that mean? Where's it coming from the budget? Where will these houses be built? In what way? How it will be different than the EV stations that you said you'd build and you weren't, et cetera, et cetera. Anyone could run for office and say, I'm going to build a bunch of shit. Like, my plan is I'm going to build 10,000 new bridges.
And how is she going to?
Right,
how is the executive branch going to do
That's exactly right. She just says it for 5 seconds, and then she knows that people that support her will go, that's a great idea. That's a great policy. That would be, don't you think it would be nicer to have more houses? And it's like, but that's not really a policy. Yeah. That's just, and they'll say, but real quick here, because they'll say, but Trump didn't articulate policies that well either. And that's true. But then what happens is there is a default to go back to with Trump. If I don't exactly know what his policies are articulating, one, I could go to his website and a bunch of other places where they outline his policies, unlike broadly with Kamala Harris. And second, and more importantly, I could look back at his previous administration and see what things were like. With Kamala Harris, she's running as an agent of change. So she's effectively running perceptually on things will be different. My first day in office, I'll do X. So to the people, you're confused. You're like, but you're already there. So if it's going to be different, how will it be different? So you're waiting for her to tell you, and she's not. There's nothing there. She's not telling. So it leaves people being like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to think? So many of them are just going to default to like, okay, I assume it'll be like Biden. Was my bank account better under Biden than Trump? No. Was the border better under Biden than Trump? No. Was foreign wars and stuff better under Biden than Trump? And I understand that lefties, the smart ones, are going to want to make nuanced arguments like, well, actually, inflation could have been partially Trump's fault, and it could have been, foreign policy, blah, blah, blah. And they can make those arguments, and I could argue against those. But what you need to understand is most voters aren't going to be high information voters, and they're literally just going to be like, was the economy good under Trump? Yeah. Was it bad under Biden? Yeah. And so strategically, that's the direction Trump needs to take it. And the Biden administration needs to understand, or the Harris administration or campaign needs to understand that, right? That they're going to get pigeonholed with that unless they define themselves. And they haven't. They're trying to again, and this is what scares me the most about my democracy is, I was worried after the 2020 election, not that ballots were stolen or that voting machines, but I asked myself this question, what if they weren't? What if we now exist in a society through manipulation of algorithms and the collusion of pretty much every institution in this country, they could pick and choose even the worst people to be our leader. And that seems to be their strategy with Harris.
Have you seen the Michael Knowles interview with the guy that did the data analytics about Google and how they pushed during politics season, they pushed certain types of ads and search results to certain people, and they did it in like a very methodical, analytical way. Have you seen that interview?
I have not. I've read some reviews of it, but I've not seen the interview.
Yeah, it totally reinforces your point. Look it up it's Michael Knowles has one interview. I would recommend that one instead of the Steven Crowder one because Crowder's not a reputable source. But I would look for the Michael Knowles one. It's definitely worth a watch. And I do some of this high-end data analytics stuff myself, and it's like you can totally see when you're doing your own like Google searching and stuff how that could be real, right? Because you type in a string into the Google search bar, and then it's like you're seeing stuff you didn't necessarily type in to look for.
Right.
So
have you ever heard there was a professor named Robert Epstein that testified?
Yep, that's the guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's that same guy? Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, it's his interview.
Because I've seen his testimony. He said in the 2020 election, as many as just through manipulation of Alphabet, and they are the company that owns Google, he thought that as many as 16 million votes could have been swung. I mean, that's incredible. Even if it's a fraction of that, we're talking about an election that was decided by 40,000 votes in 3 states.
Yep,
and so
that's the same guy. And the interview might be a little more under the covers than what the congressional, not audit, but I don't even know what it would be, a congressional questioning, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, let me, if you don't mind, can I read some super chats real quick?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Robbie Heck Music. I was singing a song from the character Harry Heck yesterday on stream. Thanks so much for becoming a Nor Nation member. Jortacalypse Rising for $9.99 says, not your fault they can't think, Rom. You demand better than last night. Of course, the Crucible crowd. I was defending women voting last night. They didn't like that. But they're on board tonight. So thanks so much. I appreciate it. Various Crazy People for $20 says, Pisco owns 3 million houses. This is a redistribution of wealth from the hardworking via taxes, redistributing the lazy art degrees and illegal immigrants. It'll dilute the dollar and cause a housing bubble. Yeah, and again, that's one of the things. You constantly see this with Democrats. They're always like, more programs, more spending, blah, blah, blah. And then when inflation occurs, they go, it's not our fault. And so it's easy when you look, like, I could say to everyone, like, wouldn't your life be better if you all had an extra refrigerator? And most people would be like, yeah, shit, yeah, that'd be great. Extra fridge. You're going to send me a free fridge? Great. Sounds gravy. But the problem is that shit all adds up. And so then what happens is, I guess, why even give that ridiculous example? The stimulus checks. Same shit with the stimulus checks. Everybody was excited to get that stimmy, $1,600. And it's like, you do realize what the net result of this is going to be. There's going to be a bunch of fraud. It's going to go to a bunch of wealthy people. The same with the PPP loans. And then what happens is you're going to pay twice as much for groceries come 2-3 years from now. But no one wanted to think about it at the time. And then that's exactly what occurred. So I agree with you on that housing part. And then lastly, Various Crazy People again for $10. I've been a Democrat for 30-ish years, voted for Bill Clinton and Obama. I just registered as independent voting for Trump. The radical left has left me behind. My values are closer to Republicans. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think that's one area that Trump could have done better on. I said before the debate, I thought one area that he could have really hammered home was the realignment of the parties as I see it, which is the Democrats have officially became the party of the neocons that they used to claim to hate. The Albert Gonzalez, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush party. That's who they are. Military-industrial complex, big government. That's who the Democrats are now. And the Republicans are getting liberals like RFK that are siding with Trump. And so I think that Trump should have reached out to a lot of those RFK voters on the debate stage and said, look, you might have heard bad things about me. You may even disagree with some of my policies. But understand this, I really care about the values that you care about, like the health of our children, free speech. And that's why I've brought RFK on my team, because he's the perfect point man to make sure that these values are expressed in my administration. I think something as simple as that could have done a lot for him. But he took the bait. So he didn't get around to a lot of that. But, you know, I think that you're starting to see a lot of people that used to be in the Democrat Party that's like, what has this party become? Like, it's just, it's crazy.
Yeah. I didn't want to like crash your party too much.
No, that's fine. I appreciate you call. You should call in someday. We'll just have a chat anyways. But I'm very happy that you were doing this debate with us. I thought it was nice.
Yeah, and again, it's just like I've known you for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think you and I might have even been streaming in 2016 when the original Hillary Clinton.
Well,
Trump
no,
debates
I
were
didn't
going
start
on.
streaming until 19, so it wouldn't have been me then. But
yeah, I might have been a little bit more before you, but I've seen you growing as a content creator as well as a debater, and I thought tonight you really did a good job in not falling for the trap that some of the other conservatives did. And it's like I could see it. So keep your head up and know that people that know what's going on, I see it, and probably more do. So
well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll talk soon. Have a great night, and thanks for debating and calling in. I appreciate it.
Yep, take care, man.
All right. Yeah, so again, Crucible audience, thank you so much. Fantastic. I thought there's still room for improvement for me. I understand that, but I was very happy with it. I also enjoyed working with Andrew because his style is different than mine, and I think oftentimes it meshes. Maluminous theater, I see you've been critical a lot. You said, I've biased towards what I consider logically correct. Yeah, I'm making fun of presupposition that I'm biased towards him because I think he trounced this guy. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I believe you're the person that was questioning sort of fact-checking. The problem is this. I don't have a problem. Well, actually, I think it's a bad form. I don't think the debate should be about moderators at all. If there's something that's infactual, it should be up to the other debater. For example, would you be happy in this debate tonight if Dylan Burns continually interjected on the behalf of me and Turk and Gibbs and Andrew Wilson? No, you would say, look, if Rob and Andrew and the Turk and Andrew and Gibbs can't come up with that information themselves, so be it. That's the way debate works. But if you are going to have moderators get weighed in like that, well, then you should have them weigh in when the other side says infactual stuff. There was blatantly unfactual stuff. Kamala Harris twice said it was Trump's 2025 project. Not only has Trump directly disavowed it, but the creator of the 2025 project came out and said Trump had nothing to do with it and he doesn't have anything to do with us. And yet they let her say that. They let her repeat the Fine People hoax. They let her repeat the hoax that Trump said there would be a bloodbath, implying there would be violence if he lost, when clearly that statement was directly saying there would be a bloodbath in the automobile industry. They didn't fact check her on that. She said that in 2020, she absolutely said that there should be fracking. That's a lie. She, in fact, literally said, she said with certainty, I will ban fracking if I win. So she had all sorts of lies. So it's not that, and what happens is the people that are fine with the institutional corruption, they'll look at each situation in a vacuum. And they'll say, well, technically, wasn't there room to fact check Trump here? And if you're like, yeah, they're like, okay, then it's all good. But it doesn't look at the large scope of it, how they only fact-check Trump, and sometimes arguably erroneously. For example, when they fact-checked him about the idea of abortion and said, well, there's no state where after-birth abortion's legal. Well, in Tim Walz's state, there's been at least 5 babies that were in an abortion that survived the abortion and was born, and although they weren't like crushed or killed, they refused to give them care so that the end result would obviously be that they died. They weren't feeding them. They weren't putting them on medical instruments that would keep them alive. But instead they said, nope, none of that's happening. Or the crime statistics, where they said actually crime statistics are low. They know that there's actually a robust debate on that because they're only using the FBI numbers. Whereas if you look at the crime victimization numbers, it turns out that those numbers, which should be more accurate, as I've argued before, because these are people that are actually reporting that they've been victims of a crime, not rely on the FBI numbers that, one, are only crimes that they've investigated, which isn't going to capture them all. And secondly, where cities can now self-report and some 23% aren't self-reporting, those numbers could be ineffective. So if me and you have 2 different sets of data we're looking at, and one says crime's up and the other says crime's down, we could have a debate on which one of those to prefer. But instead, the moderators weighed in as if it's just the fact that these ones are right. That's erroneous. Do I have a source on that baby thing? Yeah. I do. I was ready for sources. Oops, sorry about that. And this is from before the debate, so this is in August of this year. Under government Tim Walz, babies born alive in botched abortions were left to die. Then he removed reporting requirements from Daily Signal, August 6, 2024. As Democrats and media outlets accuse former President Trump of dramatizing the Democrat abortion agenda, data from Minnesota Department of Health shows that at least 8 babies who survived abortions in the state were left to die. Under a 2015 Minnesota law, the state formally was required to report whether abortions resulted in the live birth of a baby, what actions were taken to preserve the life of the baby, and whether or not the baby survived. Those reporting requirements exposed that between January 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2021, physicians performed 5 abortions that resulted in the baby's live birth. No measures were taken to help the first baby, who repeatedly had fetal anomalies that resulted in death shortly after. 2 of the babies were given comfort care measured and they died. No measures were taken to preserve life of the last 2 babies that were pre-viable. So that's at least 5. Now you could say maybe those babies wouldn't have survived anyways, but nonetheless, what Trump said was technically true, and also it's grotesque. You should do everything possible to keep those babies alive. Then you saw fact checkers saying after the debate things like, oh my God, it's ridiculous when Trump said that she wanted to support gender transition in jail for illegal immigrants, when that's exactly what she said in the past. 2 of them were pre-viable, but the other 3 weren't. If it's even one, it's grotesque. And then, of course, you have the Ralph Northam quote, what if a baby was born? We'd make it comfortable and then we'd decide what to do next. Now, a couple other things to say here near the end of the debate. The accusation that IRI wants to spring on me at the end. First, he does have a point about brevity. I am long-winded. And let me explain what happens in these debate panels. When you have to sit there for 20 minutes and you hear like 7 things that you want to respond to, when you finally get a chance to talk, you're going to respond to those things. Now, maybe that's not the proper way to go about it, but many times I feel that if I don't respond, an audience may get the impression that those of us on our side of the debate couldn't respond, which is not true. I was able to respond to every single thing they said, bringing up with facts and what have if not, and so I have to make strategic decisions on what to talk about. That's no one's fault. That's just the nature of having an absurd 8-person panel. So yeah, I do say a lot when I finally sit there quietly and then get a chance to talk after 15 minutes. But I do take his criticism. Maybe I should have some more brevity. Number 2, though, when he accuses me of being a Russian plant. This is something that IRI's done when I've debated him in the past, and for those that don't know, I've debated him so successfully in the past that he has publicly told his audience he doesn't want to debate me anymore one-on-one. He would prefer to stay in his bubble. And that's because he knows the results of debating me one-on-one. He knows exactly what will happen, the same as last time. The last time I talked to him, we were talking about the Ukraine-Russia situation, sort of at the start of that conflict, and we were talking about biolabs. And he had to concede to me that although... Thank you so much, Pentuple. I appreciate the raid. I really do. Although he initially said that it was untrue that there were biolabs that were managed by the United States and Ukraine that had biological agents in it, upon further review, he was forced to concede actually those biolabs do exist, and the United States is there, and there are biological agents there that could cause damage. He was forced to concede it. And yet he still said that it was wrong for me to bring up because I was, quote, spreading Russian propaganda. That's what he said. So it was factual, but it was spreading propaganda. Now, if you follow Mike Benz, he talks about this, how there's a concerted effort from our U.S. intel agencies, particularly coming from the CIA, and their NGO cutouts like the Atlantic Council, to label disinformation as 3 things. There is disinformation, which are things that are considered untrue that you knew were untrue, so a lie. Then there is misinformation. That's things that maybe you thought were true, but it turns out they aren't true. But the number one censored information that they go after is malinformation. And malinformation are things that you say that are truthful, but doesn't work out for the regime. It goes against the narrative they want to push. The example that's given to best illustrate this is, let's say you went and got the COVID vaccine and you literally had a terrible reaction. You had an allergic reaction. And so you go to Facebook and you post, I had a horrible allergic reaction to my COVID vaccine. And you can even prove it if necessary. You have the pictures, etc. That could be censored for malinformation, because although it's true, it could lead people to believe that they shouldn't get the COVID vaccine and the administration wants the vaccine to be given. You see? So we should have the ability to censor even true information if it goes against our official government narrative. And that's why things were censored, such as the Wuhan lab leak theory. It wasn't that they ever debunked it or that it wasn't true. It's that it didn't conveniently fit with the narrative that they wanted to push. That's what happened. And so when you have people like IRI that accuse me of spreading Russian disinformation, he knows full well that there is a concerted effort amongst our intel agencies to ban people like me, to ban people that are, quote, spreading Russian disinformation. So fuck them. I don't care. I don't take it super seriously or anything like that. But it's the same old playbook for IRI. Same old bullshit. Can't debate, can't argue the facts, accuse me of being a Russian plant. Then when I bring up he pushed the failed Russiagate narrative that was sourced by a suspected Russian spy, a Russian national named Igor Dushenko, so by definition it was Russian disinformation. It was pushed by Pisco, it was pushed by IRI, it was pushed by Hutch. Does that mean they spread Russian propaganda? No, that's different. We didn't know. You see? You see how that goes? Secondly, with Hutch, if he wants to play childish games, I was very cordial to him. The last time I talked to Hutch, I wasn't that cordial because he called into my show. It was a tenuous topic, and I only had like 15 minutes before I had to go to do another show, and he kept trying to interrupt me, so I was sort of yelling over him a little. I don't give a shit. This time I tried to be markedly more calm. We had a moderator. Andrew was taking care of the going after people, aggressively, so I was approaching it through a calm situation. When he, at the end, decides he's going to keep interrupting me like a child, then I'll bring up the point that I wasn't going to bring up, which is one of the most grotesque positions that I've heard Hutch make when I talked to him at one point was talking about sort of sex education for children. He was explaining that he would want to teach sex education to children much younger than I would prefer, even suggesting that he was taught about masturbation in 4th grade, and he supports that. He supports teaching 4th grade, which the average age of a 4th grader is 10 years old. He supports teaching them about masturbation. I find that to be grotesque. And so when he treats me like a child, I will remind him that I'm not one of the children that he wants to teach about masturbation. And then when I actually ask him, is that something that you like to think about? You're talking about how you fondly remember your times as a 4th grader masturbating. He says, yes. You can take that information for what you want. So, if you want to act like that, Hutch. You want to treat me like a child. So that's why I brought it up. But having said that, now I'm full aware. Oh, we got someone that wants to call in. There we go. Bring them in. Who we got here? Maluminous. Can you hear me, Maluminous?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Am I coming through fine?
You're quiet, but I'll turn your volume up. What's happening?
Nothing much. I just saw you. You auto got played for me after I finished my own thing here. I like political streams. I like to find new political people, and for some reason, your name just sounded super, super familiar. And I remembered recently here in chat that you had a debate with Destiny that got spicy. In fact, I see you also talked to him a little while ago, but I feel like I know you from even more than that. Your name just sounds super familiar.
Well, apparently I'm the face of Russian propaganda on Tenet Media because I did Tim Pool's show once. I also ran for Congress in Pennsylvania if you're from here. But other than that, there's not much to know me from unless you used to frequent the bars that I used to where I used to be a drunk. That's probably it.
No. I did go to school in Penn, though, so who knows?
Okay. Yeah, I'm from Clarion County, so we're sort of out here in rural Pennsylvania, so about an hour and a half northeast of Pittsburgh. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess people are saying, just call in to discuss some of the things. I heard you talking about just some of the fact checking that was done, and while I do agree that if you take like an overall layman's view. Maybe even just like an average American's view of it, who's maybe independent, it's going to come off as looking bad. That the moderators are essentially jumping Trump. It feels like they're jumping Trump. Every time Trump says something, it feels like they're immediately attacking Trump. But how should the moderators feel that when Trump says things that are more obviously false than some of the things that Harris says that are debatably so? Like one of the ones you went on, you were saying it depends on which stats you're using and whatnot. But when Trump says things like they're eating our pets in Ohio, I'm in Ohio right now. We can look at the police departments in Springfield saying that there have been no actual reported cases. We can look at the Haitian migrants, the 15,000 here came from multiple years ago. This wasn't, they just bust in 15,000 Haitians and aren't assimilating. All the videos that are being posted on social media propagated by Elon Musk are fake or completely just wrong and not even in the area that they're talking about.
Okay, so let's deal with this in two ways, right? First is I will engage on the specific, should they specifically fact check this? Then we'll talk in general about when should fact checking occur. So talking about this specific incident, I agree that there's not proof that these things occurred, right? The problem is when someone says something occurred, the fact check seems to imply 100% it didn't. Would you agree with that? So would you agree that the fact checker is stepping in to say, no, it didn't occur? Not, it might have occurred, but we haven't seen proof. Would you agree that's what they were saying?
No, I don't even think that. I think when you're fact checking the statement that is being specifically said. So
okay, so what was the specific statement that he said that was fact checked?
Well, let's pull it up unless you.
I don't have it. Go for it.
All right. Trump, Harris, the fact checked debate. Hopefully, they give us the specific lines here. I had the tab pulled up for it. Factcheck.org. That sounds totally
sounds official, right?
Yeah. Oh, they don't give us. It's a video. I don't want to watch their video. Okay. Well, while I'm looking at this, if the word in the verbiage used is incorrect,
here's what I got. Here's what I got from BBC. This is what they have quoted. Trump said, "quote In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of people that live there." That's the quote.
Yep.
Okay. So then when they fact check, they're saying that didn't occur.
Yeah. Okay.
So my point that I'm trying to make is, do you think the standard for fact checking should be 100% proof positive? Like, for example, Trump says, last year the Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl. And they're like, actually, Mr. President, it was the Kansas City Chiefs. That's something that's easily verifiable of just 100% not true that Trump said, correct? So that's one type of fact check.
I would also want to see what the fact checker specifically said, because if he says that I believe he specifically said that there were no reports of this.
Okay, but why should that be a fact check? Right? Couldn't you say? Couldn't you?
It's a huge rallying cry.
Well, it doesn't matter. There's the fine people hoax was an even bigger rallying cry. In fact, Joe Biden claimed that the reason he ran for president was that Trump said Nazis were fine people. This was a hoax that was. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. This was a lie that was promulgated by almost the entirety of our mainstream media. Now, Kamala Harris repeated that. Why didn't they step in and say, actually, fact checkers have revealed that Trump then in the next sentence said clearly he wasn't talking about Nazis, white supremacists, etc. Why didn't they do that? It's a big narrative.
So to go back to just the pets thing, because I feel like we jumped that really quick.
Well, the reason we jumped it was because the explanation you gave shows their bias, because in a situation that's an even bigger narrative, they chose not to fact check.
No, okay, so how about this? Do you think it's especially given how much publicity it's being used and how much it's being used to push a narrative about immigration, which is a hot button topic, do you think it's more likely with the police coming out saying that this is not happening, that they do not have reports verifying this, that you do state that, or that you should say, well, the police, all of these other institutions, all are saying that we have no formalized reports of this, we have no incidents reports of this, that we just say nothing and allow that to go through?
Yes, I would think especially, right, because we have two scenarios. One, let's go through this. Let's just compare this to the fine people hoax. What do you think is a possibly more damaging hoax, particularly to a political candidate? One, saying that the policies that Kamala Harris has have led to Haitian immigrants coming in that are eating cats, or second, Kamala Harris saying Trump said Nazis were good people. Which of those do you think is a more damaging hoax?
I mean, it kind of depends.
How so? Do you think if I said, hey, you voted for a person that let people in and one of them ate cats, do you think that's more damaging to your reputation than me saying, you said Nazis are good people?
He's using this as an example to show that these immigrants...
I feel you're being duplicitous, not directly answering the question.
Well, no, because the question isn't just some sort of simple thing. You're asking me which is more damaging.
Sure.
However, the comment about them killing the cats, killing the pets specifically, is one that's supposed to evoke emotion. It's supposed to get people riled up.
What's
It's
saying that
supposed to
someone
be
said
like-
Nazis are good
it's
people?
supposed to be tugging at their heartstrings.
What do you think saying that someone said Nazis are good people is trying to do? Appeal to their
If
emotions?
I was on the right, which I used to be, and I heard someone saying that this guy said that Nazis were very fine people, I would immediately assume, oh, they're just calling everyone a Nazi. So
That's
if you're
bullshit.
on
That's
the right already,
what
then you would think that
okay, if I was on the left and I heard that immigrants were eating cats, I'd say that's clearly a racist lie. Therefore, no harm, no foul, right?
Yeah, I
Okay,
could see
so then you would at
Nazis-
least then you have to concede that these are least equal, which I think anyone
No,
that's
no, I
object-
mean, I think that's a jump. I think I would say that if
I
you're
would-
already predisposed to one side, you're probably more likely
Great.
to.
So then your
Nazi-
predisposition argument is irrelevant when talking about the severity of this lie and which is more damaging to a political campaign or to a reputation.
We're
I think
talking about
the fact that
if
there's
you
not
wanna
much
jump
there's
to
not
a
much more there's not much more I could say. I think that anyone that's remotely objective could say, yes, I think that if people sincerely believe that one candidate said Nazis are good people, that is far more damaging than if the other candidate said some immigrants are eating cats. I think that anyone. I'll give you the last word on this specific point, and then we'll go in. But like if we're both talking, it doesn't work. I think that anyone that's remotely trying to be objective could see that that's 100% the case. It's not even debatable. And the fact that you seem to be so hesitant to say and go, well, I think it shows that you're not looking at this in a good faith manner.
I think that's bullshit. As far as saying that I'm not looking at it as a good in a good faith manner, I recognize that I've listened to the full clip for one. I do not think that it substantively changed the context at all. I've seen people post the full clip multiple
What does this
times.
have anything to do with what we're talking about? What does that have anything to do with it? We're talking hyper specifically on this issue. What is a more damaging lie? That saying one candidate said Nazis were good people, or saying one candidate said immigrants ate cats?
No, you're presupposing that I believe both statements are lies, which I disagree with. And
Which one's not a lie?
I don't believe that the comment saying that many fine people were there on both sides was only was a lie that was debunked. The dates that he was referring to, we had the Tiki Torch people there. I think even listening to the clip that people post, especially on X, that's supposed to have this full context, does not exonerate this at all as being a bold-faced lie. I think that I can see why some people would want to spin it as such a way, and I can even understand.
It's clear that you are biased beyond comprehension. He literally uses the no. It's. I don't give a shit if you voted for Trump. It's clear that in this instance you're biased beyond objectivity. He literally says, "I'm not talking about Nazis, etc." Now you could make the argument, well, I think that everyone there were Nazis. Then you're making the argument that Trump was mistaken, that he assumed there were good people there. But he is not saying that Nazis are good people when he directly says, I'm clearly not saying Nazis are good people. So what you're doing is, in one situation, we have a situation where there have been reports of people that say, these Haitians are eating geese, they're eating pets, people's pets are coming up missing. And the fact check on that is, well, we've talked to the police, we've talked to the mayor, and we don't see any confirmed cases of that occurring. Now, I'm willing to accept to you that that's probably a true statement, that they don't have any confirmed cases. But that doesn't prove that it didn't happen. Now, you could say that still meets the threshold for fact-checking to let the people hearing, hey, we don't have confirmed evidence of this happening. Fine. Let's say that I accept that. But on the other hand, when it's easily disprovable because the words aren't going to change. We could see the words. We could go to the transcript. Trump clearly said, I'm not saying Nazis are good people. And then people and that was going to be my second point. One of these is arguably debunked. The other is completely debunked. But to hear you say, well, no, I don't care that Trump clearly said Nazis aren't good people. I still think it's not a lie to say Trump said Nazis are good people, because I assume everyone that was there was Nazis. So even though Trump said Nazis aren't good people, he didn't mean that. What he really meant was, I do think Nazis are good people.
I'm gonna take a page out of your book where you just decided that I was objectively too biased to see the reasoning of the other side. And I'm just gonna say that about you, I guess.
That's cool. You can say, I guess conversation's over. Thank you. But the difference is that I am objectively. The difference is you are objectively too biased. Thank you so much.
If you're going to then say that, which do you think there's any room for subjectivity where this would be not as clear cut or not as black and white as the previous statement, where we have the police themselves coming out, we have multiple other verified institutions here saying that this is not happening, we do not have reports of this, we cannot corroborate this in any
Yes,
way.
I do. You want to know how I can prove it? Let me ask you this. Are you 100% convinced that just because the police say we don't have a report that it didn't happen?
Not 100%, but
right.
I don't think that's belief.
So then, are you also now? Let me ask you this: are you 100% convinced that Trump said the words "I'm clearly not saying Nazis are good people" or something roundabout there?
I'm sure he might have said that.
Okay, so then what I am telling you is that with one, we have a confirmed debunk. With the other, we have a compelling argument that there is an extreme lack of evidence. One is thoroughly debunked. The other, there's not evidence.
Do you have the clip?
The clip of what?
Of him talking about it. Because it's only even the extended one is supposed to contain all the context, which, by the way, if I'm recalling correctly, has a huge gap in between it. They have to use the classic white flash to fast forward multiple times.
That's not true.
Get to where he's saying I'm not. That's not true.
No, that's not true. So I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you why. I'll try to find the transcript. Let me explain to you what happened.
It's just going to show our biases.
No, it's not going to show our bias. It's going to be factual, and you can check that this is exactly what happened. You're making a claim that it took Trump a large amount of time from saying there were good people on sides to saying, well, clearly I'm not talking about Nazis. One, even if that is the case, it doesn't disprove anything. It is still factually incorrect to say he said Nazis were good people or fine people. That's not true. He specifically said the opposite. Secondly, here's the full context of what happened. Charlottesville occurs. Trump gives a first speech, I believe, like the day of or the day after. And in that first speech, he gives this sort of general speech that you hear Democrats give all the time when someone on their side commits a violent crime. They say, we need to condemn hatred on all sides. There's no place for hatred in this country, blah, blah, blah. So Trump gives a statement like that. And what happens is the media goes nuts and says, but you think both sides have hatred? This was clearly white supremacists. It was Nazis, blah, 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 blah. So then Trump gives a second speech like a day or so later. And in that speech, he directly names vile hatred groups that he condemned, such as the KKK, neo-Nazi skinheads, etc. He specifically says it. Then the media narrative comes, but why didn't you use those names in your first statement, right? Okay, so then he's giving a speech like 2 days later, and in that speech, it's supposed to be on this economic plan that he has. And unlike people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, what he would frequently do is he would go in front of the press and then say, okay, give me questions. And he would stand there sometimes for an hour and let them just shout questions at him about any sort of subject. So he gives this economic speech and tries to take questions on it, and all of the questions are about Charlottesville. And they're like, why didn't you condemn Nazis soon enough? And he's like, I did. Or why didn't you condemn this soon enough? I did. I thought I gave a perfect speech. I thought blah, blah, blah. And it's going back and forth. And then he starts to make a point, which is directionally true, that what happens is we're lionizing the people on the other side. But the truth is, many of the people on the other side showed up armed, and they're Antifa type people that were there to cause violence. And what happened was it was shitheads on both sides that came to do mutual combat. And one of them was a bigger shithead because he murdered what appears to be an innocent girl, and he should be held to the fullest extent of the law. So the way it comes out of Trump's mouth is he says there were fine people on both sides, there were good people and bad people on both sides, is what he basically says. And then they interject and they're like, you're saying they're Nazi? You're saying that both sides were the same, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's some people that are protesting the statues. Clearly not the neo-Nazis, whatever. I condemn them. So what happened was it was a press scrum where they were shouting out at him and interjecting. But if you look, it was like, I think 4 or 5 sentences in between when he says there were fine people on both sides and then says, clearly I'm not talking about the Nazis, etc. This was a manufactured media narrative, even though he had condemned Nazis several times, just like they proceeded to do over 40 27 times he condemned neo-Nazi groups, racist groups, and they continually asked him almost every time they would speak to him, will you condemn racists? Will you condemn neo-Nazis? Then they promulgated this myth that Trump said Nazis were good people that was repeated over and over again, so much so that President Biden, I will let you talk. It's my show. It's my show. I could do what I want, right? It's my show. I can do what I want.
Certainly can.
I could mute you if you like. I can mute you if you like. When I finish, you'll have your chance to respond, right? So then finally what happens is it progresses to the point where not only are there millions of Americans that likely believe that the President of the United States said Nazis were good people, we then see things like serious attempts on Trump's life, like the assassination attempt. We see Trump people that were attacked. It doesn't by a Republican that donated to Act Blue. It doesn't matter if they're registered Republican. You in Pennsylvania? You are aware that it's a close primary state, right?
By his friends also as a Republican.
He was also described from a FBI order looking at his Rumble account as posting things that were heavy Democrat under his account that he was actually posting to. That was around the time that he was.
It was the other side actually, wasn't it? It wasn't Rumble.
I thought it was Rumble.
They released the request from the FBI that made the request for them for information on a suspected. No.
Yes.
So we saw the logs. It was a suspected account. It was never confirmed to be his.
Cool.
It had like 3 posts, and none of that was showing that he's some sort of secret Democrat that started.
Well, what do you think? What do you think? You think that he was a Trump supporter that shot Trump? That's your hypothesis?
I don't know fully what happened.
So let's say he was registered Republican.
For all I know, he could have been a groiper. Maybe he just didn't.
He could have been, and he was right, and he could have also been weaponized by the rhetoric. He could have also been rhetoric. The point is, there was a lot of rhetoric about Trump, and it ultimately led to an attempt on his life. There were also other people. There were other sort of violence directed at Trump and other Trump supporters, etc. There is a danger at saying that the President of the United States supports Nazis, because the certain type of person that will think that's true will then go on to say, well, then maybe we need to do the worst to them. There's a streamer named Vosh, for example. There's a streamer named Vosh, for example, that said that Trump and Republicans are committing a trans genocide, and that he wants the Patriot Prayer people to have people taking shots at them out windows. He said that almost immediately after an Antifa person did shoot and kill a Patriot Prayer people. So there are impressionable people. There are impressionable people that if you gaslight them and say that Trump said that Nazis were fine people, they may go out and commit acts of violence. And this hoax was so severe that it's literally cited as the reason that Joe Biden ran for office. Now you can speak.
Yeah. That was a whole bunch of stuff that you said to only actually eventually agree that, yes, this was minutes apart. It
was minutes? It was okay, just to be clear. So you're going to say it was minutes apart. How many minutes?
Sentences apart. Well,
minutes apart. Go ahead. How many minutes?
You said a bunch of other shit as well.
Minutes apart.
The redirecting he started saying that the rhetoric was being used about.
No. Let's focus. You said I conceded it was minutes apart. So how many minutes apart was it?
I have no idea. I wanted to see the actual clip.
I don't know. I've never been able to find.
We went on like a 5-minute tangent on touching on many different topics.
Yeah, it was not many topics. It was giving a linear. It was giving a linear example of how this hoax was perpetrated. It has nothing to do with gish galloping. It has nothing to do with gish galloping. It has to do with talking about one specific thing, and that was the specific. Again, you could talk over me. I'll just mute you next time. It has nothing to do with gish galloping. It was talking about one specific hoax and the timeline of how that hoax came about and the time frame of when Trump was condemned. Again, last chance, you're getting muted. And talking about the time frame of when Trump condemned white supremacists and Nazis. It was one thing that I was talking about, and I accurately went through the timeline, which you can't dispute. So you use terms like, what was a gish gallop? If it was a gish gallop that was a problem, then go through the parts of that you think I was erroneous on.
Well, I was trying to, and then you kept on saying, no, you have to go back to this.
Because you're saying things that are untrue. Where did I say it was minutes apart?
So just what? When did you say that?
Yes, you said that I concede that what I said, the example, I said a lot to basically prove that, yes, it was minutes apart.
Sentences apart.
What's that?
You said sentences apart.
All right, so when I interrupted you, now I'll interrupt again. So when I interrupted you and said, where did I say minutes apart, you admit that you were wrong to say that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So it was sentences apart. Gotcha.
I literally said I misspoke. That's what I had said before.
No, it's not. You said that there was like some
That they
large
had to use
distance.
the white flashes. I said specifically that they were using the white flashes to make the timing feel like it was much sooner, and the sentence it was like a continuation of what he was saying previously. That's not the case.
The implication that you're saying is that because there was some sort of distance between when he said the first sentence to when he said the second sentence, that proves that somehow he's gaslighting that Nazis are good people.
Would actually show that there is some sort of disconnect there. If you're saying a comment and people are taking it as meaning that, let's just be super hyperbolic, that you love Hitler, right? And then it's multiple other questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, 4 questions, let's just say later, that you clarify, no, I don't love Hitler. I just really love how Hitler dressed. I think that is something to be taken into account.
First off, the analogy is not the same because no one asked him, do you love Hitler or do you love Nazis? And then he refused to answer it.
Hyperbolic.
Right, so it's hyperbolic. So the analogy, right, so the analogy, right, so the analogy, so what we could see is this analogy wouldn't apply. He was asked about specific things where he said, again, I understand analogies don't specifically apply, but would you also agree that when someone uses an analogy that doesn't directly apply, you could use the reasons why that analogy doesn't apply, and that's something that should be allowed to be brought up? Yes or no?
You can go ahead and get super pedantic on it. Or
it has nothing to do with pedantic. That's like saying if you say, hey, Rob, when you say that like maybe you shouldn't, you shouldn't have, busloads of immigrants coming in every day to specific towns. What if I said you shouldn't say Epstein was a good guy? But like, yeah, those things are so far apart. Those things are so far apart. Those things are so far. Okay, what we'll do is you've lost your privilege. You've lost your privilege to be able to speak until I allow you to speak, so we're going to go ahead and mute you until it's right for you to speak. Last chance, okay? All right, so these things are worlds apart. Yes, it is a completely different scenario if someone says, do you think Hitler's a good person? You say, well, actually, I really enjoyed the Indy 500 last week, and man, did you see that hit that Tua took in the game? That was really bad, and, I'm really looking forward to the baseball playoffs, and oh, by the way, I don't think Hitler's a good person. Yes, that's a completely different scenario than what happened with the Trump thing, but it is possible that you could say in that hyper-specific scenario, you could say that would have some sort of reason that we would think that maybe he didn't mean that Hitler was actually a bad person, and it has nothing to do with what happened here. Okay, you go ahead. You can speak.
All right, great. I'm just gonna say also saying that the rhetoric against Trump is the reason why Trump was assassinated. Do you acknowledge that rhetoric that Trump has used against his political opponents are also quite extreme, saying that these people are out to destroy America, they're letting in rapists and murderers, specifically they're going after your kids. He's liked posts of people having on the back of their trucks political opponents tied up and gagged. Do you think that is also extreme? That would probably also call us the same kind of thing. If you're saying that the Democrats saying that he's saying that Nazis are fine people, do you think his rhetoric is also creating the same kind of hostile environment?
So one, I didn't say that this rhetoric directly led to the shooting. I said rhetoric like that could inspire a shooting. I didn't say that that's what directly caused this. Secondly, sure, you could say that rhetoric of all sorts that Trump said, that other politicians said, absolutely. You could say if people believe that, if Trump says they're rapists and murderers, that people could go out and do something heinous, that you could say that rhetoric possibly led to something like that. My personal decision is I don't blame people for stochastic terrorism in that sense. I do think people should be careful, and if they're talking about issues that they think are important, to illustrate to people that violence is not the solution to any of those sorts of things. But the third thing I'll say about this is Trump has been lampooned and lambasted by almost all of our establishment institutions as inciting violence when he talks about these things. Given that, why didn't those same institutions, particularly the mainstream media for places like ABC, ever call out Joe Biden for 4 years? And even before that, these same institutions promulgated that very same hoax. So do you think that the Democrats and the media, please let me finish. Do you think the Democrats and the media that promulgated the fine people hoax that Trump said Nazis were fine people have no leg to stand on criticizing Trump's violent rhetoric when they've induced the very same rhetoric that they seem to be criticizing?
No, I think this is I think this is certainly debatable. However, I think even watching the full context, that I still stand by that at the very least, this is insanely poor optics to even say in that regard at that moment. Considering that on day,
do you condemn Nazis?
That were on
do you condemn Nazis?
No, I actually love Nazis.
Okay. Hey, we'll see you later. Thanks so much. So everyone, that person's name is His name is Maluminous. Someone clipped that. The YouTuber Maluminous just said that he loves Nazis. So we'll clip that. Let's get that out there. That's Maluminous, everyone. Loves Nazis, right? Now, if he hated Nazis, he wouldn't joke about something like that. And so if he ever applies for a job and people say, don't hire this guy, he loves Nazis, we would say that's fair. When you're asked if you like Nazis, you immediately condemn them. And if you don't, then it's suspicious. Right? Okay, that's Maluminous for you, everyone. Maluminous says he loves Nazis. Just getting that out there. Okay, thanks so much. All right, next caller. Oh, wait, let's see what this is about. Sure, what the fuck's this? Other callers, Pisco wants to talk real quick. So give me a chance to talk to him. I'm giving him 10 minutes. That's it. He's going to bitch about Andrew. What's up?
No, I'm not. What's up?
Not much. I got like 10 minutes because I got a couple other callers and I got to get to bed. So, what's up? What do you want to talk about?
What are your thoughts?
You know, I don't mind the back and forth and the people jabbing, particularly if it's true that Danabo told Andrew to keep it spicy.
That was so funny that we like tried to get clarity and it still was not clear.
Well, that's a bit frustrating. It really is. Yeah. And I don't think it was intentional sabotage by Dylan. Yeah, but when we literally reached out, and even Dylan's explanation, what we're talking about here is the topic wasn't what we were informed what it was. Even his explanation wasn't going to help because when you prepare for a debate, you're clearly preparing for the topic that was given to you by whoever reached out to you. So in this case, the producer is Danabo. So like for people like me and maybe like you and maybe like Andrew, you have a life. And so you're not like you get a prompt. Hey, will you do this debate next week? Sure. And that's your plan. And you're not constantly reaching back out. Hey, is that still the topic? But in this case, we did because there was some confusion. And they said, no. The topic is basically Trump versus Harris. Who's better for the future? Yeah. And then when he read, I was like, what the heck's going on? When he read the topic, I was so like, and then I'll be honest, I didn't follow the whole thing with AJW. I like AJW. I know that there was some sort of hubbub about him not debating the topic because something got lost in translation, according to him, of what he thought the topic would be.
It doesn't help the anti-AJW side. It makes Dylan and Danabo look like there maybe is a problem in paradise. But
I just wanted to get it on the record so that there wasn't someone bitching at me tomorrow like, Rob fucking ended up talking about the debate instead of what the actual topic was because he was a coward. And I was like, so I just want to get clarity before I even start my opening statement of what we're supposed to be talking. I don't mind. I don't mind switching the topic, and we took it to basically where we wanted. But so I don't have hard feelings about it.
It's so frustrating. I know you feel it too. The number of people there. Yeah. It's just impossible. Yep. And for you, I'm sorry about Gibb. I totally sympathize with you the entire time because I do see what you're doing, and I do see your strategy in real time. And to see him so fundamentally like give the debaters a break and keep them from answering hard questions, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I think you guys are smart to keep directing your questions to Gibbs. And then I figured I'd play that game. I started playing that game too. Well, I started doing it afterwards to you when I got to talk 30 minutes later. I was like, Hutch, why don't you answer that?
I actually felt really bad that you were like in line forever, and I could just see you being like, this is my point. I don't know. I just felt like
I just had like 1 minute left. All I was trying to say is, and I think Hutch screws up, right? Because when Hutch is like, oh yeah, the executive order solved everything, it's like, because one of the big...
You have to be careful with that. You need to have a good answer.
Right, and he doesn't.
My answer is you shouldn't have done it and it's illegal and then it's wrong.
Well, right. But if you're going to say it's a good thing...
Yeah, you have to...
And he didn't have an answer, and I knew he didn't. And the broader point that I'm going to try to make is because I'm accusing, I think righteously, you might disagree, that Kamala Harris is just saying shit that she knows people want to hear. And I think that this whole, but we pushed for this border bill, I think it's more the same bullshit. I think they liked the direction that immigration was going for 3 years, and that's why they didn't have any urgency and were basically gaslighting people. The border's secure, there's some problems, but it's secure. And so then come election year, the internal polling shows, geez, this is a big weakness for us. So all of a sudden we're now going to say, we got some slapdash plan to fix it. That's the allegation. What's that?
You do think she would sign it probably though, right?
Yeah, she would have probably signed that bill, but there's so many problems with that bill. Anyways,
sure,
but it's not to get into that. But
I just want to say real quick, Danabo's in the chat. I don't think Rob or I blame you.
No.
I think, and I love Dylan. I thought Dylan was. It's hard to manage. It's impossible to manage.
Is this correctly what happened? That Dylan had some sort of debate that he participated in immediately preceding this. I believe
think
that's
he did.
So you're probably not. You're probably geared up for your own debate, less so for geared up for moderating. So his mind's probably still in that mode.
Yeah,
and
I don't blame him too much. I just don't blame Danabo at all.
No, Danabo did nothing. Danabo correctly,
Yeah.
But that's it. So I don't have hard feelings to Gibbs. Like Gibbs called into the show afterwards and talked, and he's like, "Yeah, I knew that you wanted to make this last little final point, but I still thought what I needed to say was so important." I was like, "That's even worse, man. If you knew that I had."
Yeah.
And then
he was making our point because he was saying basically Trump, or the way he was framing it, which was the incorrect way to frame it. You have a better way of framing it that puts it on Democrats. But the way he frames it is Trump listened to the base and he put his foot down. And that is kind of our point, that he scuttled both immigration
It's like
bills.
when he was on that panel with me about the New York case, and he's like, who the fuck would trust the National Enquirer? And I'm like, that's their argument, that Trump trusted the National Enquirer. That's literally their argument. And you're interrupting me to make their argument. It's like, and I like Gibbs, right? And most of it isn't his fault. Most of it's the fault of the format. When you have 8 people, it doesn't matter who's good, who's bad, who talks more. It's unfair to everyone because everyone's going to have a slightly different point. And so if you're trying to get really in depth with 2 people, a third person has to get in there, and they're going to take it in a slightly different direction than the fourth person is. And the next thing you know, you're having a conversation with someone, and you got like 1 or 2 final points you think you need to get to 40 minutes later because there's been so much shit in the in-between. And it's like, it's just that format. And I understand the appeal of that format. A lot of the audience like that shit. And it tends to lead to more blood sports type shit because you're trying to just say like 1 or 2 stingers and, the tensions rise and you get more participants, which means more eyeballs. So I get all that. But I think the panel debates are all but useless as far as like purveying information to people.
I'd rather honestly just be like a 2 or 1.
2 and 1's best. 1. Yeah. 1's the best, but 2's doable. Even when I did the arena, I tried to keep it at most a 3-on-3. And there's also something you have to do. This is boring. People aren't going to want to hear this. But when I know Andrew Wilson deals with the same thing too. When you're setting up panels like this, and Danabo can speak to this, you have to pick people that you know will mesh well. Not argumentatively, but stylistically. So you need people that you know aren't going to talk that much. You have to have that. Because if you have me, you, Destiny, Vosh, Andrew Wilson,
we take a lot
it's not going to work. It's not going to fucking work. You need people like Turk, right? That's like willing to sit there for 30 minutes and be like, look, I got 2 minutes of shit. Or Joe Lewis. You actually need people like that. Because if you don't have that, it just becomes a yell fest. It's people yelling. So I don't know. I've never been a fan of those. I like Danabo, so of course I'll agree anytime Danabo asks me that it fits my schedule. But I kind of knew it would be a shit show, which is why I'm retooling when I do those panels. And my new strategy is 1 or 2 points. Continually hammer 1 or 2 points, which is what Trump should have done in the debate. So it worked well tonight. But that's dude, you guys are baiting Gibbs. Same thing. January 6th.
In a way we were after you called it out. Like
I knew that's what would happen.
Yeah.
It's like that's why my opening statement's like, they ain't gonna want to talk about the record. This is what I'm doing. Now you might say, well, that's unfair. I want to talk about shit and I have the right to talk about it. Absolutely. But my argument's going to be, look, I think that what happened in the Kamala debate's what's going to happen here. That Kamala Harris is basically a chameleon.
It is, yeah.
Here's the problem.
I don't agree with that.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? Okay, you tell me if you think I'm incorrect. How do we know what the policy prescriptions of Kamala Harris will be other than the ones she specifically said, which she's given almost no detail? So the first thing I would do is let's look at what she's been talking about since she's been made the de facto person running. Has she given a lot of press conferences? No, not really. Has she given some town halls? No. So this is the first debate. So it's like, okay, she hasn't really said anything. So it's like, well, okay, I guess I could just assume that she'll continue the policies of the Biden administration she's been part of. No, you can't do that. It'll be different. She's running as an agent of change. Oh, okay, so I guess I could go back and look at what she said in the 2020 election when she was running. No, she's changed. She's not going to come out and tell you she's changed, but she'll have people tweet out for her or people go on media shows and tell you her values remain the same, but she's changed. And so then you're like, oh, okay, well, one thing we know that she's done is pick a VP. So is it fair to look at sort of the policies he advocates for and say that she maybe goes along with that? Because no, you can't do that. So Kamala Harris, her opportunity in this debate was to explain to the American people why there seems to be discrepancies in what her original policies were, what her policies were under the Biden administration, and then what her policies she'll be advocating now. And she doesn't do any of that. And that's on her. And that's what Trump should have focused on the whole time. He should have tied her to, because I'm right. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with whether or not this is true, but the American people are voting for, or at least it seems that they think that economically and with the border, they were better off under Trump than Harris. And so she needs to differentiate herself and say, look, I'm not exactly Joe Biden. I'll do things slightly different. But she doesn't want to. And so she's just basically playing this game where it's like, well, we don't really know. And so I think she wins the debate. I'm being honest with you about that. But I still think that there's a lot of, and I've talked to 2 independents that their takeaway from the debate was, holy fuck, this moderation was abysmal. And I still don't know what Harris is. I don't like Trump personally. He seems like a big asshole, but my bank account was better when he was in office. And I don't know what the fuck Harris is doing. I don't know. Like, I just don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think that it's one, I guess I don't agree necessarily on the notion that Kamala is policy-wise a chameleon. In a sense, I think she is pivoting to the center, but I feel like that all politicians do that. And I think Trump, he's been inconsistent on policies all the time,
But if just real quick, not to try to dominate, but the difference is there's a default to look back to Trump. Like, if you have questions about Trump, you could be like, well, what did he do in the first term? But you don't have that with Harris. So any ambiguity, people are like, I don't know what to think.
Well, you have her record as, what she stood by and under the Biden administration, which is what you're trying to tag her with. So how can you at the same time say she has no policies, but then say she's responsible for all the policies of the Biden administration?
Well, that's the problem, though. That's what I'm doing. Did you notice what I did in the debate? I said, here's what Biden Harris did, and that's what she is. And the only chance she'll be different is being more radical with worse policies like ending fracking. And you have to understand that's like, I understand, like, here's the thing. When you're in a specific state, sometimes you just by the nature of living here and hearing people talk, you get a little different vibe. That's a fucking huge issue in Pennsylvania, the fracking stuff. And if she will lose the state barring ballot harvesting initiatives and stuff if people think she's going to ban fracking. Now, I expect her to come out more forcefully many more times, particularly in front of crowds in Pennsylvania, and say, no, I'm not going to ban fracking. So she's going to try to get out of that. But I'm just saying, like, that's, if she's connected to Biden's regime or she will ban fracking, that's not good. That's not a good look for her. So that's what I'm saying.
It seems like that's different than what you were trying to say, that she has no policies or she has no track record, but to the extent that she is supporting clear bills, some of these voting rights bills, the obviously a bill restoring Roe v. Wade, the bill related to her housing policy, the Infrastructure Act and related bipartisan acts of the Inflation Reduction Act, which you might disagree with all those, but it seems weird to connect her to policy of the Biden administration and say she has no policies. Shouldn't your argument be she does have policies and they suck?
Well, she hasn't announced policies, so my default is to look at the policies of the Biden administration and say she'll continue it. And I secondly believe that because I don't think she's running the show just like Biden isn't. It's a bunch of people behind the scenes that are running it, so I assume it'll be sort of the same stuff. But strategically, I'm going to say, look, and if you have any question, if she's going to run on, no, I'll be different. Okay, what will that difference look like? Well, let's look at the things she said in the past. And I think that's totally fair to do so. And I also think her flip-flopping is different and far more severe than Trump's, right? Because Trump's stuff, you could arguably say it's like issues that he barely gives a shit. But with Kamala Harris, we're talking about shit she co-sponsored. Right, like the Green New Deal type shit, or we're talking about like direct, like shit that she clearly like really believes. Like, let me say with clarity, I think's the word she used in 2020. I will ban fracking. Like, there's no ambiguity to that, and so there needs to be some sort of even cursory explanation. If you're saying, but my values still remain the same, don't you think that it would be if you're
changed her position? Wait, no, Rob, she changed her position because it's not popular anymore.
But she should. But she can't say that. She has to give some sort of explanation.
Why is now Trump the same thing with a lot of his policies? Like, it's the case that politicians will go to the center during the general election and they'll transition to saying different things. Same thing also with J.D. Vance, by the way. So, like, this can't be something that's.
Give me an example with Trump.
Abortion.
Okay, so what did he say previously?
So before he said he was pro-life, before initially saying he was pro-choice, he's flip-flopped on what he is, in fact, and he's been a chameleon on that issue. To this day, we don't know if he would sign an abortion ban.
I totally agree about the signing the abortion ban. I think that he should have had a better answer for that. But as far as being pro-life, pro-choice, it's clear that he's somewhere in the middle. And I think that it's clear that it's an issue that he doesn't give a shit mostly about. But fair enough, you could say that there's ambiguity on that. That's different than being like, I'm going to ban fracking. And then it's like,
what
my
about,
values haven't changed.
Healthcare.
What about
healthcare? Is
healthcare?
another one where he's like, I'm going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but maybe not the individual mandate, but we're definitely getting rid of it. It's bad. We have something better. It's all like, but when he's put on the spot, like he's not committing to getting rid of it. So
I don't think he's, I could be, I don't know when he ever said repeal Affordable Care, like 2016 when he was running.
Yeah, I said repeal and replace Obamacare.
Did he say that? Well, yeah, he's clearly changed his position on that. But again, the difference is with Trump, you're able to look at, if you have any question on ambiguity, you'll default to, well, I see what he did in his first term. You don't have that with Kamala Harris, right? And I'm saying there are certainly, correct me if I'm wrong, do you think it's a mistake that Trump didn't speak on this issue with clarity because there's going to be a lot of people that are concerned about like abortion that are going to say, I didn't get clarity, so I'm afraid of what Trump will do, so I'm going to hold him accountable for that?
No, I think he should be ambiguous. I think that's kind of the correct approach because I don't think there is a good approach because I do think that if he goes too hard pro-choice, I think he will lose evangelicals, which he needs.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. That's fair. Let me rephrase the question. Do you think he should have a better explanation than the one he gave for why he believes
I think he
it?
just needs to dodge, just like Kamala does. I think I don't know.
I disagree. I think it's a mistake for Kamala in this particular, and it's sort of a mistake for Trump, but it's going to hurt her in a place like Pennsylvania. I'm telling you. Because I'm going to go out there correctly. I'm going to go out there and say, and you can't say that I'm being disingenuous to say this, like, she ain't going to fucking tell you. It's still a core part of her belief that she wants to ban fracking, and she's that same person. Her values haven't changed, that she was Green New Deal.
She had to bet. Because I think it's the same calculus with the fracking, the abortion. Like, would Trump sign an abortion ban? Can you say for sure?
I can't.
You know?
I think he would.
Yeah, and
I think he would, is the truth. Because for an abortion ban to get passed, the very nature would have to be it's more popular than you think, right?
Well, that's the kind of fracking thing, right? Like, why doesn't that apply with fracking?
But in Pennsylvania? Right? And
yeah, I guess.
That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying when you're looking at it strategically for the states, you're talking about sort of a national issue with Trump, right? I'm talking about a state-specific issue in a state that
No, I don't agree with that because Trump has framed it as a state issue, and to the extent that there would be a fracking ban, that's on all fours with a national abortion ban. Those are both have the potential to be both state and federal.
But abortion's going to be something that's going to apply to universally to all states, right? The fracking, like there are states that just aren't going to give a shit. Like the states that don't have fracking, those voters aren't going to give a shit. But the states that do, they're going to put increased importance on it. And what I'm saying is, I think that there is a difference given that we've seen the policies. Trump's been there before. So if you have any sense of ambiguity, you say, well, I saw what he did before. So if I don't know, it'll probably be very similar to that. As opposed to Kamala Harris saying it's going to be radically different. And it's more issues than you're leading to believe here, right? And it's issues that are vastly unpopular, like Green New Deal type shit that makes her seem more left-wing than she's pushing now. And all I'm saying is, strategically, I think she needs to sort of, maybe not in that debate, maybe she was doing fine in that debate, but I'm telling you right now, I'm talking to independents that are like, I just assume it's going to be more the Biden administration. And so if I default to, if my big issue is the economy, shit was better under Trump than Biden. And so when she's running as an agent of change, and the best people have is basically defaulting to she's going to be the de facto incumbent, I mean, they're going to have to win by controlling the narrative. They're going to have to win by sort of labeling Trump as a character problem. But I think they're losing on the issues that people say are the most important, such as the economy. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that you believe most people think economically Trump's better than Harris?
I believe that because that's what the polling indicates.
Well, yeah, I know. But sometimes polling could be up. But I truly believe people believe that. And this is what I said. Look, man, I was saying this to the sky. You could ask people on my channel. I was saying, I don't understand the Biden administration's talking points on the economy or on the border, right? It would have been easy for them to consistently be like, of course we're struggling economically, but it's Trump's fault because he mishandled COVID. But instead, they just constantly came out and were like, oh, it's a great economy. And what I would be thinking if I'm a Biden supporter and I'm listening to that, it's like, well, shit, I'm really struggling. And when the guy I'm looking to help me out is like, actually, things are great. it seems to imply that help's not coming. And so I think that because they didn't get ahead of this obvious ongoing story for the last 3.5 years, it's sort of too late. That people are just buying, and you might say it's not fair. Biden did a lot of good. Actually, they were trying to recover from Trump. We can have that debate. But perceptually, I think because they dropped the ball, I think now they're on their back foot. And so they have to make
I think it's kind of a messaging thing, and I'm going to be, I think at bottom, you don't believe the economic metrics. I don't think you believe the numbers.
I don't. That's true.
I don't think it, I think part of it's probably the interpretation of the numbers, and we can have an argument about that. But I think at base, you do not believe what they tell you about inflation. You do not believe what they tell you about growth. You certainly don't believe what they're saying about unemployment. And so the metrics by which one would assess the economy, I think that you just think that those are all just wrong.
But that is true. I think that they are manipulated. But almost all the time I'm debating this, I'm operating as if these numbers are correct. So, for example, the unemployment number, you concede this. Unemployment doesn't measure people that are not actively looking for work, correct?
Yes, the typical thing that's cited as the unemployment rate, but they all correlate with each other, and they're all it's almost like national polling, right? They are related. They are correlated, their slopes and their downward thing. So I don't think that you can use that criticism to say that the economy is substantially worse than other periods of time.
Because you could look at a better metric would be something like labor participation. And so when you look at labor participation, what you could see is because the unemployment numbers that we're usually looking at don't factor in people that are able-bodied but are no longer actively looking for work, labor participation is just a simple number of what percentage of people that are of working age are actually working. And if that number is lower or around the same as it was with pre-pandemic levels, that means that we haven't really had meaningful.
What does the labor force participation rate say?
So today I don't know because I didn't have time to look at the statistics. Sure. But when I debated Noah Smith, these numbers, I forget when they were from, but the person that I was looking at said the labor force participation as of July 2024 rate was 62.6, which is almost a percentage point below its pre-pandemic level in February 2020. That means there's still fewer people in the labor force, and then the expert that's in.
It's like 1% though.
Well, but think about it.
We're also getting older. Oh, but this is labor
force
working age, right?
Right, I believe. And still the question becomes, if the narrative is we've created all of these jobs, if the labor force participation is down, what that seems to imply is that the reason that the unemployment rate seems better is because less people are even looking for work. Right. And so what this person, and I'm not an expert, so I'm reading people, I'm trying to sift through this. This is why I was kind of nonplussed with my debate with Noah Smith, because it was unbelievable. I don't know if you saw my debate with him. I was like, all right, man, this guy's going to rock me on the economy. This guy's a fucking economist. So I was like,
the participation rate, I think, is not excluding age.
Okay, well, let's say that's the case, but it also does include, it would also include, the population is higher now than it was, and there's more working age people now than there was pre-pandemic because of immigration, correct? That's why so many
more. I'm not sure about that.
I would think because that's why so many of the jobs we see, there's actually been a net decrease in native-born Americans, jobs created for them.
Yeah, because I think people are aging out. The boomers are retiring.
Right. So that would mean so I don't think that we have less people of working age in the country now than we did pre-pandemic because immigration's filling in the gap. See what I mean? That's why there's so many jobs.
Maybe not perfect, but it's still only 1%. It doesn't sound like there's this.
Well, that's exactly right. But that's exactly right. But if the argument on the economy is going to be ignore wage growth, right? Ignore inflation.
I don't think it should be.
Well, but that's the argument. When I talk to a Democrat and I say, "Oh, you're saying the economy is better than expected," what are they going to say? Every time they're going to lead with jobs, unemployment. That's what they're going to say. And that hardly means anything what if a bunch of people are working part-time jobs? If we have 100% employment, but people can't afford a house.
Real wages are up relative to where they were pre-pandemic.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Real wages have, pre-pandemic, I don't know. But if I remember the statistics, real wages over Trump's 4 years were up 8 point something %, and under Biden it's 0.02 or 0.2 or something like that.
But I think that there was a growth in real wages due to the disproportionate effect of COVID restrictions and unemployment on poor wages people. And so there was a spike in someone correct me if I'm wrong, in 2020 of like real wage growth, which is all fake.
I would have to go through that data, but I'm telling you, the reason that all the messaging on the economy being great is bullshit isn't being felt by the American people is because no matter how you slice the statistics, the American people, that it is true if you look at just wage growth, not real wage growth, yeah, most people have gotten a raise, but it's been outpaced or it's been on par with things like inflation. With Trump's years, we saw, regardless of what you want to say the reason was, people felt like their dollar was worth more. So when they were getting a slight raise and price inflation was
that's why I think it's a vibe session. I think that I think that there's real economic angst for sure, and I think that the inflation caused people to have this really sour view of the economy. And I understand if you think the metrics are all fake or exaggerated or things like that, I can understand that argument, and I can even understand particular sectors feeling really, really bad. I just think on the net, like, I can't go off anecdotes that much. I have to go off something. It can't just be talking to who you know and what they feel about it. And that can't be the metric by which I do it. And if I look at behavior, I'll say this and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry, not go for the conversation, but you can go to respond.
Yeah.
You pointed to like food expenditures, but like food expenditures in terms of like the amount of food purchased, I think is like up, right? People are traveling in absolute terms of like the amount of trips they're taking. They're going on vacations. They're buying shit tons of food in like actual things of what they're buying. And so it just doesn't seem to me that behavior is matching this story. I don't know. I understand your point though. If the numbers are all cooked, I get it.
Well, it's not just again. I repeat, like, so I just want to be careful here. I do think that we could see there's good reason to think the numbers are cooked when we see like of the past 12 months, 10 of the labor numbers have been revised downward substantially months later when it's out of the news cycle. But that's not my argument. I am making in part the argument that I think the numbers are cooked to some extent, but I'm using the data of the numbers they're actually giving us. So again, it's been a while since I looked at this specific data, but when I was researching this back in like May or June, like I'm researching things like from BLS.gov, average adjusted weekly paycheck is down 4.4%. Food prices up 20%. Fast food prices up 50%. Lumber up 347%. Gasoline up 139%, corn up 124%, heating oil.
Food and energy are like the things that are most responsive.
Right, and then we could see like the unemployment numbers I talked about, right? GDP slowed by a third last quarter. In April 2024, the U.S. economy added 175,000 jobs, which is less than expected 240,000, and they cut in half the previous month's expectation. Consumer confidence is at crashing lows. Let's see. What else did I see? All of these things. These are official. Like these are the official numbers that are coming from the government, and they're not painting a rosy picture. Now, as you know, with statistics, you could oftentimes, even in a not so rosy picture, you're able to highlight certain statistics and downplay certain statistics to paint a narrative that you want. But I think that it's not just a feel thing when we can actually see these numbers. And the big thing is, I think that the inflation has outpaced what people see. I don't think it's just a matter of, well, they're buying more food. In fact, quite the opposite. We even see like places like Dollar General are saying their CEO came down and they took a big loss here in the last quarter, and they said, look, poor people that like the poor working class people that normally shop in our stores, they're not spending as much anymore. Their budget's tightening. And I think that you're going to see, regardless of who wins, once the election's over, there's going to be an official announcement of a recession. Things aren't going well. Now, you could argue that maybe it's not all Biden's fault. And in fact, I think that that's a solid argument, that a lot of this had to do with inflationary.
Can I ask? I think that Andrew completely messed up that interest rate question. I think he totally looked like a fool.
I think
when he was like
the specifics of it, I don't remember, but I think directionally what he's saying is one thing that I never hear people say that's true. When you say inflation's bad around the rest of the world, worse, I do think there's something to say to the U.S. being the world reserve currency. And so if inflation
but they said the Federal Reserve policy, they said lowering interest rates, and then he forgot that like Donald Trump was the one pushing for lower interest rates this entire time.
That's a true point. I think you make a point that if you're going to concede that lower interest rates are are a problem, and you're voting for the guy who's promising to lower interest rates more
all the time,
that could be a problem. Now, I think that the answer to that's like, well, even though Trump has promised that, he has other deflationary things that he would be doing that would offset that. And
like
so,
tariffs. Rob, how could you be in favor of the tariffs?
Well, I think
that's so deflationary.
Because if tariffs come with other sorts of tax cuts, so the question would be, will the average person, the working class person, be paying more or less in taxes with a Trump plan? So if you say tariffs would add sort of a 10% de facto sales tax, that would be on products that were coming from overseas, which you could say is, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, what, 80, 90% of products?
Food, that's all sorts
well,
of
not all food, but certain.
Goods.
I'm saying, like, I don't know if I have no fucking clue, but I would guess that's 80 to 90% of products. Is that fair? Do you have any idea?
I think it's all products, right? Is it that's his proposal? All products?
Well, no.
Are you asking what the effect of it? Yeah, the tariff is on all imports.
Right. But if I go to the store and what percentage of my products would be affected by a tariff? So in other words, the percentage of products that I buy that would be subject to tariffs? Because if my local Walmart's buying fruit from the farm down the street, it's not going to go up 10% because they're not going to be tariffed, right? And so
that's true, but that doesn't matter to the overall point, I think. Overall prices will go up.
Well, that's the point I'm making. So the question is, when we look at the products that would be tariffs and the average amount that prices would go up via basically a sales equivalent be a sales tax is the argument that Harris is making. So let's say your milk goes, well, milk probably wouldn't. A lot of the staples wouldn't, which is ironic. It's going to be more like consumer products.
And wouldn't if there's more demand for domestic goods, wouldn't that just drive the price up anyway for like substitutes?
It theoretically could. Right, but again, we're talking different markets. Like, you're not going to fucking import milk, right? So the chance that milk then goes up in price, the competition's not going to increase prices. So that means the domestic people aren't going to increase to keep up with the foreign, because most of your food products, like your staples, produce, stuff like that's going to be domestic.
I just think these kinds of taxes seem like regressive to me, and they seem like they're going to hurt.
It may be, but if
the little guy more.
Well, I don't know. Right, that's what you would have to figure out, because if he's proposing other forms of tax cuts, because this was the same argument that people made when it came to the tax cuts with, the wealthy tax cuts. The data bore out that actually the lower and the middle class did receive a tax cut. Now, proportionally, their tax cut was less than wealthy Americans, which makes sense because wealthy Americans pay over 50% of taxes. So if you lower taxes evenly for everyone, the people that are paying the bulk of the taxes are going to get more benefit from that. So again,
I think it was relative too, because I think it was a cut on it was cut on some other taxes that only corporations and rich people pay. And it disproportionately affected blue states as well, because they got rid of the salt cap.
And one of the problems with inflation is that inflation, particularly on like staple goods, hurts the poor and working class the most. Because let's say that you're, Oprah or something, you're worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. There are certain, I don't know what the word is, I'm no fucking smart guy, I'm just some redneck, right? But there has to be a term for this, that there's your percentage of your income that you spend on certain things will only go up so much. So for example, if food increases 20% and you're worth hundreds of millions, well, only 0.5% of your budget went to food. So that increase of 20% doesn't hurt you that much. But if you're poor and 40% of your money goes to food and it has a 20% increase, then that's a huge piece of the pie that's now increased. And so when you see inflationary pressures like we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration on things like food and rent prices and things like that, that's going to disproportionately affect the poor and working class people. And I think that's where you're seeing a lot.
I think the tariff would do that. And I think that's why I kind of laugh a little bit at the notion that Kamala Harris or the Democrats are worse for inflation. I think that they were basically saddled with this global pandemic situation, these production chains.
It was caused by the policies that they advocated for, which unfortunately Trump and Republicans went along with to a degree. The reason we see inflation, if you get to the root cause, is because we stopped the world economy. That's why all of this is occurring. And anyone with half a brain like me was screaming to the heavens. I said, I don't know how many times I said this. I said, there are 3 possible things that could really harm our country from COVID. One is the disease itself. I have no idea how many people it will kill, but eventually we will get over this and the country will survive. The second is the policies that we use to fight COVID. And that could be deaths caused by,
I think we understood it was a trade-off. I don't think that.
But I just want to be clear. I correctly predicted that the ramifications of things like lockdowns would not only end up being more severe in affecting more people's lives, including killing people, which it has, but we would be suffering it for years and years and years. And so that's where inflation comes from. And because the United States is not only the world reserve currency, but it's so crucial to sort of trade and commerce around the world. Like, we're one of the biggest consumers and producers. I believe so, correct?
Of what, sorry?
Well, just of general of the global economy, right?
Yes, we are the biggest economy and we are big consumers.
Right. And so because of that, right, and our money is the world reserve currency, that's de facto going to affect inflationary pressures around the world. In addition to that, many of these other countries had very similar policies, as you know, to the United States, embracing things like lockdown.
Yeah, I think it was that. It wasn't like, I don't even necessarily think that it was Trump's interest rate cuts. I think that it was the pandemic and the supply chain and also different wars and crises internationally and things like that. I think that that's what was like causing this inflation.
And I also want to be clear. I haven't looked this up recently, but it's one of these things that, I think people just people repeat ad nauseum, like, well, actually the United States is like the lowest inflation. I don't know that that's true.
Of developing countries, I know that we've I'll get the latest stats on that, but I know that we've recovered comparatively, objectively, if you believe the stats, better than other developed countries. That much maybe that's America generally. That's not.
I don't know that it's every developed country though. Like I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at right here. I'm looking at G20 countries, and the United States is sort of in the middle. But I suspect that this might be year to year, August 23 to August 24. That's clearly not going to be fair, right? Because that's only measuring the past year. But like the inflation rate right now in the United States is 2. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to find a better calculator. But it's not as clear cut as a picture as people will have it look. Having said that,
are we a failed nation? Are we a failing nation? Are we failing? I think that's what it feels like Trump is trying to paint us as. Like,
but that's how people. We are to many people, not in the sense that you're putting. Of course, you're right. Everyone's hyperbolic, right? I never understood this. Like the Democrats always try to spin this narrative, like we're the message of hope, and the other, like, dude, your fucking people on your side are losing their fucking head and saying that Trump supporters are fucking around finding out when one of them gets shot because they think it's the end of the world.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I know you don't agree, but I'm saying there are many people saying that because they're painting such a dark picture of a future Trump presidency that it'll basically be the end of the nation. And even you think that a Trump presidency would be very dark, correct?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so then it seems
but not because of like the country's fucked. I think it's because the country. I think because of all the things related to what he's going to do to our institutions. I hope that you understand that I love this country, and I think you love this country too.
Sure.
And we have different opinions about like what is the true threat. Is it the deep state? Is it Trump? Is it this or that? Like. I'm worried out of good faith because I'm genuinely concerned with this man behind the helm. That is my fear.
You've believed the hype too much, my friend. That's what my belief is. I think that there are reasons to think that Trump could fly off the handle, but almost every institution in this country absolutely fucking despises him. So the chance of him, he couldn't even pull troops out of Syria because his own generals fucking lied to him and stabbed him in the back. He couldn't do anything. Every executive agency under him was constantly leaking. Even and 99% of the time, it was completely undeserved and horseshit. Like he couldn't even talk. Like you're aware of the stories that LBJ used to talk to people on the shitter and was just cursing and swearing like a sailor. Like if Trump did that, it would immediately be leaked. Like when he's sitting around talking and he's like, why are we taking so many people from shithole countries like Haiti? Bam, it gets it leaked immediately. Like presidents do talk not all of them, but presidents talk like that behind closed doors. He couldn't even do that. He couldn't have a conversation. It wasn't.
He couldn't even call them shithole countries.
He couldn't fucking do anything. The FBI is illegally spying on his team, at least, and I would think through it too. Like it's like if you're worried about him being an authoritarian, I assure you, every fucking institution under him is made up of people that absolutely despise him, right? The threat the other way is the complete inverse. There is no check on these people. These people in these institutions, like the FBI or, you know, many other institutions, State Department, etc., like they totally believe that they run the show, and there's no check on it. There's none. And even when we have, like, and you disagree with this, and we can have a debate at a later time about it if you want, but even when we have, because people say all the time, well, where are the whistleblowers? If this shit's corrupt, like, you constantly hear stories of them coming out, and they're like, we get fucking punished. Like, they shipped us out. They told it, that one dude they, like, shipped off to, like, fucking Montana or something, and then on the way there was like, never mind, you're suspended, and him and his family are left fucking homeless. Like, they treat whistleblowers like shit. And they're constantly, like, even now, they're constantly pressuring for more, like, restrictions on free speech on social media, etc. And I think that there is no check on that. And that even I don't know if you know this about me, but like, Trump was not my fucking first pick. Like, I wanted Vivek, I wanted fucking DeSantis.
That scares me.
Well, but it's,
actually,
it's because
I don't know if it were Vivek or Trump, and I had to vote for one of them. That's the one scenario where I'm like, I honestly don't know who I would have.
That's because Vivek,
vote, right? Like,
because you understand Vivek's an actual threat to these institutions, because he would have did shit like ban the FBI, disband them. That's why you would be against them.
I think that, but I also think Vivek is more like, he's more of a hustler and a huckster and I actually don't know that. I don't know.
Well, maybe
he to me seems
the
like
fear.
A grifter as well.
Well,
like, I don't know.
I think Vivek's smart. And so when someone's smart like that, I always have to ask myself, are they telling me what they know I want to hear? So maybe this guy's totally full of shit, and he just knows how to, like, get my goat, right?
Well, then how about this, Rob? Like you know for a certainty, they're not going to deport 20 million people. It's too large of an operation. It's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's pie in the sky. But people genuinely in the MAGA sphere, that's what they're hoping for, and that's what Trump's telling them. I mean, that isn't there. And maybe you say, okay, it's just like telling people that they're going to reinstate Roe v. Wade. They're not going to have the votes for that. Mm-hmm. Maybe so, but even just operationally, like, it's impossible. It would never happen. And
well, I think that's true, that there won't be the political will for it. But again, ask yourself this: would Trump do it if his party went along with it? Do you think he would?
Would he put? Because you agree, you'd have to make a bunch of camps. You would.
Well, it depends on how you. Yes, the logistics of it are a fucking nightmare. Just to
it's a fucking nightmare. And think about how many billions, maybe trillions, to process millions of individuals, adjudicate all of their individual cases, find them removable, deportable, and ship them off the country. Mm-hmm. Like, that is such a monumental task.
I don't
that's
disagree.
Going to require an expansion of agency. It's going to require more money and more inflationary stuff. It's like, that's why I hear that, and I'm like, I don't understand in one modality, like, what are their values here? Are they worried about?
I mean, has Trump said he's going to deport 20 million? Is that his official policy?
I know that's what people want. I know.
Well, that might be what people want. Well, I mean, come on. That's like saying if Democrats want a complete abortion, you know.
I hear you, but go back to the
dude. I'm fucking debating people last night that want to take away women's right to vote. So yeah, I understand there.
No, I hear you. No, I caught like 5 minutes of that, and it was hilarious. This guy was arguing for it.
I like JimBob. And they certainly have arguments.
Thank you for supporting women. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't need your thanks for that. That's fine. I look. Fuck you, scummy lefties. I don't do what I do to get. I always think that's hilarious. I'll get people like sending me the most hateful message. You fucking Nazi piece of shit. Then I debate Andrew Wilson like 3 years ago on gay marriage, and all of a sudden the same people that
You're
are
my best friend.
previous. Hey man, you debated that really well. It's like, really, because the last DM you sent me from 6 months ago says that I'm a huge fucking Nazi sack of shit. That's the worst debater that you've ever heard. But now I'm your boy. Now fuck you. I'm not. your boy.
But take it to the FBI. Like, we're really gonna get rid of the FBI? That's gonna happen? You think that's ever gonna happen?
I think Vivek would have tried it. It needs to happen. I don't know that it will. I think maybe it'll have to happen.
Most of these are good people, like the people who work at the FBI.
Well, most of them would maintain jobs. Like Vivek's plan was. I always thought it was funny. People was like, "Well, Vivek doesn't outline plan." Like I thought he was doing it better than almost all the other Republicans. Like his plan was very specific, that he had determined exactly what percentage of FBI agents would go where, and so many of them were going to go to sort of like U.S. Marshal Services, state police services, etc. So I don't disagree that
Isn't that just bureaucratic shuffling? I mean, you're moving them from one place to another, but are you fundamentally making alterations to the state of play?
If you move someone that's a ground agent to the U.S. Marshals and you get rid of the leadership of the FBI and disband it as an institution, then no, it's not just shuffling shit around, right? Like
I don't know this to be true. I see in my chat, one of my chatters says he literally said there would be a lottery for half of them being fired.
He said there'd be a lottery for.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's true, but
that's what you're saying. I believe.
I don't know if
it might be true. That might actually be true. Now the FBI
That's crazy.
No, wait, hear me out. Because the FBI, he did say to disband, but one of the things he talked about is, maybe you know about this more than me, there's some sort of federal legal protections, and there have been cases adjudicated that it's very difficult to fire particularly large swaths of federal employees. Right. And so he said that the way you would get around that law is that you just say, like, we're going to fire a percentage of them. So there's no like civil rights litigation. You just say we're allowed
and that's why you do the lottery.
So how do you decide who to get rid of? Right. So to avoid this sort of litigation that says it was done for political partisan reasons, you do something that's totally random to say, like, well, we could get rid of 70% of employees and you can't accuse us of having been partisan.
It's a mess, Rob.
That's fine that it's a dude. The government's massively oversized, and people said the same thing. Granted, it's on a smaller scale, but they said the same thing when Elon bought Twitter and was like, "You can't just fire all these people, dude." There is so much bloat in our government agencies. We need a huge retraction in the amount of employees.
I know, but like Twitter is way less. It's way less. Way less profitable.
You think? Is it?
I think it's less profitable.
I don't know that that's true. Maybe. It seems to be going as good as ever.
I thought they were struggling a bit, and they had to have like these constant injections from.
I don't think that it. I don't think it. Even if it's true, I don't know. I don't fucking care. It seems to operate as good as it ever has. Though there's some decisions I haven't liked that they've done. But is any of that the result of getting rid of people, or is it more of the result of the policy changes that have happened at X?
Not sure.
I don't think I've seen anything even alleging like, oh, because Elon fired these people, now the stocks are going down. It seems like the mechanisms of Twitter running that you would need employees for continues to operate at least at a similar level. So if there is,
I like X. I don't have a problem with there being more free speech on X. Like you don't hear me saying I'm in favor of all these banning regimes. I'm just putting it out there.
Our U.S. Where's the state? Where's the State Department? Where's our Brazilian ambassador? They're attacking an American company. Where are they?
Hang on a second.
I know it's a different question, but
I think it's a difficult question.
I got 9 minutes, by the way.
I don't necessarily agree with what Brazil's doing. I don't know much about it. I do know that Elon accepted those kinds of requests before from like Turkey, but I'm not on board saying that I support Brazil or anything like that. I enjoy being on X. I like X. I like Twitter. I like all that stuff. All right, so you won't find me being like, hey, Twitter should be deleted. I don't. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying though that if whatever the financial situation, if there is a financial detriment to X, my guess is it's because things like advertisers leaving.
But
right? I'm not saying you're suggesting that.
Probably less enforcement of like, I think maybe having less enforcement of like TOS is probably helpful as well. But think about this. Isn't it the case that if you have less FBI agents, there's going to be more federal crime? It feels like a 1-to-1.
No. Not if the agents are given to other institutions that then have the ability. Like, dude, I don't know. We fundamentally disagree on what the FBI's been up to. But can you understand if I think that the FBI's major purpose is to put their thumbs on the scale to ensure that politicians get elected that support them, that any of these arguments are unpersuasive? Well, you have to keep that corruption in there because if you don't, then there'll be more drug trafficking.
I agree that if you understand the FBI to be engaged in what you're doing at most relevant levels, then I would agree that it'd be cold comfort to say, well, they're stopping crime. Though it would still be a trade-off, right? Like if you understood terrorism to increase by like 1,000%, that's something different. But if you're genuinely thinking that most of their major efforts relate to the fundamental corruption of this country for political reasons, then I can understand you wanting to trade some of that security for freedom and for political justice or something. I understand that. We just have a difference of opinion.
Okay, so anyways, I do have to get going, and I have to read a couple more super chats. So is anything like on the debate tonight?
No. Hey, no, I appreciate your input, and thanks for chatting.
Yep, it was fun. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Sorry, the platform, like I just hate that. What's the word I'm looking for? Like that format. I hate that format, but yeah, what can you do?
Panel.
Yeah. What can you do? All right, man, take it easy.
All right, peace out.
What's this guy want? No problem at all. Yeah, that was Pisco. So, all right, let me read a couple more super chats, and then I'll probably get out of here. Shelly Rocha for $5 says, absent of evidence is not evidence of absence. Right, that's talking about the eating cat story. Right. Mount MT Wick 3 for $5 says, there's literally an unedited clip from CNBC that posts the full context of the very fine people quote. I have to find that. I have it saved somewhere, but bring it up in real time. Audacity for $5 says, just got to the part where IRI said zoning wasn't a major issue for housing development. Abortion should be mandatory. Oh, boy. Audacity for another $5, thank you so much, says, I'm 100% banking on Trump's ego to actually follow through with this policy. He wants to be America's greatest president. Maybe. Mount Wick 3 for $5 again says, those 87,000 IRS agents could be transferred to process illegal immigration. There you go. And Tristan for $4.99 says, here's $5 for the NSE joke last night. Clip it. Thank you so much. I'm glad you appreciated it. It was a good one. Going after, I thought Erudite was debating tonight, so that was why I threw that jab. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't mind. Like, I know Andrew goes hard at Pisco. That's fine. Fuck, we different character. I like debating Pisco. But I think that I come out top on the specific issues. I'm sure Pisco feels the same way. But, I think that ultimately he knows deep down that if this election is a referendum on economic reality of a Trump presidency versus a Harris-Biden presidency, that they're in trouble. I think that he knows that. And I think Harris knows that. I do, and I think that that's why they're trying to deflect and make it about things like January 6th and other things like that, which is strategically wise. You can't blame them for being strategically wise like that, but that's why I try, particularly in a panel like this, to keep hyper-focused when I'm doing debate on the issues that I think matter. Now, no one could accuse me of not being good faith and talking about other issues, but yeah. So anything else that people want to talk about? I want to be done by 2. So what's going on for me? First off, again, I got way more people watching than normally thanks to the great raid from the Crucible, one of my favorite, in fact, my absolute favorite debate platform and channel to be a part of. I used to moderate a show on the Crucible called The Arena, which maybe we'll bring back. Panel show done right. So maybe we'll bring that back. But I always appreciate the Crucible audience, even when they hate me because I'm saying that women should have the right to vote and they think that my wife pegs me and all this shit. I thought it was funny. I don't mind, you fuckers. But yeah, I was not just kidding last night. I do think women should have the right to vote. One of the things I would implore to the Crucible audience is this. You might think I'm a piece of shit because you disagree with me on some issue like that or some other issues. And that's fine. I have no hard feelings with that. But at least know when you hear me talking, I am being fucking authentic. It would be easy for me to just go on and try to kiss someone like Andrew's ass because I think Andrew's done a phenomenal job of building a brand there at the Crucible through his own sweat equity. It would be easy for me to just try to be a little clone of his and agree with him on anything and then hope that I could parlay off some of that audience. But I can't do that because the only thing that I could do is be authentic, to be who I am. So all I could do is promise the people that watch me is that you're honestly, unless I'm making it very specific, you're getting my heartfelt opinions. Now, if I put on my trans positive Rob glasses and start talking about how trans people are the greatest people that God's ever created, then maybe you could intuit that I'm being a little sarcastic. But other than that, this is who I am. And, I think that the only thing I have going for me in this space ultimately is that I'm authentic. I am who I am. I'm some dumb fucking redneck hick who happens to be a pretty decent debater who debated in college, and I love rural America. I love all the people that I'm connected to here in rural America. The best thing in my life is being a dad and being a husband, and that's what I like. And for fucking wrap it up, dude. You holding the from the Chappelle show? Wrap it up, B. Fuck you. I'll talk as much as I want. But yeah. So just making a little sales pitch because I have more people watching than normal. Normally I stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings, sometime between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. I usually start. If you catch me on only one platform, it would be YouTube would be the best place to catch me. And that's because I work home healthcare with people, adults with developmental disabilities. And when I'm at work, I could only stream on my downtime. And I don't have a computer that travels with me anymore, so I stream from my phone. So I only know how to stream to YouTube from my phone, so that's what you get. So there's an odd chance you catch me on a random Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Other thing to say is projects that I got coming up. I don't know anything specific, debates lined up and shit like that. I'm not sure about that. However, every major election year, I do a 24-hour live stream, and I believe that's going to be starting at Saturday, 8 a.m., the Saturday before the election. So like November something 1st or something like that, November 2nd. So it'll start Saturday 8 a.m. and it'll run 24 hours, but it'll actually be 25 hours because we roll our clocks back here in the East. Until 8 a.m. on Sunday. So it'll be 24 hours of me, and I'm going to try to get a bunch of guests. I have no doubt that one of the people that will be helping me, like 2022, will be Andrew Wilson. I have no doubt that he will participate in that stream, and he'll also help connect me with guests. So if you're a fan of the Crucible, I think you'll like that. I also have the slightest number of connections because I've ran for Congress here in Pennsylvania. So in the past, I've had sitting U.S. congressmen that have done that show with me. I've had journalists here in Pennsylvania that have done that show with me. People from the RNC in Pennsylvania, county commissioners, and things like that. And I think that it'll be interesting because seeing as how Pennsylvania probably is the most important swing state, maybe people will be interested to hear from some of those people when I do that 24-hour show. And I think I'm a pretty good host, like interviewing people, so you might enjoy that. But I'll also try to bring on some shit fucking lefties to debate and wreck. That's also, I like doing those in the late hours. Like bring Dylan Burns on for 2 hours to tell him why he's so fucking wrong on this or that, or Pisco. So yeah, that's something to look forward to. So I'm going to start the planning stages of that. My editor, Black Elk's got a list of people that he's going to try to reach out to as guests. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some big people. I think it'll be pretty cool. But if I start scheduling it now, it'd be good. Maluminous, now, I wouldn't have minded to keep talking to him. It was fine. But it was funnier to go out on the out of him saying he likes Nazis when he's literally criticizing Trump for saying, well, because he didn't immediately say, I condemn Nazis, then that proves that he probably liked Nazis at some point. This caller, if you missed it, he did that. And then when I asked him, do you condemn Nazis? He said, I love Nazis. Okay, go fuck yourself. How about that? Yeah, who knows? Maybe Destiny will do my 24-hour live stream. Oh, wait, I'm blacklisted because I smacked him around in the last debate I did with him. You know. Did Pisco come back? We didn't really get wrecked. We just had a conversation, but it wasn't really a debate. I'll be honest, I've talked with Pisco about doing a, like, once-a-month show that's less of a debate and just more of a conversation. I would be fine with that. I don't mind talking to some of these lefty fuckers. That's fine by me. But obviously debate is best. Excuse me. Don't let him on the show. He's a sick man. I don't know about any of that. Yeah, you know. Debate Magnificent Macaroons right now. Nah, I'm good. It's late. You win. I concede. Whatever the issue was, you win. You did it. Do I condemn misogynist? I didn't respond. Yeah, you know, it's one of the things. I used to do this all the time. Because remember, Trump was asked over, like, there's like a YouTube video you can find of Trump condemning, like, racist, like, 47 times. Right? Like, he just did it over and over. And still, every time they'd interview, they'd be like, do you condemn Nazis? Like, for example, why has no one ever asked Joe Biden if he condemns Richard Spencer, who was at one point the most popular white nationalist in the country? I debated Richard Spencer. He straight out said he's voting for Joe Biden. Now, when David Duke said he was voting for Trump got asked like 15 different times, do you condemn David Duke? Why has no one asked Harris if she condemns Richard Spencer? And then if she says, of course, the next time she gets interviewed, is someone going to go, by the way, do you condemn Richard Spencer? At some point, isn't she going to be like, yeah, I already said that. Oh, you already said it, but you won't do it again? You see how the game works? Fuck them. They control this narrative like that. Call that bullshit out. Don't take the bait. That's my feelings on it. You know? Putin did endorse her. I would ask her every time. Stop taking the bait from these people. Fuck them. I hope that that's one thing that I illustrated tonight in this debate. I liked it. I thought the debate went very well for me. You know, I had my little spiel there with Gibbs. You know, it's unfortunate that Gibbs, you know, doesn't see it, but when the Turk, who was on my side of the debate, that comes in, is like, yeah, Gibbs kept falling for these traps. And then Pisco comes in and is like, yeah, it's too bad Gibbs kept falling for those traps. It's like, dude, I'm trying to tell the guy as polite as possible. Like, I don't give a shit what you do. Like, you do you. But when you're stepping on my toes and admitting, yes, I intentionally cut you off because I had a point to make. And I'm like, dude, but the point you made fucking helped the others, like, was deflecting for the other side. When everyone says, yeah, Gibbs was fucking you guys up, both on our side and their side, it may be time to take a back seat, you know? Just saying. But, my strategy tonight was because it's a panel, to hammer 2 or 3 points home over and over again. I think I did that about the record of Harris versus the record of Trump. I think I was very successful at that. And, I was happy to let the other... I'm trying to be someone that keeps it more simple in those large panels. And I also feel bad that most of the time, at least politically, when I'm on large panels like that, I dominate the time on my side. So I did tell myself tonight, I wanted to make sure, particularly with someone like Andrew Wilson there, that other people were getting a big chunk of time. So, I don't have to... Yeah, it's even better when it's me and Andrew, just us two. If you go back and you watch our debate with Sean Last and JF Gary Eppy, JF's no joke. That guy's smart as a motherfucker, And I think me and Andrew did pretty damn well. I think we did very well in that debate. And that's not... I don't care what you think of JF. That dude's smart as shit. He really is. So, but I think it's very rare that me and Andrew get a... just us two versus 2 others, but maybe we'll dig that up some more. All right. Now, maybe, let me check this out. First off, thank you to everyone that became a Nor Nation member. I'm going to try, today's the first day that I've had subscriptions on my YouTube, so thank you to everyone that joined. You officially got in on the first day. I'm going to try to eventually get some content up that's just for those people that are subscribers, to give some incentive to subscribe. But I appreciate the financial assistance, anyone that donated and stuff like that. Allegedly, there is a way to raid people on YouTube. I don't know how to do that. I guess I'm going to have to wait until I talk to Andrew Wilson or someone like that. It won't let you become a member? I don't know why. Other people were becoming a member. Maybe I can only have so many subscribers a day. So I guess there won't be any raid on YouTube, but I could do it on Twitch if you're watching on Twitch. So let's see who we got. My plans for the rest of the week are to not think about politics. I go into work tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy my time with my son and my wife tomorrow. When I wake up around 8 a.m. tomorrow, I think it's one thing I regret about streaming. I work about 80 hours a week, and sometimes it takes away from being able to hang out with my family as much as I should. So, serious breaking news on Discord, Crisco. What's that? I guess I'll check. I know this is bullshit because that's the way Crisco is. Also, it'll be fun to debate against Andrew here in the future. I always like that shit too. All right. Sorry to the people that were in my waiting room that I didn't get to. I do apologize for that. Okay, Crisco says he's on Discord. I don't see him. So, we're going to wrap it up. All right, here's the raid. We're going to raid him from hell, Peachel. I think he's playing video games. It's late at night. That's what most people are doing. Shout out to everyone that debated me tonight, particularly the people on my side. Special shout out to Andrew Wilson and the Crucible for the raid. Shout out to everyone that donated money. Really appreciated it. Shout out to even the people that called in and argued against me. That's fine. Even that guy that said that he thinks Nazis are great people, I guess. Good for you, dude. And all of you that watch me, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Sometimes you feel like when I was in the debate community and everyone's radical lefties, you wonder if there's any sane people out there in the world. So I'm really humbled that there are a group of people that want to watch some just fucking regular redneck like me do these debates and give my thoughts. It's really humbling, so I appreciate it. I think the show's made markedly better through your all participation. And plus, a lot of you are hilarious as shit. So thank all of you. All right, I am out. I will see you all probably Wednesday. As always, have a good one.